Hello everyone, welcome to my stream today. Let's give everyone a moment to come in and say hi in the chat. I'm actually kind of like on time today, which has been unusual over recent weeks, so, you know. Got a bit of a throat thing going on today, so my voice is a little scratchy, but luckily gonna have Dan Jutan on here to help me out for a bit. You getting a lot of echo? I wonder if my mic isn't set up properly. Give me 2 seconds. It's like, so, settings. Okay, no, I'm using my mic. It's just this room is very empty. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I was really debating it. I've been going hard the last little while, so I was going to take a bit of a break. But we there's always something interesting and new to talk about. And Dan offered. He's like, the thing is, we keep on seeing the same sort of requests repeatedly in help channels and whatnot, and I understand like a certain element of it is going to be, comes down to docs and documentation and how we can approach that. But I also think that there's a lot of like big conceptual things that we should, be aware of in terms of the patterns. And it's funny enough, a lot of these patterns aren't specific to Solid even. It's just that like the information out there has been pretty so far on these topics, but we thought, well, let's look at Solid and see if we can like identify some of those areas. But let's see here. I should probably get the word out on Twitch that we're live, on Twitter that we're live. Let me see here if I can do that. But yeah, well, while we're going, how's everyone doing today? I'm actually pretty happy to see the focus on docs in general the last couple years. It's not just the work, that's being done in any specific community. It's just like everywhere there's been a real push to up the quality of docs. Part of this probably came from the fact that at one point, the usage for these frameworks is a lot narrower, is the best way to put it. There was a certain amount of, I don't know how to put it, but like the use cases weren't as wide and people were kind of accepting of where things were at for quite a while. But we've seen huge efforts across all the communities to make docs like a first priority. All right, we got some hellos in chat. Hey. Hi. Hey, David. Sweet. Hi, Michael. Talking about docs. Michael's been doing amazing work on Solid's docs we got here. Hey, cousin. Good, Greg. How's it going? No, we'll talk about that tweet a little bit later in This Week in JavaScript. Hey, Anthony. Good. We got some people coming in now. Right now, I'm just getting my throat in a good place. I should put my phone away. I don't know if anyone's seen this Suja organic ginger love. It's like cayenne pepper and lemon in a bottle. I love it. All right. It's probably a better choice than what else is sitting on my desk. I mean, I got water, right? But I was on a podcast this week that their whole gimmick is whiskey. So like, I've got a bunch of whiskey on my desk, which I don't know if that's going to be the best thing for my throat. Yeah, whiskey web and whatnot, yeah. So yeah, okay. Anyway, just catching up with chat here. How am I feeling? Defeating the cold? Not really. I've been actually really excited about the work I've been doing on Solid 1.7. It's been a while since I've attacked a certain category of feature, and I wasn't really thinking I was going to attack it originally for 1.7, but that's partially why I've been delaying it, is I realized that I want to actually look at the rendering again. And we'll talk about that in an upcoming stream, but I've been doing like different sorts of optimizations there, and I'm pretty excited about that. So I've been trying to get sleep, but then I've been staying up as late. I've been working on my stuff to a limit, but then I just don't sleep anyways. So I don't know. I'm sure it'll be fine in a few days. All right. Yeah, I mean, this is a good question. Maybe we'll ask this question when Dan joins the stream about the OSS and stuff. Because I think I generally give the same answer, but I find that it sounds better when different people give their answer. But yeah, how are we doing here? We got some people coming in, joining the stream, getting past those Twitch pre-rolls. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be fun coming up. I've literally, I think like a 6 or 7 week period in May where I have a conference talk that I have to travel to every single week. I guess technically it starts in April, so it's like, yeah, there's almost like 2 months of like straight conference talks and stuff. I might have some difficulty doing the streams. There might be only a couple streams during that time period, but hopefully there'll be a lot of great online live content. So yeah. Okay. I think I'm done just killing time. Also, big thanks to Adri UI, subscribed to tier 3. They've subscribed for 6 months. That's about as long as I've had affiliate on Twitch. So thank you very much, Adri UI. All right. Should I get Dan on the stream? Are we at that point yet? I probably should get Dan on the stream. All right. See what the chat says. It'll be up to you guys. Dan. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, let's do it. Okay. All right. Hey, Jacob. Nice to see you. All right. Without any further ado, let's welcome Dan onto the stream. How you doing,
Hello.
Dan?
I don't know if people know how StreamYard works, but basically I'm in like an invisible like cage watching the chat and watching Ryan. And like everyone in chat is talking about docs, which is like my favorite thing, and I'm like sitting here like wanting to respond but stuck in the cage. So hi everyone. Oh my gosh, Sylvia Vargas is here. Great to see you. Jacob Evans is here. Huge friend. I mean, I'll shout out everyone. The Tarnav is here. Anthony's here. So this is super exciting. Yeah, and I don't know. If you want, I can catch up on chat and talk about docs or.
I mean, I think there was a couple good questions before even launching, but maybe first, just for anyone who doesn't know who you are, just introduce yourself a bit, and then we can kind of go from there.
Yeah, so I'm Dan. The main thing I do these days is I work on Astro, docs, and community-related stuff. But I've been involved in Solid for over a year, and I've done docs and community-related stuff with Solid too. Recently, I've started going back to making videos. So if you go on the official Solid YouTube channel, I've made a bunch of videos to explain Solid in like a conceptual way. And right now, I'm actually transitioning into making like better structured Solid content. So I haven't been posting lately on YouTube, but I have been planning like a Solid curriculum, Ooh, Dan is a little quiet. Let me change that. I have a gain adjustment here. Should be a little louder now. So I could talk about that a little bit, but I've been planning like an entire free solid guide, and so that's sort of where my head's been at this past week. I've been even chatting with some course experts in web dev to sort of figure this out. But yeah, that's what I do. I like docs, I like teaching, and I don't know anything about backend.
That's fair. Dan's been making pretty much the majority of our content on the official Solid YouTube channel, and you've been doing a lot of streaming and stuff yourself as of late. I've seen at least you be on some guest podcasts and or streams, and I remember you had your channel a little while back. Have you gone back to that at all, or?
I haven't gone back to my own channel yet, but anyone who asks me to come on their stream, I usually say yes. And I like being able to talk about Solid from kind of like a beginner angle. You do that too, but I tend to like really hammer home the simple parts. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, this is a challenge for me always. So, yeah, I've. Sorry, what I've got to do is actually block
Damn this person.
Yeah. It's funny though. With StreamYard, it's not letting me do anything. Do I have to go over to Twitch for this one? I can't put it in.
You should give. Did you give like mod status to people yet? Because they can. Take
Yeah. Maybe that's the way to go. I think I modded somebody a little while ago. Yeah, I think Anthony.
No, Anthony's mod. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's funny because in StreamYard I can mod YouTube, but I can't mod Twitch. So.
What a deal. It's too late.
Anyway, yeah, so I mean we can. Dan owes me a live stream on Solid. Yeah, Dan has an incredible gift for being able to talk about some of the more complicated stuff in a much simpler way than I do. It's funny, there was a tweet, and I think it might come up later, is where I actually did an okay job of explaining stuff in like straightforward terms that were searchable, that weren't in domain specific jargon too much, but like, people still like, well, it's still very dense, so they're like, how do I do this? So they like feed my response through ChatGPT and ask it questions to get the answers, and the ChatGPT actually gave them the correct answers. So I'm that's another solution, but with Dan you don't need ChatGPT.
It was so good. First of all, the question you were answering was not about Solid, it was a React question. So I made this whole tweet about you spending your time answering beginner React questions. But yeah, I called that Ryan Carney-Botto.
Yeah, no. I mean, the true story about that, even though, was actually, I was like working on Solid stuff, and NPM, like I published a DOM expressions release, and NPM wasn't pushing it forward. I was like trying to do a Solid beta release for 1.7, and NPM was like, it's been released. I got the email, it showed up, but then when you go to the actual like versions in the repository, it wasn't there, so I couldn't install it, and I was just like sitting there, and I was just like, I just like saw that, and I was like, okay, fine, I'm gonna answer a React question. Why not?
I love it.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, this is not the first time that ChatGPT has come to the rescue, so to speak. So I it's something that at least I am very, very aware of. So hopefully we can do a better job today than that. So Ryan explains Solid for beginners, lots of beginners, and expert.
I've watched some of your old streams and like turned that into content before. Like it's like you have really good content that can be turned into beginner content.
Yeah. I mean, I'm hoping some people are learning some stuff. That's why we got people on the stream today, right? We're going to learn some stuff. Okay, so before we launch into any Solid specific stuff, two questions came up in the chat right at the beginning. One of them was, first, do you want to give some comments on docs? Just
Yeah, so some people are saying like the docs aren't where they should be. Some people are just saying that they like docs, which I agree with. So we have someone, Michael, working on docs directly, and I'm also trying to solve that in my own way by having an opinionated guide, so you can just like learn Solid in a really streamlined way. The bottom line of like why docs are hard is a question that I've been thinking about it a lot more as I've gone back into working on Astro docs, and it's just such an enterprise. Like Astro docs is two of us dedicated to docs and then a bunch of volunteers, and we still struggle to keep up with everything. But it is really rewarding, and I'm hoping that over time the solid resources that are developing both in the community and out of the community improve a lot.
it's true about the amount of effort when you consider, like, again, talking docs. React docs came out like officially out of beta, I believe, this week.
Yeah, yesterday.
And just to know how many people and how many years went into making those docs, you like the enormity of such a project. And this is not unique to React. Like, this is just what it takes these days.
Yeah, we've gotten a lot of interest in Astro docs lately, so we started doing like weekly live streams. So if you want to check out like what it's like to work on a really big docs project, you can follow the Astro channel and join us. Yeah, huge shout out to Rachel and Neighbors. They're probably the reason why I got so interested in open source docs in the first place. If you don't know who Rachel Neighbors is, they have a really interesting career behind them, which includes like web animation, like API stuff, and also like a career as a cartoonist. But they spearheaded the React beta docs effort. They left the project about a year ago, but like they basically designed the entire effort. And yeah, this is a big release, not just for the React community, but I'm sort of celebrating this on behalf of like the entire web dev community, because like it or not, beginners are learning React, and having really good official React docs is going to make the lives of beginner web devs a lot better.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge. I mean, this is kind of the missing piece. I mean, the challenge is like the web is this platform that is like accessible to so many different users with different backgrounds, different, perspectives kind of coming in. And it's interesting when you have something, as popular as React, also having its own level of, information paradigms, kind of, I don't want to say required knowledge, but like you will get to that knowledge eventually. That it's absolutely important to be able to kind of teach this stuff, because really what's happened in the front end is that because of how fast things move and how things are developed, like any community, we've developed our own vernacular and words and jargon to explain concepts. And there in a way, there isn't any problem with that from my perspective, because like these are actual things that have actual like names. Like you need to be, that way you can communicate these ideas more succinctly. But like, how do you approach this when it's kind of gone so deep into its own cycles?
Yeah. And there's a lot I could say about the React beta docs in terms of the approach and how it ultimately ended up. But I don't want to say anything negative on stream. But the positives is that there's so many diagrams and so many like conceptual ways to explain things. And one of the benefits of Dan Abramov becoming the primary writer is he's very good at anticipating all the different use cases for a given thing. And you can, if you're ready to learn, you can go to any of these pages and just get the complete picture on whatever hook or whatever system you're looking at. Just so you know, my favorite React hook is use imperative handle.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, my favorite React hook is probably use effect. I know people don't like it, but I like use effect.
I just like the funniest names for React hooks.
Okay, not quite the same question. I've asked people this question on stream multiple times. Figured out this is a little more solid geared, but just in general, what would you tell someone who wants to get involved in OSS or even solid project?
For solid, I guess I'll do solid first. I would get involved in what the Solid Primitives project is doing. Or actually, the cool thing about Solid is there's a very close-knit group of ecosystem projects that they're not like official, like, in other words, they're not made by you, but they are made by like close community members that you can help out with and you can get involved in. So Solid Primitives is one, Cobalt UI is one, Solid DevTools, Damien's in the chat, and I mean those are the main ones, but there's a few others that I'm not thinking of. And the reason why I suggest those is because the Solid library itself runs like a really well-oiled machine, and it's like a small machine, and it's very hard to like do valuable PRs when this machine is running on Ryan's brain. You can like hop into issues and like see people arguing about whatever obscure reactive behavior, but like I wouldn't recommend as your first foray into open source to like try to contribute to the main Solid repo. In terms of non-Solid projects, like there are libraries that are like utility libraries for like I only know about front end, so like you can go contribute to like a random forum library, you can contribute to a component library, you contribute to things like validation, or like you can contribute to like meta frameworks if you want, and there's just so much out there.
It's interesting. SolidStart, which is in beta, which like has a much smaller number of GitHub stars, much smaller amount of eyeballs, already has like as many contributors as Solid does. It's just like the nature of the beast. When you build like a meta framework, when you get further out in the layers, it's just easier to contribute, and there's more opportunities too. I think that's the key thing. I like how you mentioned that like a lot of the issues on Solid's main repo are really like obscure like thing. We could someone mentioned like talking about how Solid's main repo only had 4 bugs in it, right? Part of that is good triaging and putting bugs where they belong. Like, oh, there's this problems with HMR, put in the HMR repo. This would start whatever. And the other part is because Solid's core is so small. Like there are bugs. There are definitely bugs from time to time. We have smaller usage, but a lot of it is when bugs come up there. Like my perspective is these bugs could potentially affect everyone, and that's where I spend my focus. So that's something I can do, but it's a lot trickier when you consider all the work that goes into Solid. I could never do that by myself.
I can't speak directly to SolidStart because I don't like spend a lot of time in that repo, but I spend a lot of time in the Astro world, and there's just sort of parallel in the kind of tool that Astro is to the kind of tool that SolidStart is. They're both basically sets of Vite plugins and internal packages, and I totally recommend checking out the Astro issues or the SolidStart issues. There are real issues there, not just like crazy obscure things, but like real problems that come up. Occasionally, you'll even have regressions, and you'll have issues with all of the different parts that integrate with Astro or with SolidStart. So like Astro has like 6 or so different adapters for deploying to a server, and those adapters need work to keep them up to date with the platforms, and to just catch bugs and stuff. So I highly recommend, like, if you're really interested in the world of web dev, Learning how a meta framework works is such a rewarding process. Like I don't really know how Astro works, but every step of the way that I learn about it is very, very rewarding.
It's interesting because a minute ago you're like, I'm not a backend dev or whatever, but I mean, does Astro kind of make you a backend dev?
It's I mean, if you're like working on Astro Core, you have to know a lot about Vite and a good amount about Node. I guess it makes you like a backend. I mean, Dave in the chat would say no. You have to know like Go and SQL or something. but it's so cool that the meta frameworks are, deploying servers now, outputting servers, because it does kind of get you in this full stack world. Theo, T3 Theo is really good at painting the world of Next.js as a full stack world. He talks about Prisma, he talks about databases, he talks about TRPC to connect your backend code, your backend logic with your front end logic, and I definitely think that meta frameworks are this new world where you can do use your front end skills, extend them a little bit, and now be a backend developer in some way.
Yeah, makes sense. Like a good comment in here. Biggest thing about doing OSS is getting over your fear and just do it. The worst thing you can do is your PR get rejected. At least 5 ignore PRs and more merge. One thing I want to say about PRs is like do look for the opportunity to do them, but like I would always start from issues or like something where that like the solution is desired. Like come at it as a question maybe first, and then before jumping in on the solution. But yeah, I mean you just got to be part of the conversation, and it's. I don't know. In my experience, that as long as like people are there because they want to contribute, they want to make things better, they want to do this. So they're like generally you're gonna, if you come at it with the right attitude, it's fairly welcoming experience.
Does StreamYard have a way for me to send a link to both YouTube and Twitch?
That's interesting. I can do it because I can post. Okay. I don't know if you can.
I put it in the private chat, and you can put it in the comments. We spend a lot of time writing these guides for the Astro docs on like how to contribute nicely, and basically what you just said, like make an issue first, or make sure your PR addresses an issue. Like don't just go and do something that you think is desired because the maintainers have something else in mind. Kevin here is a Astro docs maintainer. Ellie in here is a Astro ambassador who works a lot on docs. Kevin says, I like starting at the issue merged PR level, then try to come up with a fix, then peek at the merged PR for a full solution. That's really interesting. Choose a PR that's already done and try to do it yourself and then check your work. That's a really cool idea.
Very good learning approach. This is a true story. Deep observation on stores. I have some ideas that I want to approach on Solid 2.0 on how to do this. It's a complicated topic, and there's ways to do it. But what was really awesome was it came in as a PR on Solid's main repo and actually ended up getting into Solid primitives. And then Solid primitives, which for those who don't know, and we talked about a minute ago, is like Solid's version of React use, Vue use, and we have a whole like proposal set up there where there's like RFCs essentially, or like stages, and you go through.
So cool. Huge props to Dave and the Solid Primitives team for coming up with that.
It gives us good exposure, and what's happens is I start looking at these patterns as they get used, and then we start figuring out what to do with them. It actually really informs me. Like there's a whole bunch of patterns around like complicated stuff that you probably don't need to worry about, like creating subroutes and all this kind of thing in primitives. And I was like, I looked at it and I was like, oh, okay. Well, with 2.0, we should maybe look at making this a lot easier of a pattern to employ because it makes sense. So these kind of things do eventually influence stuff. I'm just very, very protective of the core primitives because those have to be, pardon the pun, like rock solid so that like all the other pieces could be built on top of them. So the process of going through solid primitives is great because we get to vet the ideas, we get to try the ideas, we get to put them out to the wider ecosystem, and who knows, one day it might even be core.
It's really nice to have close-knit repos that aren't the main repo for this reason of people who are interested in getting involved. it's a lot harder to go and create your own library independently and like get people to use it, whereas you can submit a proposal to Solid Primitives and have an audience. By the way, we've had like 3 people ask, and I think it's 2 people and 1 person asked the question twice. They want to know about SolidStart's Astro future and what's going on with that.
Yeah. Okay, fine. I mean, this is my fault. The thing is, since I had Tanner on and we talked about it, this comes up every stream. So we have like that segment, I guess.
I mean, I can talk about it from the Astro side a little bit, which is that Astro is not changing. Like, there's a little bit of like, yeah, if you guys have a cool idea and something needs to be exposed, like the platform team will work with you and maybe try to expose something. But Astro is staying the same.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing. There isn't really much that we need from Astro. There's some manifests, some build configs, like a few exported things. Astro already does all these pieces. Like, there just wasn't... that's why this was attractive to us, not because... I think the biggest point of confusion is people use Solid with Astro, which is a great combination for building your content sites. Amazing. I would say even with the dynamic SSR, probably a decent solution for performant e-commerce as well. So, we're seeing that kind of pick up now. And then when we said about SolidStart, people like go, oh, like the picture's solid in those islands. And that's not what we're talking about. We're actually literally talking about SolidStart basically being the same as SolidStart today, just using Astro's underpinnings for deployment adapters and hooking into Vite. But once you get to the, like, I'm handling a request level in Astro, which is a level that a lot of people don't actually spend time in because Astro has everything so nicely laid out. But once you get to like that level, we just take over. So it's really just a way of us like taking a third of the effort to SolidStart and putting on a company that actually has money that does the work. I mean,
and it's not even like one giant island. It's even a level lower than that. It's like you're literally taking people in the chat probably know about this, but in Astro, like in Next.js, you can create API routes, and these are just custom routes that let you handle any HTTP request that you want. And what SolidStart and TanStack are doing is just effectively making one of those API routes for you that manages all the requests to that endpoint and does it all within SolidStart.
Yeah, and what's really cool about this is we have so much control there because we don't even, it doesn't even have to be the single endpoint. Because Astro has this mechanism, we could still split it across multiple endpoints or whatever. Like we have complete control at that endpoint level. But yeah, we're bypassing the .astro level, so to speak, like the actual files and the islands and all that.
And are you even using their like serialization at all?
I don't believe so. I mean, sharing that would be an interesting thing if we could reduce some kind of like duplicated effort and stuff. But generally speaking, no. Like we're just using it almost like a Vite starter server.
Yeah, you get to use rendering. You get the easiest one that you get to use is deployment. So you get adapters. What else do you get?
Potentially tools that come from the CLI. Anything that's framework agnostic is interesting. We've been building a lot of that stuff ourselves with Bling, but also like I think there's opportunity to leverage actually Astro's features, like things like content collections. Like I don't know what that looks like yet, but anything that's handled also in an agnostic way at the data level could be shared, I think, as well. So yeah, I mean, mostly for us, the deployment adapters are not a small thing. Being able to manage, like you just said that, come if you want to help with bugs and stuff, work on the deployment.
Work on the deployment adapters, yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, this is big for us because you have to understand, like, what is a meta framework? And for us, it's that level that I've talked about with Astro and like Bling and that kind of stuff. It's a router. Actually, that's it. Like there might be some like a library for data fetching things, but everything we do in SolidStart is actually generic enough that you could, like, if you have the backing of something like Bling and Astro or like Vite, you can basically just use the same libraries. Like that's the whole thing. Like it's the same router, it's the same meta tag library, but like there isn't really any other features. It's just actually, and that's the plan. Like if we change, we get that hybrid routing working properly, our server component solution, it's going to be built like into the router. Like the router is going to have the routing responsibility. Something else will have the bundling responsibility, probably Bling, on Vite or Astro. Like we're not out there to create new tools. We're like, look, this is, if you have each library does its thing. And biggest thing here is like, I'm being practical. I've always had to be practical. Because there is just a lot of work that goes into these things.
Yeah, someone asked, like, if you want an interactive app, do you keep betting on SolidStart? Yeah, you should keep betting on SolidStart. Like, I don't think SolidStart is like pick it up today and like build your production app. It's a little risky for that. But if you want to, like, as Theo puts it, like bleed responsibly, you can use all of your bleed points on SolidStart.
Yeah. And the thing is, I don't like telling people to use something that I don't consider ready. I'm very picky on that side. I don't like bugs. Like when stuff has a lot of bugs, it doesn't feel ready to me, which some people have different levels. They're okay with that. But I mean, there are production apps on SolidStart. There are startups built on SolidStart.
Especially if you have the kind of engineers that would like contribute back upstream.
Yeah. I mean, that's a big thing. I mean, you're going to hit issues with any kind of thing when you're tailoring it to your experience. You've got other libraries you have to work with. I had a lot of experience recently figuring out how to make AWS Amplify and SolidStart play nicely together because I was helping one of those startups. There's challenges. They would have had the same issues. Maybe they would have found Stack Overflow answers for some of it, but like the issues I hit were lotly not like specific to Solid. They were just like what comes when you actually have to build stuff for you, like within your specific setup. The meta, like there's always exceptions to every rule. The meta frameworks and these toolings can only do so much. They can give you like good defaults, but reality always like breaks all the rules.
Yeah. In chat, someone mentions like Bling, and you actually did. I didn't watch it yet, but you did a like hour-long stream or something all about the magic bundling stuff.
Yeah, with the quick guys. It was kind of funny. It was supposed to be me and Tanner, and then Tanner had to drop off, and then Adam joined in. So it was like the three quick guys and me talking about it. So I was a little bit, surrounded on all sides. But to be fair, Quick's whole philosophy is built off this code extraction, so it makes a lot of sense. But what we've been looking at is how do we give tools like that to every JavaScript framework. I probably could find the link somewhere, but yeah, it's one of those Builder IO streams.
It's definitely, I view this as in the like DX territory of like experimental in the API sense. Like you are pushing we've seen Next.js have a little bit of code extraction forever, right? That's get static paths and that kind of thing. We've seen Remix go a little bit further with the loader action pattern. Yeah. We've seen Svelte say, no, you are not extracting my functions out of my files. Put that in their own files. So Svelte is definitely taking a stance against this. But everyone else is pushing a little bit more. And then you say, oh, no, you can just do this anywhere in the file using this like compiler function. And in my mind, it's not proven whether this is something people will like. It's something that we all agree is cool because we're on the cutting edge. But in my mind, like it is yet to be determined whether we want to have like server functions all over the place inside of our isomorphic code.
Yeah, it's interesting. The thing that for me is once you have and this is such a primitive view of things, once you have this building block that works like this, then you can make that decision, right? Like, right. It's like, if you really decide that we should keep it to the file system, like, guess what? It still works. This is just having the, like, most primitive version of it, and the most primitive version might be abusable, so we have to like look into that. But like that's where the focus is. So yeah, that's it. We're like jumping into a topic that like probably we were like we're gonna really focus on beginner topics and stuff, and we're talking about code extraction and meta frameworks, which is like so far down the deep end of like this stuff. So maybe we should bring this back around again and start actually getting on topic a bit on what we wanted to talk about today.
Yeah, let's bring it back. And when I say beginner topic, I'm gonna guess that a lot of your viewers don't actually use Solid on a daily basis to the extent of like knowing all of these things. So I think it'll be good for this crowd too.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's good. Then let's figure out how we're going to set that up. Maybe I'll share my screen here and stop looking at my DMs on Twitter. I've been so far behind. This morning I caught up on like 5 weeks worth of DMs on Twitter. I just like since my birthday, I like took my birthday off, and then I came back and like I just didn't look at my Twitter DMs for like 5 weeks.
Are people DMing you with like hot takes, or are they asking you to go on like streams?
Yeah, ask me to go on streams, invite me to conferences, ask me to come job to job. I answer to people who are already inside my DMs, but I'm talking about like the DM requests. I haven't gone to the ones like the other side. So, like if I've already been in conversations, I've been talking to people, but it's like all the like, come give a workshop, blah blah blah, like things that I just. It's really bad because if I just answered these people, I could actually even direct them to other people in the community that could help them. Because even if I'm too busy, I just haven't been.
You know what Netlify should do? You and Zach Leatherman and anyone else who does this kind of thing, they should give you like a secretary to share as a group, and they'll like go through your DMs, go through your emails, like come up with your speaking schedule, make sure it's all to your liking. I love that.
Yeah, this is interesting, right? The life of being like the maintainer of like one of these JavaScript frameworks. When you're in like that core, you end up like it's not just I'm gonna do some code tonight. It's like man, it's juggling a whole bunch of different things, especially a lot of public speaking roles.
Yeah, I have applied to 6 conferences, and so far I've gotten rejected from 2, but that's okay because one of them had 200 applications, the other one had 400, and so I don't take it personally, but we need to do something about that. We need you at more conferences. I can't like I'm getting to a point now where there's like so many conferences happening. I'm like getting double booked. I can't even like go to the same weekend.
Yeah. So like. I've been trying to push stuff around, especially workshops. Workshops are something that people like, and I don't think I'm actually the best person for workshops. If someone wants like a lecture style, like with a whiteboard, I can do that. But like building a real app with Solid, like I feel like
and those things are exhausting. Like those are like 3 or 4 hours. You got to like stand in front of people. Like you got to come up with like the code samples to start and everything. I know. Josh Goldberg does these all the time for TypeScript. Kent C. Dodds basically built his career on the back of doing these things, but they seem really hard, like just to be on for that long.
Yeah, no, there's that. I mean, I can go long. Like everyone who watches the stream knows that I can just keep on going, but it takes a different type of prep work. I find it a lot more comfortable to just talk about like if anyone has a question about any topic, we can just like whiteboard it and sketch it out, and that's what I'm going to do today, right? Yeah. That's the plan. But like to actually come up with concrete examples is like a different level. I've done it. I did it for Marco. It's a different level than like even preparing slides and stuff for a talk. Yeah. Dan and Orion disguise giving a talk about SolidJS.
Yeah, I mean, my Brussels talk was really well received, and it sort of like lit the fuel in my fire of like doing more of those. I think it got like 18,000 views on YouTube. Like I was so excited about that. That
talk is amazing, and it was short and sweet, and it's in a certain way it's like a better version of the short
of the
like
YouTube
10
video.
The YouTube the 10-minute version of the YouTube video. Like the YouTube video is good and it's clear and it's well produced, but that talk had all the pieces plus more and nailed it home. I just started using it, and it was also, I think I mentioned before, is like I've been tweaking my World Beyond Components talk like at each conference, and that talk was like the unlock I needed to make the really dry long part of my talk shorter, which gave me more time to put exciting stuff on it. And a large reason why I think that like the later versions of that talk are a lot better was because of the way you so condensed explained how Solid works. So anyway, people should check out that talk if they haven't. I'm pretty sure I have like on my YouTube channel. We should do this on the Solid YouTube channel where I put like SolidJS talks.
Yeah.
And you make a playlist, and then if I make a playlist, you can just see it as if it was your own video, right? This talk is just, yeah, this is one of the best because of its like brevity and to the pointness. It's one of the best Solid talks, and I think I'm seeing the content of this talk making it into other talks, like when Ben was talking. It's been a whole design talk I saw today.
The opt out, yeah.
The opt in, opt out, right? Yeah. This talk was really nailed that home for me back in, I guess you did it back in September when you recorded it. So yeah, really, really cool talk, and yeah, I want to see more Dan.
People are asking about using Solid without JSX. I made a video on this. Go to the Solid channel and find it. You can use the HTML templating module. Originally I wanted this stream to be about DOM expressions, which is a very under the hood. It's basically the JSX rendering system, but it's also, a lot of people don't know this, but like Solid has an agnostic rendering core. Like it has these like primitives that you can use to make any templating system for Solid. I think it's like really, really cool to understand how that works, because if you look at the compiled output, you'll sort of see those primitives, and also if you want to know how like the map array and like the for component works.
Yeah, what's better, H or HTML? I mean, I'm going to say HTML. Hyperscript is just whatever.
I explained this in the video. HTML does the same sort of work that the compiler does, that the JSX compiler does, just does it at runtime. Yeah.
So, yeah, this again, Dan making the great content. Yeah, that's a topic in itself, and it's an interesting one because again, Solid gets sold as on its compiler. Compiler is important, but it's not important in the way that people think it's important. It's more that it gives us this tool to kind of generalize the templating language in such a way that it can work in like different platforms and different environments and stuff, and lets us apply certain types of optimizations there. One of the benefits, I guess you could say, of the virtual DOM is that you have this like representation that is like at runtime that you can use to kind of do that kind of adapterness, like swap. And we do have the reactive system that can work like that to a degree, but the compiler gives us this ability to like, I don't know, do more, which is really interesting to me. And honestly, I think common pattern you're going to see in other, even JSX frameworks, of people doing more optimization there. I think Hyperscript is like, has a wall, and like I wouldn't be surprised when React Forget comes out, that like the Hyperscript part starts to kind of fade into the background. Like I think it's almost inevitable that the JSX of the future is not the JSX of today, like the general
JSX 2.0.
No, well, I didn't say that. The breaking change only happens when the API changes, but yeah. Okay. So let's get somewhere, because
all right, let's. Do you want to share your screen?
Yeah, sure. Let me do that. Let me add to stream. Here we are.
Man, I just want to say, the last time I went on your stream, you did not have anywhere near this amount of viewers. Like the amount of comments are coming in is absurd. Like last time I streamed, it was like 2 a.m, and like you had like 10 people or something. This is amazing. You've come a long way.
Yeah, no, thank you. This is not that. This is actually we're kind of. I was hoping more to come in. We're kind of below average. We've been averaging almost double this the last few weeks. But I think that's because of all the controversy. But
Yeah, it's controversy and like big names. You went for an amoeba this time. You gotta have more of like Daniel from Nux and like Zach from 11D. But basically, what I want to do here is I want to chart out Solid's API surface a little bit. So it starts. It actually starts with JSX. So like when you're learning Solid, you need to learn how like JSX elements work, and then you need to learn how components work, and then you need to learn how props work. And we're gonna come back to props because it gets really complicated in a second. But at the very basic, when you're learning Solid, you need to understand that you can make your elements anywhere in your code. Then you can group your elements into functions, and then you can pass values in between those functions. And that's step one. So this is like templating, and this looks small, but if you're not coming from React, this is going to take a little while because it's a little bit confusing. There's a lot you can do with JSX. You can spread props. You can pass style objects. All that is included here. So there's that. And then we get into reactivity. So we've got... Oh, I just went to a new tab. We've got create signal. Then we've got... I'm starting to change my mind on derived signals, by the way.
yeah,
I've stopped using derived signals as like its own thing.
yeah, it's
So I'm just gonna put it here as funcs, or I'll just do this.
yeah. I just wanted to explain, like, it's one of those things where like it feels like I'm like making a concept up, but I was trying to actually like describe the advantage of using signals.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
it's not like a thing itself. It's just is.
So this is what I call like the reactive flow, and basically the idea of this is wherever your signal is used, anything that calls that sort of like spreads it on to the thing that calls the thing that comes after it. So I usually do I've done streams where like I put a component function, and then I like call something within a template, and then I like color that yellow, and I sort of go all the way back. But I think our viewers know what I'm talking about here. This is derived signals.
Yeah.
So you have to know how. Basically, this is tracking. You have to learn how tracking works. And
I like this breakdown because I saw someone did a tweet this week, the one that I answered, in fact, where they showed what I thought was really simple React code, and we're like, what the hell is going on here? And it's because of this sort of like thinking, right? Like we have so many implied mechanisms that we've just stacked on top of each other that if you start from scratch, you might not like realize how many things are actually there. Sorry, continue.
Like within that, for React, this gets really messy really quickly. There's like a pedagogical game in React. How far can you get your student in terms of capability without explaining how React's render model works? That's the game when you're teaching React. It's like, at what point do you say, hey, we're going to stop building our example app and we're going to go do a deep dive into how React's rendering model works? And that's a high cost in React. But we're not teaching React. I can talk about that too. Yeah, basically you need to learn tracking. So signals and tracking. And you can learn all of this. You can learn tracking without actually having to do create effect. You just explain that there's this idea of a tracking context. You don't even have to use the term tracking context. You just say, in Solid, your template, your JSX template tracks. And then you explain what tracking is. And if you don't explain what tracking is, you're going to like run into problems later. So I usually want to go straight into tracking early on. And then we hit tracking immediately in the videos, like the 10-minute video and the 10-minute talk.
Right.
Then you you can do memos first if you want. I usually like to do effect first because it helps to do an analogy with memos. But you basically say create effect. Templates are effects. So you explain what create effect is. You do a little demo, and then you hammer home this point that like solid the tracking mechanism that we created is the same tracking mechanism that's used inside create effect, and then the reactive updating that you saw is the same thing that happens with effects. And actually, I skipped a step. You need to explain before you get to create effect. You could switch the order, but I think after doing this, you want to do reactive props. Reactive props. Because what you can do is explain that this, like once you have an code example where there's a derived signal, you just explain that props are passing on derived signals, because that's actually how they work. They have getter functions that are derived signals. So you teach that, and then you teach create effect, and then if you want, you can teach memos.
That's hilarious. Reactive props is part of a different thing than your other one, so it's fine. I can tighten it up for you.
Oh, that's so annoying. Yeah. And yeah, and yours says props are getters. And what's a getter? A getter is a thunk. It's one of these little. I don't know if my cursor shows on your screen. This mechanism is how a getter works. We have. I once wrote an article called JavaScript for Solid, and it explains all the pieces of JavaScript that you need to know to use Solid. And I actually left out getters. I think getters are. The reason why I left it out is I was thinking to myself, if you have to teach getters before teaching Solid, then do you have to teach proxies? And I was like, I don't want to teach proxies, so I left out getters. But I actually think it's okay to teach getters just so they know how props work.
Right. What you're talking about is that if you go const my object, and then you go this, and then you can like literally go get was it not get?
Yeah, you have to do a word. You have to put a word there. Yeah.
Yeah. Data.
Data value.
Or value's the one that we like to use, right?
Yeah.
Value, and then this is a function where you can say hi, right? And then what's key about this is if I console.log my object.value, I'm console logging hi here. Like you don't call it as a function. It is a function. You can do whatever you want here. You can go like math.random, we can do this as many times we want, and we're going to get a different value each time we call object.value. It is a function hidden as a property, and this is how props and whatnot work in Solid.
This is a good insight. Someone says, when I learned SolidJS before AnyJS, I liked learning about proxies. So we can explain proxies on the stream too. They're like getters, to the point where Vue decided one day to just change their implementation from getters to proxies.
Yeah, it's funny. A lot of my work in Solid, and because of the time period, we all saw proxies, and we're like, this is a game changer for reactivity. Because until this point, you were doing signals and signals and signals, like signal inception, which and it was like what meant that whenever you got new data, you had to map it twice. You usually map the data to take your data and make it into signals, and then you'd map it in your view level to actually make it do stuff in the DOM. And this is one of those classic examples that will come up in old React talks, or will come up like even today if you talk to certain people around the React community, where there's like this perception that this is the way it has to be. And the truth of the matter is, proxies give you the ability to basically make everything interceptable. So like every property you can have. I don't like. Should we show it really quickly?
We should do one, because people are asking about like what's the difference between a proxy and a getter.
Yeah,
and the way they work is very similar, but the API is very different.
Yeah. So const what do we call my object to new proxy, and I'm gonna just give it an empty object initially, and then this thing is where all the magic happens. We can set traps, and the example of a trap is get, and you will get the target, which is the actual underlying thing, and you will get the property that you're going to get. And the funny thing is, if I just do this again,
it'll intercept every single property.
Exactly. So if I could literally go in here and copy our silly example now for my object 2, and I could just make up the properties. Like obviously TypeScript is not going to be happy because I haven't said what this has, but I could be like V, I could be like HHH, I could be like $$. And what you're going to notice, to make this a little bit clearer, and I'm going to add 1, 2, 3, is like it doesn't matter what property I access, it calls this function, which means that you don't the tricky thing with getters objects is you need to like define them. Like these are specific properties, so you have to like know, you can't change the shape of the object. With proxies, you can literally handle anything, and you can just go like, I don't know, if you can be like, if property equals V, then I'm going to do something different. I'm going to say hello, instead of that. And now one hello random, right? Because I access property V. This is super, super powerful. It's a little bit more costly, but like what you start realizing is you can have the proxy return another proxy nested. So even though the proxy only cares about its immediate properties, if you have objects, like in deep objects, you can actually have the proxy return a proxy that returns a proxy all the way down. So you can track that get access on every possible property on every nested level.
And you can, with getters. So first of all, you can add a property to an object at runtime, and you can have your getter return an object with a getter too. And I think that's how Vue always implemented their nested reactivity before proxies.
Right. The biggest thing with Vue is I think there was like a separate call if you needed to add more props after the fact. Like you had,
yes.
or like
Vue I think it was like Vue.set.
Yeah. Yeah. Because you can do it with this nice syntax. You can also use object.define and like add them later. Because obviously as an assignment isn't going to be able to add a getter like because you're just setting the value. So you can use like object.define property, and then you can be like, on my object, I want to add a second property, which will be data, let's call it. And then that property is going to have a getter itself.
Yeah.
And then
it's great.
data, right?
Yeah.
And now in our silly example, going back here again, and I'll comment out object 2 and go back to our getters, we can change one of these to data, and say TypeScript's complaining because it doesn't know from the object shape. We have to do it, but you'll see that we have data here, because if we didn't do this, what you're going to see is we're going to have undefined, because unlike the proxy, it doesn't handle everything. It only handles the specific getter value. So when you access something that's not there, you get undefined. You have to manually add it with the getter. Now you're fine. Proxies just handle it all in one centralized place.
Yeah, and someone asked in the chat, like, is this how stores work? And yes, the tricky thing to remember about like how Solid's reactivity works is props are turned into objects with getters, whereas stores are turned into proxies. Should I ask why that is?
I mean, I'm just a zealot for performance. Getters are more performant because they're a known set than proxies, and like we don't really need like, the funny thing is props are sometimes proxies, which is probably why this is a good topic to talk about, because in theory, while you can use this object define trick to merge, like you can take the properties of one object that have getters and actually apply those getters to another object That's how we do merge props, generally speaking. So we can take two reactive objects that have getters and actually merge them together, not by moving their value across, but by moving their getter across. If the shape of any of those proxies could change, or objects could change, essentially, like if one thing's a proxy in that whole mess, something that could change values, we actually can't do that anymore. So we have to convert them into proxies. So sometimes props, like when you're doing spreads against dynamic stuff, become proxies. But
fancy.
It's because we have to account for that, which is, an interesting thing that the syntax kind of protects you from to a certain degree, because you can just like go in and be like, okay, I'm just going to add some properties, add some, dynamic stuff. But like if there's any possibility that the object could change, then getters is not going to suffice. Like, you don't know this. Like, you might be going, well, what can example where the object could change? Well, this, if you have my object or whatever, this is not going to change, because it's like whatever you define. Like, and people doing this, I mean, that would be on them. Like, generally speaking, you're just making an object, you're passing it through, right? But if you do this, suddenly, like, the shape of that object could change, and that might not be obvious to people, but it's because this function could return a completely different object with different properties on it.
And you want to be smart about the diff, basically. You want to,
right.
You don't want to just really, you don't want to replace the entire thing. You want to be able to have control over each property. And
the truth of the matter is actually have them reactive, because the thing that we didn't talk about yet that's important here is with this approach of adding it, like with the getters, adding it, if I listen to data and it's not set yet, nothing tracks. Like when I get data, it's undefined because it's literally undefined. With a proxy, you can listen to properties that don't exist yet, because like it doesn't actually know. Like you could still return undefined here because it's like doesn't exist, but technically speaking, you could also track on something that doesn't exist yet. So I don't know if that's getting like a little bit too out there brain wise, but it means that
definitely it doesn't really come up, because when you use a store, like you want to track a specific thing in the store,
right? And people usually use stores as a fixed shape, but where this comes up is props, where people might change which props are being sent down. It doesn't happen terribly commonly, but if people actually change the shape of the props that come down, because Solid doesn't re-render components ever, the weight of actually different shapes, it gets handled by these proxies. So you could, like, if you write you picture, you write your component, and you're like, my counter component, and you're like, if props dot something, do something, and the parent, because they're using spread, might send an object that has that property, or later send an object that doesn't have that property, like either or, like switch it based on what they send down. Your code down here actually has to subscribe to the possibility of the property existing.
Right. That's super. So if you spread, the compiler turns that into a proxy.
Not always. I'm pretty smart, and this was a big part of 1.6. Like, we're pretty smart in terms of being able to like determine what things can be static or dynamic in shape. 1.6, I called it deproxification, because originally everything was a proxy. In those cases, I managed to reduce it so that we could tell by the inputs coming in what could possibly change and not use proxies everywhere. This is important for low-end devices that don't support it. And Solid is amazing for like mobile and like low-end devices because of its memory usage and its like performance profile.
You have to just, basically the idea is you want to be able to just say avoid stores, and you can use Solid on old stuff.
Pretty much, yeah. There's two rules: avoid stores and avoid spreading function calls. Those are the two places where, as long as you don't spread function calls, you'll be fine. So
yeah, for those who don't know, Proxy was one of those like new web API features. Now it's basically available everywhere, but like this was a big deal when the Vue community went to Vue 3, as they lost the cool Internet Explorer applicability. But yeah, people are asking like, do I have to know the difference between proxies and getters? Like, no, you don't. I like to explain getters depending on the audience, like I like to explain getters because it's the identical mechanic as thunks. So like once you explain a derived signal, which is just wrapping a signal in a function call to do something with it, you can say like, hey, just like this saves the reactivity, conserves the reactivity of the signal and passes it on. So too, that's how props work. Props are actually functions underneath the hood, and that's how props stay reactive.
Right. The old double count example, like, why does this still work even though double count is not
a
signal? Sorry, I gotta get rid of my stupid spread here. But why does this still work, right? And it's simple because, I mean, the runtime reactivity has to do with that, but more so that it's just that any function that wraps a signal is also just kind of like an accessor itself. It's just you're propagating the reactivity through, and if you look at it, this is just a function, or this is just a function. So it's the same idea.
By the way, I know why you did this, but the fact that in Solid, JSX will just try to call any function you give it, that's what made that double count tweet go viral. Because if you remove that, it still works, and so it's the consumption of double count is identical whether or not it's a function or not.
Yeah, which is a little bit awkward. ESLint warns, as you can see here, TypeScript is going to error in future versions of Solid. That's a plan for 1.7 actually. I love this, and I know some people would be angry maybe because it like might affect the way they write code. But like what's really cool about this is that first user who comes in and learns Solid for the first time, and they forget to call the count because they're using React like thinking. They come in and they put count in here, and they're going to get a red squiggly line right away being like, hey, you're not calling this as a function. You should be calling this as a function. By
the way, so Astro does the same thing. It'll try to call it if it's a function. So because Astro doesn't have like, you can't use elements in the template where the rest of your logic is, people will use an anonymous function, like turn count into like a thunk with curly braces, and then put an if statement in there, and that's what people do. Like people will literally have like open a function in the JSX and like put a switch statement or put an if statement and return something.
Yeah, I mean, what's always interesting to me is like, what is this supposed to mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, this doesn't mean anything to me. Like, you're passing a function. You're not calling a value. You're passing a function to this button. Poor button doesn't know. Like, this in the future, it's funny. This is like our linter apparently doesn't complain about this, but in the future, this will error in TypeScript in Solid, just like randomly passing a function that doesn't get called to the JSX. Like this doesn't.
And what about the control flow components that return functions? You do some TypeScript magic to make those work?
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part. The trade-off was that people writing the control flow have to actually force the JSX casting. That's okay. Or return a memo. Or sorry, not return a memo. Return a fragment.
This is also starting to get into obscure territory that we would have to explain. But basically, some of Solid's control flow components don't just return elements; they return functions that return elements. Okay, I want to shout this out in chat because we are talking about teaching. So, Mainindra says, "I think we should switch to get count and set count." I actually agree with this. I've conceded to the community. Like, I'm not gonna insist that the community switch to get count. But when working with beginners, like in my new guide that I'm writing, I am going to take this approach and teach get count and set count, and then later on say, hey, you can shorten it to count.
Have I ever talked about this on stream? Probably not.
You've talked about it on Twitter like several times.
Like I've talked about this a lot because like I actually don't like get count a lot, and I understand why it helps people be sane, but it's got to do with identity. And again, I realized after talking with Dan Abramoff and having that whole signals discussion, this is where where that piece comes from, right? Because when I look at stuff, I don't really look at it completely like it's JavaScript. I look at it like it's my reactive language doing what I want it to do. So for me, get count is something that gets a value, sure, but what I have is count in its identity, the signal. Same with double count, like, because you go, well, it should be get count and then get double count, and then like you just get all the way down. But to me, it's actually the function that gets called that is the identity of the thing, not the value that you return. And that's such a subtle piece, but it's like it's like kind of the foundation, the fact that, and it ties it all into like how Solid doesn't have an is signal. Like, it's just like it's the fact that like the count is the accessor. So I get why
the idea basically is, to you, count is like the thing, and it happens to be something that is called as a function, but it's not like a regular function. It's a thing. It's a reactive thing, and like that's sort of, yeah. By the way, I'm glad people are asking these sort of questions. Someone asked, don't people sometimes declare functions like that to cause reactivity to work? Yeah, put this one on screen. It was Taito. So this is really important, and this is kind of why in Solid we do call everything you pass, because it lets you put data.value, and Solid will automatically turn that into a function, a wrapping function call. So in other words, the two code examples you have here, you have data.value, and then you have like the thunk that returns data.value. If you put the first one in Solid will actually consider it exactly like the second one.
Yeah. This is the whole point. Is the JSX interface is you don't pass signals around. Again, this is all the same thing, right? Like, which for me, obviously, have spent like my whole like thinking on it. It takes a minute though. I realize to get there is like, in a sense, the signals don't leave the scope of the component you're in, which is kind of a funny way of thinking about it. Even though reactivity is preserved, we really try and make it so that like all the thinking is localized. Even with props, it's just like you look at it and go, treat everything that you would want potentially to be reactive as reactive, use it as you would. Like there's no actual need to wrap this in a function in the JSX. You literally just put data.value in here, and like you kind of go through the motion of passing the value into your JSX out of your template so that the reactivity is almost localized. In reality, we preserve the reactivity through with the JSX transform, but it lets you kind of look at each component independently. Because again, you're not going is signal. You're not like checking if this thing's a function. You just treat it as it is.
Yeah, the beauty is that when you're working with props, like props.value, Solid does not care whether value is reactive or not. It wraps it in a function call. So if it is reactive, it conserves that. If it's not, it's just called and returns value. There are like Voby is like the alternate ego of Solid. Like in another world, you have to be extremely explicit about what everything is. Like Voby is works like that. Like you have to always like if you want something to be reactive, you have to wrap it in a function. So there is that sort of alternate universe. Yeah, Oren says, I don't like the longer names everywhere. It seems redundant. Yeah, I agree with you. Like the convention, whatever. Even if I use get count to like onboard someone, like the convention is just to do count, and it's shorter. Someone asked, can you go back to that don't use stores? I don't mean don't use stores. I mean if you have to support a really old browser that doesn't work with proxies, so like an Internet Explorer, then you might want to avoid stores.
Yeah, how far can we go back there? Because the IE11 supports proxies, right? Like you can
pull up the fancy chart. I'm curious.
Can I use?
Yeah.
Proxy. Edge right from the beginning. No. Yeah, you're right. IE11 is like the line. But but you can go back to Safari 10 on iOS, and I think you can go back. Yeah, okay, Safari 10, all versions of Edge, Chrome for the last like 6 years or something, 7 years. Firefox since Firefox 18. Yeah, I mean we're like when did Chrome 49 come out? (2016) March. Yeah, so yeah, it's been about 7 years. So yeah, I mean there are some things out there, but these days almost none of the I'm pretty sure no browser supports a version like officially that doesn't support proxies, at least from like the browser vendor perspective. It's different from like low end device kind of like embedded device things, which we were finding out. Stuff even like React Native didn't support proxies till about 2 years ago. But like on the web, on the browser, I don't think any like supported version, officially supported version on the browsers actually don't support proxies now.
This is actually a really great conceptual thing. Someone asks, can you pass a parameter to double count? And the answer is yes. Like these are normal functions, and as long as the function calls a signal at runtime, Solid will call a signal. And when Solid calls a signal inside a template, the thing becomes reactive.
Right. So you're saying like we could put like num here and then
exactly
num, and it's not double, it's like mult count.
I love this question because this is exactly what I want to get at when I teach derived signals, is that they're not some special thing. They're just functions. And the reason why they work is because Solid calls the function and the function calls the signal.
Yeah. So, yeah. And actually, you know what? This is actually a really good point. It's like a function name is a verb, just a preference, right? For me, signals are a noun. This is why this is actually a really good way of explaining it.
Yeah.
Like count isn't a function. It's like
it's a thing.
It's like yeah, exactly. It's a noun. Yeah. I like that.
Yeah, this is great. People are asking amazing questions. Okay, I think we're mostly caught up. Is there a fundamental difference between a store and an object that contains a signal getter and a setter pair for every single property? There's no. The fundamental difference is that stores have a fancy API around them. Like they give you a setter. They are nested. A getter and setter pair is only one way down. In other words, there's a getter. Yeah. So there's a few differences here. One is that an object that has a getter and setter pair, you can set the value on the object. In Solid, we have read write. We have a separation between read and write. So you can't set a property on a store by saying store.value equals. You can't do that, but you would in your hypothetical scenario. So that's one difference. And the other difference is that a signal getter and setter is not nested. Like if you return an object from the getter, that's not reactive, but in stores it is nested.
Look at this. This is fun, Dan. Just to prove this, it's funny because there were some examples from React where the React core team was asking me like, how do you do this thing? And they showed like how they were using refs to reference functions so that they could keep referential equality on the functions. And I'm like, why don't you just pass the signal as a prop to the other expression? Because like you don't need all these use refs on functions and all this kind of stuff. Like it's really not. It's a super simple solution. And when I saw this multi-count or mult count, I was like, why don't we just pass count back in?
I love that.
Right. So now you're getting like perfect squares.
Yeah.
Because like it could be a different signal we pass in. It doesn't really matter. Like it's still getting all like evaluated. Yeah. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah. I'm so glad we're doing this because we're getting a lot of questions from people who don't are asking us some more basic questions. So, we always assumed your audience was like solid pros, but it's not true. People come from all around. I got a well Dan. Someone just sent a well Dan at the chat. You can const count set count equals create signal 0. Const my object equals get count return count set count. Yeah. This was what Nathan was talking about.
Yeah.
it's still not nested, which was my point.
Yeah. Like there's a little bit more code if you want to nest it. A lot of the API decisions around solids is to maintain that read-write segregation, like the count versus set count. Hey, actually, going back to our Excalidraw, is there another box for?
Do you want me to show you where create mutable is?
No, I don't want to know where create mutable is. I want to know, like, read-write segregation, those kind of topics. Where do they fit on here?
I actually asked you about this because I don't explain the why behind rewrite segregation. I just let you use it and sort of figure it out. But you have to explain the rewrite segregation here, because that's how signals work.
So then, do you talk about unidirectional flow? I don't know.
No, you can't talk about unidirectional flow until you're used to passing reactive props. So that has to come after here, at least.
Okay.
So events are actually here under, like, here's where you introduce on click.
Right.
Actually, let me send you my little curriculum just so you can put it on stream. I'm going to put this in the chat. You can pull it up and you can sort of see what goes under. It's a lot less fun than Excalidraw, but it lets you expand. Do you see it?
Yeah, I do see it. Let me see if I can open that. Oh wow, this is nice. This is just like
it's a curriculum.
You have. Wow. See, this is what we should be all aiming for here. Look at this. He's got everything by topic category. These are prerequisites. Then he's got, like.
So if you look here, like JSX, I just said all you need to teach at this point is elements and events. So you need to show how to do on click, and then put a thunk in there.
Right.
And then under derived state, I call it like reactive flow. And yeah, so that's that. But we can go back to the Excalidraw.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if we were doing any more with the playground. I think we've gotten
we've gotten it. Yeah, let's see how far we can get before people get us off track again, which is really fun.
There was one question. Oh wait, no, this one. I think I talked about this on stream. What are your thoughts about downside and how React keeps raw values? Maybe it's my React brain. Sometimes it's easier to reconcile raw values and maintain to prevent recreating DOM nodes on update. Yeah, the funniest thing about this, and I talked about this before, and I'm trying to remember if I can find the Pete Hunt.
I don't even get this. I'm trying to wrap my head around this question. It's easier to reconcile raw values. Oh, my brain went to solid reconcile. That's not what he's talking about. It's easier to reconcile raw values than maintain referential equality to prevent recreating DOM nodes on updates. So in solid you maintain referential equality.
What he's talking. Well, there's an assumption. No, where is it? See, Dan said, React props. Yeah, here's the question being asked. React props are raw values. If you want to pass a list of things, you pass an array. If you want to store a number string, you store a thing. The JSON you fetch is the JSON you render. Raw is unsophisticated, but in essence, not to toss. Okay, sure. Right, and this is true because when you're dealing with reactivity, you're actually wrapping the values. The funny thing, though, is in practice, this isn't exactly true anymore in React in a raw sense because. Where is it? I want to find it. Pete Hunt is I love this. Tanner Lindsley goes, part of my rant, the interesting agnostic library context. While immutability in JS and its collective buy-in was one of the biggest reasons behind React's success as a platform, I firmly believe it'll be one of React's biggest contribute to its biggest, to its demise. He was very unhappy with how inefficient immutability was for his use cases. And then Pete Hunt came in and he said, immutability didn't have much to do with React's success, in my opinion. Object identity has only mattered in the post-hooks era. And the thing is, this is what I loved about this conversation was because what Dan's saying isn't exactly true anymore now that hooks are around. Like, yes, you pass raw values as props, in essence. And in a sense, if you execute a signals value and get the value out of it, you're also getting a raw value. Each signal is an immutable piece. But what matters is in React's re-render model, when the hooks are inside the components, you have those dependency arrays. And so for it to know not to re-render again, it actually has to referentially check those dependencies. This never mattered in React before. They didn't care. They're just like, blow out the world. But hooks kind of came in and were like, no. We actually care. You have to structurally clone this data. You have to be aware that this reference changes. You have to wrap it in a use callback or a use ref. You have to do all of that stuff. So in a sense, from like a theoretical standpoint, I get what Dan's saying. Like, I don't know if that's React today. Do you know what I mean? Like, in a sense, because in SolidR components don't re-render again, you have to be aware of the rules of reactivity when you look at your code. When you come in here and you see these functions, you got to be like, oh, okay, this is this, this is how I wire them together. But you're not worrying about referential equality anymore. Right? To understand React today, you can't think of it as like, oh, I just have some random data from a server. That's going to do a whole bunch of extra work for you, unless you actually do like understand how all the comparisons work. So, yeah, I don't know. I sorry, this is just a tangent, but it's like one of those ones where it's interesting. Yeah, sorry. I did completely.
The question still bothers me because, like, maintain referential equality to prevent recreating DOM nodes. Like in Solid, you don't want to prevent recreating DOM nodes because that means you have a piece of state that's not reflected in the in the UI. So like, I don't really.
Well, I mean, it's more that, like, check it out. We have special control flow, right? We have like a for loop, and the reason we don't just use map is because if you use map, you would recreate all the DOM nodes. Yeah. So technically, we do this referential checking. This referential checking is inherent to doing the diffing we do on the fine grain level. So it is present. It's just interesting to me that, like, you know, someone like Dan would like put it out front as like, this is a big win for React and like this is why it's so good, when literally they have the same problem except they shove it in your face. Like it's interesting to me. That's sort of where I'm getting at here. Like, I actually think when you start using these patterns, what ends up happening is you're less worried about the referential equality because, like, how do you put it? You have primitives that take care of that for you. So, like, you've abstracted that into its unit. You use a for component or a special map function. You basically build on the pieces or on the pieces, so you never have to worry about it. So yeah, it's. Yeah, I don't know if you have any more thoughts on that, Dan, but that's where my position or thinking was.
Yeah, and the thing about like the raw values thing, yeah, it is nice. I just view it as Solid gives you the ability to be explicit about your value, whether it's reactive or not, and then not have to worry about it later on. You know, when you're in a React function and you create a constant, it's like well, I mean, you still use state, never mind, but whatever. It's
yeah,
nothing is safe, but they're immutability better way before hooks in the class component days.
This is true. Like, if you wanted to do things effectively with should component update, this is true. I think the shift was that when hooks came out, it was suddenly like very much in your face. Like, referential equality is why hooks have dependency arrays, why use callback even exists, for example. But yes, it's true. If you wanted to write good React code, you had to be aware of this stuff. And what React did was, like, they basically gave you a pattern to let you write better React code. Like, hooks, I think hooks used properly generates more optimal code than what classes do. But sorry, we're kind of like diverging a little bit off the solid track. This is partially why I like doing these kind of topics, though, because there's a lot of parallels, and people, because of the way stuff is taught and the way people like approach the problem, people assume like, oh, my solution doesn't have this problem, when in reality all the solutions are generally dealing with this. It's like fundamental. So I like going through the exercise of learning, because then you can go like, oh, now after using Solid, I actually understand React better. Like there's been a lot.
Yeah,
of
we
that.
we hear that a lot. I love it. Yeah, someone says like how the for stuff works in Solid takes up less mind space and all the React. Yeah, it's interesting. In Solid, it's cumulative. So like you have to learn how the for stuff works. Like you have to learn how key to show works. You have to learn how index works, etc. And it you sort of like learn them, you know, in pieces. Apply the same principle to different things. Whereas in React, it's like this game. Like I said before, like when do you learn how the render model works, and then once you learn that, it's like, okay, it spreads to everything.
Which is why create effect is or use effect is such a funny hook, and why it's my favorite hook. Because if you look at this approach, you teach create effect like pretty early on. It's fundamental to understanding what the model is, and use effect is like the thing that React doesn't want to teach you.
It's the escape hatch. The way I put it is create effect is how Solid's rendering works, and in React, use effect is how you opt out of React's rendering.
Yeah.
And yeah, so someone in chat might ask like why am I saying templates are effects? Aren't templates create render effect? And like that is not a distinction that I teach at this point.
No.
I don't do timing in my curriculum. It's not even in my curriculum, but it would be like a chapter at the end for like timing, like how create memo gets organized versus create effect. Anyway, back to this.
Yeah.
So yeah, we have React props, then we have create effect, and then we probably do memos, create memo, and then it's up to you whether you want to do stores at this point.
Right.
But I kind of like doing it, but it depends. So you can do create store here or not.
Okay.
Then we get into reactive rendering. So we do all the like we've got show. We've got for and index. We've got switch and match, which I don't like.
Yeah.
Switch and match. We've got I like doing dynamic as part of this group. I think it's a really cool way to teach how Solid untracks. Well, you don't have to go that deep, but whatever. I like doing dynamic.
Yeah.
And then this stuff can actually be pretty hard, but like once you wrap your head around it, you feel pretty good. Like the reason why I do like teaching memos is that you can then explain show using a memo.
Right.
Because show memoizes both the condition and the thing you're showing. Yeah, someone says don't forget untrack. So actually, if you go to my curriculum, I actually teach untrack with effects. So if you go to meet the primitives, I do effects, tracking, and then untrack and on.
Yeah, I don't like on. I wish I didn't have on. It's fine. People like it for convenience, but on is like one of the most annoying, useless APIs because it makes it more declarative, so you can see it having a benefit, and makes it easier to write things that are deferred, like execute not the first time but execute the second time. So it's important, but
what's cool about it for me is that it lets you teach automatic tracking by showing you how to opt out of it.
Right.
But you're right. I might even take it out of that outline then. It's cool, but it's not like...
The benefit of on, I guess, is that it splits it. So you can go now we can take the reactive part and separate it from the like what you do with it. Separate the reactivity from the side effect.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean...
So the cool thing, if you do untrack, if you teach untrack in when you're doing tracking and when you're doing create effect, you can then bring up untrack again when you do dynamic, because we get this question a lot in in Discord. So someone will say like, why would you do like dynamic component equals
Where am I? Excalidraw.
like why would you do this in your JSX when you can just do this in your JSX? It is component, right? I got that right? Okay.
Yep.
And the answer is that if you do this in your JSX, it won't. It will actually consider anything in the function body of whatever as reactive.
Yeah, which is dangerous. And anything that you call in here, it's not just as simple as wrapping whatever with untrack. You also have to consider the props coming in. So like you saw this in the playground when I was like pass count in here, and like if this had been like if instead this was like 2, like whatever, then like this still works because the count's tracking out here. So the other thing is it doesn't wrap the props. So you're both like tracking the body of the component itself, like if multi-count was a component. So you're like every time it changes, you're like recreating that JSX, recreating that DOM. You're also any prop changes would cause the whole thing to like rerun as well.
You basically, by doing this, you're treating your component as a derived signal, and what that means is that anything inside it will cause this whole thing to rerun. So yeah, it's a little hard to explain. I need to do it in writing first, and then probably make a video about it. But when you actually use a component in JSX, Solid kind of like resets the tracking scope, like resets tracking. It's like, okay, go.
I mean, I can show it right now. I mean, it's actually a combination of everything we just showed you. This is what works the thing. So what you end up with is if it's my comp now, what we do is we actually go untrack my comp, essentially, and we look at the props, and we do this. Essentially, we do both. So what this means is that what am I doing wrong here? I'm missing the opening, and then this needs to come back. Yeah, so we're doing both this and this, which means that it both doesn't track the body of the component, and the props themselves also don't get tracked until you use them. So it's like, because if this was like, whatever, count or signal or whatever, like, it should be get count, shouldn't it? Okay, sorry. We do both of these things. We both isolate the props for execution, and we isolate the component body.
Ian, I don't know how to pronounce it. He says you make it a React component instead of a Solid component. Yeah, kind of. If you just call it as a function in JSX, that's kind of funny. It's a React code. It'll re-render no matter, like, it'll render the entire thing whenever anything changes, because that's how derived signals work. They rerun their entire thing whenever any of it changes. So I like doing that. Like, if we're doing a real conceptual deep dive, I'll explain what untracking is. When you explain tracking, it's a great time to explain untracking. And then when you get to dynamic, you can be like, well, why the heck do you need dynamic? It's because behind the scenes, Solid will untrack your components. And if you look at the compiled output when you use a component, you'll see the create component function call in there, and then you can explain what that does.
Yeah.
Yeah, Damien's like, well, you don't even get the VDom with it. It's the worst of both worlds. It'll re-render it. It'll just re-render everything, and you won't get a VDom.
Yeah.
So yeah.
There's a question here.
This is a good one. You should answer this one.
Yeah. The answer is, I actually don't push people too hard on show. If you feel like a ternary or an and sign or whatever makes sense for your use case, like because you're just inserting some text or whatever, or like just doing something really lightweight, go for it and go in the flow. Yeah, Solid didn't always transform those flows inside the JSX, but it's analyzable language from JavaScript's perspective, so I was okay doing that, because like unlike .map, this is JavaScript language, and Solid's control, like Solid, when you're inside the JSX and you put these conditions in, you basically get the same thing you would get out of a show. I think it's so funny. It's weird. I actually think show components are more ergonomic than doing a bunch of ternaries and stuff in a lot of cases. Like I think the actual components, you actually see it as a layout. So like I wasn't going to just like be like, oh, we don't need show anymore. But generally speaking, use the inline stuff where it makes sense to use the inline stuff.
I'm not settled on this yet, but I like using .map when the array is not reactive, because it's more explicit. So it's not a good argument for the double ampersand, because the compiler actually makes that reactive no matter what. But I do like saying that .map is okay. I reviewed an article yesterday that was teaching Solid, and it used index for like a non-reactive array, and it looked kind of awkward. And I do like being able to explain why you need for an index, and that includes saying, hey, if it's not reactive, you actually don't need it.
Right. Yeah. It's interesting because people see that, and it's because they see for show, and they're like, they think immediately to like stuff like each or view or Svelte each or views or Angular and all these directives. And the thing in Solid is these components are completely runtime. Like they're like there's no special transform for dynamic or for and stuff. It's just like it's the same just JavaScript that we hear people like waxing poetic about. The difference is we move to the component abstraction sooner. That's like because like we're able to like, because the way reactivity memoizes and stuff, like we get to basically move the memoization to that level, so you actually don't need a compiler to get all those benefits. Like you could, like, to be fair, there are ergonomic benefits of using the compiler like we've been talking about, but generally speaking, this is why Solid works without a compiler and has basically, other than like some optimizations we do around like static analysis for grouping stuff, basically has the same performance without a compiler. So it's like you don't need the compiler to get the benefit. You could write, like, I like joking with people a little bit, like, because you know what I mean. You could just be like, yeah, sure. Like you might. I'm not suggesting you do this necessarily, but there's nothing wrong with doing this. You're just like, like make your own control flow. That's literally like, so it occurs to me that in the future this is going to be a little bit trickier to do because of the casting, but generally, like, there's nothing to stop you just to be like props dot I don't know, what do we want to say, was it for each props dot each dot map, like item props dot children, I like, ta-da, you've now written your own for component. Like that's all we're basically doing. Our map function is different here, but like if
map array, it's a fun one to play with.
Yeah, but generally speaking, like this is all we're doing. Solid's compiler is not like, oh, I see a for, I'm doing magic. No, it's like we have this component somewhere.
Yeah, and you're memoizing the children.
Yeah. I mean, that's what the function, like the special for the functions. My point is like, like it's just making, I guess, you know what, actually? Yeah, this would be my recommendation in the post 1.7 world, right? There you go. Let's close that up.
Because fragments will automatically memoize?
Yeah, exactly. They do, yeah. Yeah, so there you go. This is how you write your own, this is even better. This is how you write your own for component. There's the secret. I mean, this is what I've been trying to get at, and I don't know if I've succeeded explaining this to people much, but this is all like there's not some crazy magic here going on with the compilation.
And you can, like a lot of people do this. Like they'll go to the solid source code once they realize that it's not compiler magic, and they'll just like look up for and show. Show is more interesting than for because for just basically wraps map array, but show does like a little bit more, especially with key. And that's really fun. Like I don't know if I'm gonna put that in my guide, but I might put it as an aside. Like, hey, here's a link to how Solid implements show. You don't have to understand how this works right now, but it's just to prove that like Solid is not a black box. Like it this is a real component.
Dan Abramoff called it a custom DSL. Yeah, I mean,
which is so funny because the entire point of it is it's not a DSL, it's JSX.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I think there's misunderstanding here. Like, does he call Suspense a custom DSL? Like, I mean, it is in a sense, but like React has a custom DSL too. So yeah, you can't get too holier than thou on these kind of things. That's been my experience. Everyone's doing the same stuff in slightly different ways.
All right, let me continue on my little map here.
Yeah.
Map through Solid. So we have these things. These are the control flow components. Want to make sure I'm not missing anything. I don't. So I'm going to do another box because I'm unsettled on whether I want to do error boundary here or after resources. But
right,
error boundary works with regular components too. It will trigger as long as you throw an error somewhere in the tree.
Yeah.
So you can do error boundary here. All right. Then we get to context, so this is where our global state box, our state management box. So first you do the singleton pattern, which is a real pattern, and I like to show protecting signals. So what this means is that instead of having export like you can do const count, set count,
right,
equals create signal, and then you can basically do like export count and set count. I like explaining how no, you don't have to do this. You can be like export count and add 3, right?
Do you know this pattern is very common in React storage solutions. It's like the action thing.
The action pattern, yeah.
Yeah, like how you dispatch actions in Redux and whatnot.
Yeah, in my head it's called protecting because in object-oriented programming languages you have like a protected field that's only available to children, and then you expose what you want. But yeah, I like to show this pattern. Like you don't have to expose all of your signals. You can have these actions, and then once you show this stuff, it's actually easier to teach context. Why? Because context only accepts one value. So once you teach the pattern of putting all the stuff you need on one object, this should actually be like export. This should be like const store or whatever, or const data, and then you export that. So,
I do have something I want to talk about. Oh, hey Theo, how's it going?
Hey Theo.
It's funny though. I actually have a pattern that I use here, and I know people don't seem to teach it or use it that much. And I'm going to pull up the playground a bit.
I think I know what you're going to say. I want to see it.
Yeah, because here's the thing. If I'm going to do this, and let's make our counter, and I'm going to do set count. The thing that, and this comes down a bit to consistency from my perspective, is I actually use this pattern a lot, which is that I do export const, whatever my store is, equals an array still.
Yes.
And then I put a count here, and then I put an object here, and then I put add count, or increment,
yeah,
decrement here. And the reason that I do this is for two reasons. First of all, it keeps the read write, which again I might be getting a little bit crazy on that part. You guys can be like, Ryan, why are you such a zealot? But more so is because this value can be it could be a how should I put it? It could be a single signal. It can be an object with getters, like we showed. It can be a proxy, object with getters. It could be a proxy, any number of things. If we treat the convention that the first argument is the reactive value, then we know not to like go and destructure it. But if we treat the actions over here as like the right side, we can destructure this freely. So what ends up happening is you'll get in here and you'll be like, okay, I const, my store or whatever, and then you'd be like count, and then you'd be like increment. Like this is the pattern that I use for context. I use it for global. I use it for all of it. It basically tells you that, hey, this is reactive, handle with care. This is like all your rights and things you need to do.
Yeah, I'm trying to find this thread, but there was a great Discord discussion where we were actually figuring this out. Like Ryan was in there, Eric Domain was in there, and we were like writing out all of our different like shared state patterns. And this was there ended up being 4, and this was one of them. So one of the 4, there's that one where you have read-write separation, and then there's one where you make everything like a getter or a setter. Like you basically turn it into like
Do you want me to show an example?
Yeah, I'm doing it on my. Yeah, you can do it.
I mean, if you got it here, go for it.
Yeah, it would be like const data equals, and then you have like literally.
Oh, right.
So basically, there's two patterns. You can either do.
It's fine. I know what you're saying.
Like it would actually be like here get count here, or you would literally write get count, and set count. So like there's a version where you do like get count and set count, and then there's a version where you do get count and and set count, right? So it's like, do you want to be explicit that you're setting a function, or do you want to use the setter pattern and then like have that all mixed up in there? And neither of these do what Ryan wants, which is read-write separation, which is the nice thing about Ryan's pattern. So Ryan's pattern was like, and
the other big thing for me though is it gives you freedom to understand flag right away, I can destructure this. If you get back the store and it contains both reactive values, to be fair, your version which has get and set,
this one you can destructure, and that I should have pointed that out. This one destructures and this one can't.
Right. So, but the thing is, like, depending on the shape, if you want to universalize it, if you want to look at things like, you can always make getters around your signals. You can always use stores. Like if you want to expand from that pattern and grow it, you're probably going to get to a point where you have reactive objects. Maybe not, but probably. So, yeah. Anyway, little tangent.
I need to decide because I don't want to teach 4 of them. I'll probably do your way and then the explicit get and set because I just like the ability to destructure it.
Yeah. Sorry, just a little tangent on my side.
But yeah, so basically you teach how to like just do this with like signals and stores, depending on whether you already taught stores, and then you explain context. And the hardest part of context is always explaining why you want to do it.
It's a good question, right? Because and we're hitting it a lot right now because people see my silly demo, right? They see me do this one right here. We've got our number, and then I go, put two counters on the screen, this silly demo, and they're just like, okay, so now we have 2 counters, and then they're like, okay, sweet, each with their own state, and then you pull it up, and you're like, ooh, now it's global state, and then they're like, okay, this is how you do global state, and the answer is like, actually, probably not. You could, but like, probably not. Like, there parts of your app own data. Like there is like true global state, but I think it's interesting to see that how little is actually truly global and how much is context relevant. So like I actually still like tying it to parts of the tree and have clear ownership on data. But like there's a temptation here just to make a billion global things. And I mean, I get it, but you know.
It's not even true that SSR just blows up. It only blows up if you start setting the values on the server. You can still only set the values on the client and it'll work fine.
Yeah. Yeah, to be fair, like if your resources are like inside the components, right, and doing the data fetching, and then you never actually write to any signals, like you could keep them outside, and it would still work. It's just, yeah, I mean,
yeah, and Vue has the same problem, by the way, because they have provide inject, which is their version of context, but they also have, you can just like put your refs, in an exported file.
Right. So like, this is not a problem unique to Solid. It's just a property of reactivity. This is a very illustrative way of showing off reactivity, being able to do this like hoisting of the signal. But reality is that there's still value. The biggest thing is context has been treated as kind of like a black sheep in React. Like you're kind of like, oh, use context for some stuff like your theming maybe where you need to pass it down, but don't expect to get 60 FPS animations out of it. And the truth of the matter is in Solid, you can get 60 FPS animations out of context. Like it literally is just a container. And it's interesting because you have guys like the Redux, like Mark Erickson, who's like very much like, hey, context and use reducer are not the same as Redux because context is just a container. And if you're using a component to do your state, you're re-rendering your tree. Redux actually uses separates it to make sure that like you're not always re-rendering everything, only the things that you connect to the store. And I think that that's just how Solid, because of this disconnect of our signals that I just showed off, that's how Solid works all the time. So you can just stick as much state as you want in some context provider and have no fear of re-rendering. You can put it at the very top of your tree and do one thing in the leaf. It's still only that little thing in the leaf that's updating. So like a lot of the bad stigma around context, it just isn't here.
The other thing about context that is interesting is that it's the first one where you start to think in your head, how does this work with hydration? Because it's like connecting different parts of the tree, and one part of the tree like might be hydrated and the other one from the server. So that's worth shouting out. But yeah, in terms of teaching context, you want to explain how it's not really true that you usually want global state. Like you often want this part of your app to use certain values, and so you can scope it using context. You can explain how you can have two different trees in your app with their own version of the context. And then my favorite way of explaining it for more experienced developers is with the idea of dependency injection. When you use a global store, you are literally importing that exact thing. Like in this example here, you are importing the data object, and you are coupling your code to the exact data object. With context, you use context, and then whatever is above it in the tree, like if you use context, Solid will go up the tree, find the context, and whatever value it happens to be carrying, that is the value that is going to be used. And that allows you to decouple the component that uses the data from the couple that provides the data. And that's my favorite way of explaining it. You get to decouple that.
Nice. Yeah. No, is that explanation convincing to people? Just chat. Did that make sense to you?
I probably would need to draw a picture in order for that to make any sense.
Okay.
So
I'm just going to get this out of our way. We don't really probably need that anymore.
We got 100 in chat. If people give me 100s, I won't draw it out. Routers are a great example for this. Memory, history, hash. Yeah, so Solid's router uses context all over the place.
Yeah, because there's different strategies to how, and we can basically inject it. You can have the same API for the router, but actually manage it using different means.
Okay, so that's this. This is the state management box. State management. This is the reactive rendering box. This is the primitives or basic primitives box. I'm gonna draw the next two boxes.
Okay.
We have
zoom out a bit so we can get the bird's eye view.
What I'll do actually is I'll show how like the order at this point is less important. So you could either go straight to state management, or you could do data fetching.
Okay.
So you can choose your own adventure here, which one you want to do first.
This is good. We're getting into beefier subjects.
Yeah. So now we start getting into the stuff that gets difficult. So you got createResource, which at its core turns, and we were talking about this the other day, where you were saying that createResource is actually two things. One is it's a way to make an asynchronous value work in reactivity. And the other thing is it actually is kind of a helper for refetching stuff and for coupling your input to a function. So you kind of have to explain both parts. So that's what I usually do is you first explain the one parameter version, and then you explain the two parameter version. And what that lets you do is sort of like divide it up. First you just explain like the basic way that you can give createResource an asynchronous function, and it will go and fetch it and give you a signal. Like that's all you do. So the first thing you do is, I'll just draw it out here. So first we show const.
I mean, do we have an example in the tutorial probably of this, or the examples? Does this one survive the move? Like the really simple swappy API? Oh no, but this isn't the simple case. This is the second case.
I'm just gonna like draw it out in the Excalidraw.
Yeah, fair enough.
Async function fetch thing. So first you just explain this, which is like, okay, you've got a function that returns a promise, and then what createResource does is it turns that promise into an actual reactive signal. So first you explain that, then you explain const input set input equals create signal, and then you explain. So this is step 1, step 2. Oops. Input. All right. And here already you can explain data.loading, data.error.
Yeah, this is always tricky for me because I understand why we teach it this way. It's just very unfortunate because it leads people down to a path where later things get more confusing.
This is actually why I wanted to do this stream, is to cover like what we're going to cover with
Suspense. Yeah.
So I'll just write it out here. Like this, you don't have to use this if you're using Suspense, and you don't have to use this if you're using error boundary. Error boundary has some special logic, right, to deal with this, because this doesn't actually, like this catches the error.
Yeah. So
this is sort of important. Like depending on how things go in Solid, like I'll change my explanation, right? Like right now I like to, like if you look at my video on createResource, I don't talk about suspense and error boundary. I just show loading and error because it's quote unquote simpler, but it's not necessarily simpler. It's kind of weird to call a prop like to be clear, this is a signal. Like this gives you the value, and then you're calling a reactive property on a signal. Like what the heck? Like this isn't that simple.
No.
And it's not that nice of an API. So, you know, when it comes to teaching this stuff, like I'm sort of in the middle. Like I could totally see switching to Suspense and not even explaining what data.loading is.
Right. The key to the number 2, which is what I was trying to get to here, is that it's not about a single promise, right? Like this is, your fetcher is a promise factory. Every time you call it, you're creating a new promise.
Yes.
So it's important to understand that this is why we ended up with the resource API. Is yes, whenever the user ID change, fetch, and this gives us a stable identity because we know that user is a thing. So like conceptually, when you're in here, you can have, ultimately over the course of your app, fetch 10 times. User is still the same user, right? You have this idea of that it is stale. There's alternate APIs you could look at here, how to simplify this, but it comes down to the fact that we felt that it was important to have an identity that was not just the promise, because promises only last once, and they can only be resolved once, and a resource is something that can evolve over time.
Yeah, that's the difference between, maybe I'm misunderstanding this, but I think use in React takes a literal promise, not a promise factory.
Right, which means that you need a second half, because if the component's going to re-render, how do you memoize it, right? You need to give it an identity, but even then, memoizing it it's interesting because use memo isn't guaranteed not to rerun in React. It's more of just a suggestion. So it's more, you really have to hoist it outside of React's system into a cache. It basically forces you into caching right at the get-go in terms of how to handle this, so that you make sure that you end up with the same promise. But then there's no sense of time between the two promises, because if you do the second fetch, you now have a second promise. Those promises are not tied to each other. So in a sense, this works because Suspense doesn't care. It just knows that the promise hasn't resolved, but there's no concept at the primitive level of something that is loading or not, which means that you have to introduce new ideas like use deferred value as a way of being what was the previous value of this state? And you have to derive that state from the previous state and have it only update then. So basically by introducing some kind of external caching, a use primitive, and create deferred value, do you have the ability to ask the question if something is loading? Which is fine, because you might not need to know it. You could just use Suspense. But it's interesting when you get to more advanced use cases, the repercussions of those sort of decisions. Sorry, I went on a little bit of a React tangent.
I've never played with the use hook in React until yesterday. I thought use was only a server-side thing. So yeah, I need to play around with it myself. But the nice thing about createResource, and the reason why number 2 needs to be a separate thing, is as soon as you put in this input, you start to get into that promise factory territory. What happens when you change the input before the promise comes back? Oh, it overrides that promise and it starts fetching the new thing.
Right, we solve race conditions and stuff like that.
Yeah. So all of that, you need to actually get your hands on it. And this is something I realized after getting so many createResource questions in Discord, is you can't understand createResource until you get your hands on it and you play with it. You see what happens when you start changing your input value. To
be fair, it's a lot like React Query.
Yes. Yeah, you designed it based on React Query, right?
Yeah. I mean, I was just looking at it and I'm this is kind of what we want to do, right? So yeah, the biggest difference in Solid, and I don't know if we ever teach this thing, but I think I do teach it somewhere, and it confuses the hell out of people when I show the set timeout component, or the fact that because of reactivity's not re-render thing, if you change the value, we all understand the fact that if I change a signal, it updates the one place in the DOM, it doesn't re-render the component. But this is also kind of true of async patterns. You can have it go fetch, and then when the data comes in, we can just continue from where we left off, irregardless of component boundaries, right? It's just because we happen to read this user resource down here or whatever, that we were able to continue on our journey.
Fuzzy says I'm puddled. Yeah, I don't think I understand the example you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a.
Do you want to skip it, or?
I've been trying to decide, but it's easier to explain with Suspense than it is at this point. I think.
Okay, we'll do it later. But yeah, basically, you want to do createResource. This gets its own box because resources, you just want to play with it. And yeah, I mean, there's sort of like, if you want, you can, and you probably do want, you want to show the stuff you can do here, which is refetch and mutate.
Right.
I don't like refetch because the whole point is you get declarative stuff with input, but hey,
Well, there's a reason for refetch, right? Like
getting the last one.
Right. It's like sometimes the input doesn't actually change. You just need to
do it
like
again.
you just need to do it again. Like
Yeah.
you
you know what
switch tabs. You know
what
or
I
whatever.
don't like about it? I don't like the ability to pass additional parameters through refetch. That's what I don't like.
Right. You're talking about the invalidation mechanism.
Yeah, I don't really get it.
Well, yeah. See, I mean, what he's talking about is refetch can be passed a value that gets passed into your fetcher function. And the reason I did this was because, again, Solid doesn't have a cache. So I didn't have to come up with a caching mechanism for this, but I assumed that you would. So I basically, into createResource, created all the tools that anyone, because again, this becomes important in a minute when we talk about suspense. The trade-off is, yes, you can use create effect and write a signal, if you want, and have that work in Solid, fine. But you're not going to trigger suspense. And because suspense mechanism is built off createResource, every third-party library that wants to do data fetching in Solid should be using createResource under the hood. So like Solid Query uses createResource under the hood. So I needed to build it in such a way that adding a cache was trivial. So this is a mechanism essentially of being able to inject ability to invalidate resources essentially based on like cache keys. Solid itself doesn't need to use it because it doesn't have cache keys, but it gives us that ability.
So here's what, just to illustrate, because I don't think a lot of people have done this. Basically, the fetcher takes
Sorry, I'm just laughing at chat.
it's easier to patch global fetch. Yeah,
That's such a slight.
So the fetcher normally takes just one thing, a value, and then if whatever you change the input to, it will pass that to the value. But it also takes what is this called? Value here, like this, right?
Yeah. The value passed in is the, how should I put it? The value passed in is the, like, I call it the source, like the thing that comes
source.
from the first
input.
Yeah. Input's fine, right? The value is the previous value of the resource, which I don't know if I come to regret that one, but whatever.
So basically, what you can do is if you call refetch,
yeah,
with no parameters, this value will be whatever the last value of the resource was, right?
Right.
But then if you can actually change that, so you can like refetch.
No, it's a different property that comes through. Oh. It's not actually. We don't change value. The value is always the same.
It's this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a flag for refetching where you can pass in like this way your fetcher can go, am I being refetched?
Yeah.
And you can also be passed this data, and you could be the key. So you could be like, the fetcher can go, oh, I'm not going to refetch again. I'm going to actually go to your cache and return the value from the key, because you can always control that fetcher. So it just works really well for abstractions, because you can write a very simple cache in Solid in maybe like 20, 30 lines, and just wrap createResource, and then now you have a caching system similar to like React Query or whatever.
Yeah. So the way you'd implement a cache is you first of all, if the input changes to something that was already passed before, then you can call the cache. But then you have to implement the logic for refetch too. So if you refetch, and the input is the same, no. Yes, I don't.
Yeah.
If you refetch, it calls the input. It still passes.
Yeah. It passes the previous input. Everything's the same. It tells you that it's refetching with this information. Yeah.
But yeah, so this starts to get complicated, and that's why I put it, even though it's one primitive, I put it in its own box, because it's
yeah. This one is tricky because I've tried to minimize it as much as I can, but it does so much heavy lifting in the system that it is probably in itself the most complicated. Yet in a sense, it actually doesn't do everything.
It's people like this API. I have my gripes with just this part, like the .loading, .error, .latest, all that. But people really like createResource.
Yeah, I mean, it's the similarity to React query, and it makes it very easy to build. The cool thing is because of how flexible this primitive is, Solid query wraps this. Now you're using it, and everything that's made in Solid to work with resources just works with Solid query perfectly. Streaming, suspense, server-side rendering, all that stuff just instantly works. You don't have to do anything else. So that's the real benefit here because of the flexibility of the primitive. People who build on top of that primitive, build their own libraries, basically get every third-party data fetching thing feels like it's first party in Solid. So that is the power here.
Let me go ahead and correct this. So, first of all, if you got to state management and you hadn't taught stores yet, you're going to teach stores here. So let me just add that here. Stores.
Right.
Is the potential change to stores public info yet?
No.
Okay.
I mean, it is on the stream, but it's
right.
It's not really.
It's not relevant. Okay. Are solid stores like svelte stores? I think the person asking this knows the answer, so I'm not going to answer it.
Parasocial's just coming in here, but sure. Okay.
So
no.
actually, someone says something that I think is really important, not because our docs are lacking, but because the docs for createResource and createRotators that are lacking. So what this points out is that createResource is extremely important for server-side rendering patterns. createResource does something special on the server, and that's what gets us into Solid the hard parts. When you start dealing with parts of Solid that work differently on the server and on the client and have to come together to make the SSR and hydration experience work. And so that gets us to our next step. Actually, before we go to the next step, I'm going to do the sort of like forbidden fruit box, which is parts of Solid that I don't teach. So sure. we're gonna make this red. And so, like the good, the bad, and the ugly. Like this is the ugly. No offense to Ryan who made it, but we don't teach create mutable because it sort of breaks the read write thing. We don't teach garbage. Batch because you shouldn't need it, and we don't teach create computed because you also shouldn't need it.
Yeah.
Well, okay. There's some cases where you need it, but you can, in my opinion, you can accomplish that edge case.
You're right.
In create effect instead.
Yeah. The truth of the matter is, I am such a I don't want people to suffer even the tiniest bit of performance consideration when using Solid, to the point that I don't bother. Stuff exists in Solid sometimes because I'm if the answer is oh yeah, we just don't think that's a good enough pattern, but yeah, you're right, that would be a little bit better or faster. If that's the answer, I've created it, because if it could be better, if it could be faster, we have to have it. I'm finding new ways to work around it, but if someone, it's my own personal judgment. Someone just told me something's good enough. Usually, I don't trust them. So it's my own distrust that has led me as a maintainer to have to actually entertain everyone's ideas on how they should do things, even if I don't always agree with it. Mostly because if I can concede that they're right in any sort of way, then I should at least give it consideration.
Actually, I should put create render effect in here too, because
okay, we don't teach it, but there's nothing wrong with create render effect.
No, it's just for library authors.
Yeah, create render effect is actually...
I won't put that here because there's a lot of things we could put in that category, like get owner. Who the heck is going to use get owner? It's not bad, but no one's going to use it.
Yeah, these ones are actually kind of not
yeah,
they're not great.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with get owner, or there's other ones here.
To be fair, there's nothing actually wrong with batch. Just there's a lot of confusion around batch where people there's a lot of cases where you just don't actually need it.
Yeah.
95% of cases.
I don't like batch because I'd rather teach the batching behavior and then you work around that, and it's not something you need to use batch for.
What about create selector? I mean, there's those APIs, but I'll give you a little something on that. Stuff like create selector and maybe create deferred. Maybe those belong in solid primitives or something, but I didn't have solid primitives at the beginning. Like I'm re-examining those with 2.0. Like they don't go away. Maybe they just go somewhere else. Create selector does use internal logic, so it's not completely creatable outside. Like you could create a version of it, but the way we do it is a little bit different. It's a little bit special. I'm going to mention just because it solves a category of problem that's real. And it's funny, as I'm working on replacements for create computed, I'm coming into more examples where I want something like create selector. There is this challenge with reactivity about like if you derive like I don't know if I want to go here. If you derive data, you're creating a tree, right? You're kind of like there's like you have like the node, and then I've drawn this tree on stream multiple times the last several weeks, where you have like the node and the derived values all the way down to the effects. You create this tree, and most of the time the tree kind of like fans out in a certain way. So like it's fine, but like if the tree ever is wider at the top than it is at the bottom, or like you change the shape of the tree, create selector is more optimal than other solutions. So we still need something of this category to solve problems. Create selector is like a very specific implementation of that. But I think that as we better understand these kind of problems, there's going to be more consideration around generalizing this problem. Another example of where create selector is kind of the same mentality is if we wanted to make a memoized store, like a derived store, like a store that derives from another store. They need the same kind of consideration as create selector would need. I know this is probably a terrible technical answer, but
I've never used create selector. I know what it does. Like it tells you if like it gives you pass it a value, and then it gives you a function, and then it like tells you if the value you pass to the function matches the original value.
yeah.
I've never used it. I don't think I've used create deferred either, but create deferred is like a use idle, right?
Yeah, it was just like a task queuing thing. It's because the browser's request idle callback wasn't great and stuff, and we already had a scheduler in Solid that I was working on for like concurrent rendering and stuff. That we have that. It might be extractable into its own thing. It depends on how I feel about time slicing and how we want to move forward with that in the future with Solid. Create deferred could be in this category actually under this red box. To be fair,
all right. Is it ugly? Like I'm only gonna put it here if it's ugly.
It's ugly in that I think it might set wrong expectations on what it does. It's just because I believe, and when we talk about suspense, I'll get into this. I believe in async consistency, and create deferred is just like a ticket to tearing. Like it's just. It doesn't solve the same thing as suspense or transitions does. It does it like the opposite way. And while this is really helpful in a few cases to get performance, it's not the ideal thing. So yeah, I think you put create deferred there.
We also like similar to on is create reaction, which people don't use. I think I don't know.
The funniest thing about create reaction is a bunch of people, even like really into the reactivity, talk about how they don't use it and they don't get it. But then like something comes up and they're like, "How do you do this?" And I'm like, "Create reaction." Like, don't you guys get it? Create reaction literally does everything. Like, it's the most powerful primitive there is. It's like, how do I make React and Solid work together? Create reaction. How do I do lazy memos? Create reaction. Like it's
that's really interesting. I might want to revisit that for like advanced.
I got it from MobX. So. The MobX had this ability, and this is actually literally how MobX works with React. It's whenever you're dealing with an immutable system that's outside, this is where you kind of need this one because it separates the tracking from the side effect in time. So
yeah,
you're able.
We can do a category for advanced reactivity. Like
yeah,
you probably won't need this to build your app, but we have things like create reaction, create root. get owner.
Yeah. Run with owner.
There's like, what am I thinking of?
I mean, you can put create render effect here too if you want.
Yeah.
It's borderline. I feel like when computers get out, create render effect becomes like our create layout effect. Like I feel like people will find use cases. It's the effect that runs on the server when you're doing SSR. Like that's what it is. Like
it's the effect that runs on the server. It runs on the server? Really?
Yes. Yeah. Because it's how we do all rendering in Solid. So it.
Oh, okay.
It actually.
That's kind of neat.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there we go. In the entire reason why I wanted to do the stream is stuff that has like an interesting server side part of it. We also have like all the reconcile stuff, like literally like reconcile and like observable and whatever.
Yeah.
I'm like looking at the API now. I'm like, I definitely have never called from.
Yeah. There's another.
But that goes with reconcile and observable for like stuff that helps you when you're working with external.
Yeah, a lot of this stuff could have been, some of the stuff like observable and from could have been out of the core library. This is just me giving like RxJS and Svelte stores a bit of a nod. Like with from, you can literally just take a Svelte store or RxJS and it just works with Solid.
Yeah, so maybe I'll be like, this stuff is like for... Oh, I guess I should put create reaction in here. Like this stuff is for working with other stuff.
Yeah.
But create root, you could use that if you really wanted to.
Yep.
Like create root is probably the most common of these. I don't know what uses get owner and run with owner, but
it comes up a lot in like fancy cases in like solid primitives. That's like where you
yeah. All right.
That's okay.
Work with external reactive data.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna call this like advanced reactivity. Yeah. So this is like library author mostly. And that takes us to where I want to go for however much time we have left, which is suspense. So there's a few in this category. So we're going to put... so if you didn't do...
Maybe I should just get this out of your way. Like you can bring that box down.
Yeah. If you didn't do error boundary before, I'm going to put that here. If you didn't do that, then we have suspense. And for me, and this is where I sort of get like pedagogical again, is like, to me, suspense is the key to understanding the difference between render async, render to... sorry, I'm going to get the names confused because we renamed them in
start. Yeah, because
let me get
they're middleware. The
Yeah,
actual ones are render.
Yeah,
it's fine. Render to string async, render to stream, and I don't know how I got a V there, and render.
Oh, we're having some
to string.
Date. Oh wait, someone said nested signals in chat, and I'm actually gonna put that here. When you teach create store, like you should teach it as nested signals at first. So I'm gonna put nested signals here. Nested signals. That's a good call out. Okay. So what I'm saying here with suspense is that even though you can use suspense in a SPA with no server side rendering, it's also the key to how solid server side rendering works.
Right.
And actually, I should probably put useTransition in a different box because it's less relevant for SSR. I don't know. What do you think?
It isn't relevant for SSR.
Yeah, it goes in its own box of obscure things you can learn.
Yeah, it's interesting though, because this is why we've gotten into this kind of mess, and why React 18 took like 5 years, and why like everything is kind of in this thing. Once you hit this pattern and you start seeing the same patterns everywhere, you suddenly want to put them all together and in a single explainable way. And the key to this whole thing is understanding suspense. And I don't mean like, yay, we can show placeholders, but actually understanding why, like what suspense is.
Okay, actually, let's do that first. So before we get to the different SSR things, the basic usage of suspense is render a fallback while an async function.
Right, but yeah, I mean that's the mechanical thing we talk about.
Yeah.
It's funny. Last time I talked about suspense on stream, I hadn't even written my article on suspense at the time, and I was like, I wrote one on Dev 2. Maybe I'll post the link for that for a more detailed discussion on that.
And that's more about the fallback stuff.
No, actually, this one actually, it was like, why does this exist at all? Because like there's lots of ways to show fallbacks. This is why all the suspense. Understand async consistency of JavaScript frameworks. This is actually like the whole explanation. The problem is that we have UIs that we want to keep in sync. We don't want to have the data model in the background and the data model that we're showing out of date with them. A classic example of this that you always use is like, you're looking at something on the screen, you click to go to the next navigation, and then it's fetching data in the background. If you interact with something on the page, are you interacting with the future state of the data or the current state of the data? I wonder if they fixed it. A perfect example of this tearing was actually in the Taste Movies app for Angular. It might go too fast for people to see it, but if you change if you change it, come on, is it down? Oh, my luck. If you change the state, you can actually see the headers and everything update, but then you're still looking at the old data. Like there's like a okay, I think we're in Angular Movies app. It looks like they might have updated this, but I'm in popular. Look what happened when I hit top category. You see that?
Wait, do it again.
Upcoming. I only get to do it once because of the data fetching timing, but look at this. I can do it one more time. When I go to upcoming, look what happens. Upcoming.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. You can. It says upcoming, but then you're seeing the old data.
Yeah.
Because if I go back now, it's going to be fast because I cache the results. But there it is. Action. Let's do it again. Like this sort of tearing can happen in more detrimental places than just like the header in a navigation.
And the thing about suspense is, so we have some solid users, like really prominent users. I'm thinking of two, but I don't need to say their names, who use solid only for spas, which, by the way, is totally fine. Like if you're making like a very highly interactive app, spas are totally fine still. If you only use solid for spas, that problem where you have tearing and like you want to make sure some parts of the DOM wait for other parts of the DOM, you can solve that using just a show component.
Yes. Yeah. There's ways around it that don't involve that you can like hoist it and manage this yourself. Definitely.
Like, you don't need suspense to solve this problem, but suspense solves it in a nice way, because suspense doesn't need like if you let's do a code demo. The
reason I wanted to show this one is this is the Next app version of it, and when I switch these categories, it's too fast. It actually Next is this version's too fast. It actually holds the page. You're right. We're gonna have to do the other demo. It actually holds. This is a transition, I guess, but the point is, suspense comes down to the fact that you don't want to show that tearing. So you've only got like really a couple options of how not to show tearing on any async action. You can either keep everything in the past. So show what you have currently on the screen, wait for everything to load, and show the next thing. You can put a placeholder up. This is what we know commonly with Suspense, where like essentially you go, I don't know what this is going to be. I'm going to remove the current items and show a loading spinner and then load in them when they're ready. This is kind of what your show component does as well. I do want to point out that Suspense can do stuff that show component can't do as easily. You can definitely do it, but it involves kind of hoisting it much higher up on the tree. Because the problem is the placeholder might be fine in this nested content and you have tab, but what if you like the problem with trying to hold the previous page and navigating is you have both states at the same time. You have the stuff that you're showing currently and the you have to go fetch the next data, right? So you have to like clone that data. Like if you have a tab or like a category like I'm showing here that we're swapping between, you have to actually have the category that you're showing on the screen and have switched to the future category to tell the data to go fetch that. And you can handle this all in the router, like preemptively fetch, and then when it's done, render the page. But you have to hoist this all the way to the top of the tree. All the logic has to be not where it happens in your view, but actually all the way at the top of the tree. But those are the two most common patterns, right? You're either trying to hold stuff in the past or you blow it away and show a loading state until you can show the consistent state. The third pattern only applies to certain things where you have enough information, like mutation, which is optimistic update. Show the future immediately. So show where you're going to go and then replace it with the real stuff when you get there. So like if you hit your like button on Twitter, you show the heart right away, assuming that it's going to succeed, and then at a future point, when the data comes in, it is actually liked.
And that doesn't really work when instead of liking something, you're fetching something.
Fetching, because you don't have the data you don't have. So there's only really those three ways to be consistent if you want to avoid tearing. Blow it away or bail out, stay in the past, or go to the future in specific cases. So we're going to not think about go to the future for a minute because it's not like really relevant for data fetching, and only talk about the other two. And I think I already kind of got at it. Actually staying in the past is really hard unless you build it into the router and build your whole app around the data being like at that level. It's fine in the sense that's what Remix has done. But
to be clear, like in this example, staying in the past would be you go to the next page and like nothing changes on the screen until the data is done.
Yeah. So like I have an example.
It's like the no placeholder because you're not doing anything.
Right. You could give some kind of stale indicator if you wanted to, but like if I think we have an example here. Like this is both examples being shown here. This is stay in the past. I'm going to click and then I said tray, waiting for it. See, it fades a little bit to give us an indicator, but we're staying on the past until the data is loaded. That one's a fast one. Let's see if we can get a slower one.
Yeah, you
again.
need to just
change the timing.
Change the example.
Yeah, it's like, can we make this slower, child? Because what we have is a component here that's doing some kind of random delay, but let's up that delay considerably. So change.
Yeah. So
click. You see how the line doesn't move until after the content is all loaded. This is staying in the past.
I mean, how does it? Oh, it did the freaking useTransition does the.
Yeah, exactly. But
I was like, how do you do the graying out without suspense? And the answer is useTransition.
Which is suspense. There is suspense here. But the bail, that's what these things are all tied together. The thing is, the bailout is a lot easier to do, right? This is the bailout, right? See, notice when this line moves across. It moves immediately when I click it, and then we just blow out the content. No tearing. Right? But yeah, what I'm getting at is to do.
But you're saying you use suspense for either bailout or stale in the past.
Yes, because you need suspense for transitions. These things are all tied together. It's the same range of things. And the reason this is okay, so because now I'm going to do the bailout slow. Yeah. I mean, there was some proof, some not proof, but some kind of like study done on UI that it was better not to go back to the skeleton state unless a sufficiently long a period of time has come, which really informed the decision on how these APIs work, because it was seen that this was worse experience than basically I have to make the timeout the same essentially, although this is fringing on being too long, to be fair, for my point, but that this felt faster to people than going back to the fallback. That this felt like a smoother UI experience for people. That was interesting. And I actually performed this experiment at my work, and I questioned people in dev and mostly people outside of dev. I went to like 20 different people, and they all told me that the version that didn't go to the fallback, they're like, yeah, that version's faster.
And I think,
except 2. So it was 17 said that it was faster. 1 said they weren't sure, and the other 2 said that the loading, like the skeleton, was faster.
Yeah, it's. I guess the way I can conceptualize that is like maybe the idea is when you show the fallback, there's like so much changing that it looks like a whole process is going on.
Right. So like this kind of, this is why, from the client perspective, we care about this consistency. But the reason it all gets tied together is the mechanism to do this can be handled a few different ways. But what was really interesting about Suspense is it's based on where the data is read, not where the data is fetched. That's the whole key. You can fetch the data anywhere in the tree, but we only care to suspend when we know it's stale. The thing is, if we can read if we're not reading that out of date data, and by stale data I mean data that's currently you have data for, but then you're gonna fetch it again, or you don't have it. It has never fetched. If you've never had the data, it's stale. When I load this page, I can't show you anything but this loading spinner because there's no data to show. But the question is, if you already have data and you go to somewhere else, you have that choice of showing what's there, show that tearing if you want to. And the obviously the idea here is to prevent that, but the criteria of that is based on the view, not based on the data fetching. It's about where you use it. If you nested a bunch of suspense boundaries inside each other, it's only the suspense boundary where you read it that needs to go to fallback. You can presumably show the rest of the page. And this, as you said, we put transition in its own box. Transition is just the way that we stay in the past. We don't have to worry about that. But this aspect of how the suspense boundary is the nearest one's the one that falls back based on read is actually really important for SSR. Because if you think about it with SSR, how do you know when, let's say you're doing some async data fetching, how do you know when the data's done? How do you know when to render the page? And a big part of the SSR story is streaming. I'm just wondering if we should just launch into that a bit, but talk let me Excalidraw something for a minute if it'll help.
I mean we can also talk about if you use createResource on the server without suspense, what happens?
Well, nothing really, because
right.
because you just essentially it works both ways. There's a reason that I wanted to show the client side, because I wanted to show that the read matters, because here's an example. You could fetch 2 pieces of data, and based on the data that returns from the first source, not actually need to read the second piece of data yet.
Okay. Yeah, we should show that suspense triggers on read.
Right. Yeah, so I mean, we can go back to this example, I guess.
Also, people haven't been chatting, so we should if something's confusing, throw it out, ask some questions. We don't want to lose anyone.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tricky topic. We knew we'd get into some tricky topics when we got to this point in the stream. Yeah, reset. Okay, so what I mean by that is, yeah, what are we doing here?
We might want to just create a new example from scratch, honestly. Go to a playground and just...
The thing is, this has all the setup I need, which makes it nice, because this doesn't use an async component. It just uses, all this does is it creates a child component on each route, and it has a resource in it, and that resource is read inside that component, essentially. So down here we have a switch match, not your favorite component, but you pretend it's your router. It, based on what tab, it shows a child with different props, uno, dos, tres, and it uses that prop essentially to look up, like do an async request to your server to get the data for that specific story, right? That's the biggest, the resource is just a delay timer for our purposes, but what it does is, like, based on that prop, decide, okay, I'm going to get uno, or I'm going to get dos, I'm going to get tres, get the different, get the different data based on it. So when we're swapping through, we basically just have a component that's below the route, below the switch, that actually does the data fetching. And what Suspense lets us do is, when we read this time here, show that fallback. Like, if we don't read the time, if I just put in 100 here or something, or 11, it doesn't really matter what it is. First of all, when we load the page, it's not waiting for that. Like, it didn't need to read the resource, so it doesn't have to wait for that. So when I switch, it goes immediately. It goes immediately. It's only because it knows that it has to wait for, what was it, to fixed, whatever. I think it's to fixed. That it has to show that loading state because it's not ready yet. And the funny thing is, we could isolate. Right now, our app is really simple. We just put a suspense boundary around our switch. So we show the tabs up here, and then all the content around the route, are under a suspense boundary. So it picks everything up to this point, and it shows loading instead of whatever content. But we could do something here where we could go, let's add another suspense boundary, and we could put that suspense boundary much more narrow. Like, we could put it here, right? We can go, I'm going to actually put this in the suspense boundary, and I'm going to, what's my fallback going to be? Fallback equals, I'm trying to think what I want my fallback to be. Let's just do what? Let's just do a string. Let's do
loading time. I don't know.
Unknown milliseconds. Okay. And you can already see it with the loading here. Like, the page loads instantly, and then it swaps the unknown. And as we navigate, you're going to see the page switch instantly. And the reason that is because this data isn't actually being looked up. Yeah, I just hard coded it in. It's not part of the actual request. But
one thing that's cool about this is it's the same mechanic as when you call use context. You go up the tree, and whatever context provider is closest to you, it gives you the data. You don't have to go up anymore. And that's the same thing that happens here. The big suspense is not reached. We go up to the closest. Wow, I'm really stumbling here, but we go up to the closest suspense, and that gives us our fallback, and we never use the outer fallback.
Yeah. So I put the content inside the suspense boundary now, just so that I can. Yeah. But you can see that, like, it was able to render this part of the page without waiting, because we broke it apart.
Yeah, and when you use multiple resources inside a suspense, it waits for all of them.
Right. It waits for the ones that specific boundary cares about. And yeah, I mean,
this
gets more.
suspense list, which is annoying, and I don't like it.
Well, it's for orchestrating suspense, and we might have a tutorial on it here somewhere, but it's not the immediately important thing. The important thing here is we break our app into these boundaries where we're comfortable in terms of like saying like this data goes together. But like what's cool about this approach is like as data requirements change over time, the app you can create those resources wherever they make sense, and the app can scale with it. Like this resource is inside a component, right? Some people talk about this like, oh, I like data fetching inside, co-located inside my component. That's what this is basically doing. I'm not suggesting that this is like doing it down some crazy nested waterfall tree is always, the best thing, because this doesn't prevent waterfalls. But as soon as you have suspense, data fetching like wherever the hell you feel like, it just works like this, right? Like you don't have to worry about the race conditions, and the UI just works itself out. But I guess where we're trying to go with this, though, is that this same, like, if you look at the initial page load considerations here, and forget the fact that this is an app that's, like, rendered in the client, that's data loading in the client, this same mechanism can be used for SSR, essentially, because it tells us when the UI is ready, and it can do it in pieces, which is really important. I guess a lot of people don't realize this is Solid early days. I mean, I think I have real world demo, Solid. I wrote an article a couple years ago, a Solid implementation of the real world demo. Not that, I want the actual Medium article. Yeah, I wrote this article, and where was it? I showed these performance metrics, for the real world demo. And this is like speed, like Lighthouse page scores and stuff. It's not really that interesting. It's just initial load. It talks about time to interactive, talks about, time of loading, trace. I get into a whole bunch of metrics, and Solid is doing really, really well in like every single metric. And the funniest thing about this demo was like, people are like, yeah, we know Solid's fast. Was a lot of the competition was actually server rendered.
Right.
So Solid's client-side rendering was outperforming server rendered pages, which is kind of nuts. We weren't on a slow network, to be fair, and that will make client-side rendering just die an evil, slow death. But if on a fast network, we were outperforming a bunch of server rendered applications. Like this Felt app, I think, was built in Sapper. And honestly, Felt's performance is good, but there was other ones that were built in that were built using SSR here, and they were doing much, much worse. And it was because the timing and the way that Lighthouse scored and stuff, they were waiting to get all the data fetched before they rendered anything on the page, right? Like that was the pattern. And the reason for that is that where I was trying to get to is on SSR, the classic pattern that we've been doing here is synchronous rendering. So we go fetch all the data for the page and then render to string. So go 1, 2, right? This is sync SSR. The problem with this, or actually I'm going to call it classic async SSR, to be fair. The problem with this approach is,
well, first of all, you need some mechanism to know what data to fetch, and that's
yes,
So like in Next.js you have get static props or whatever. In Nuxt you have fetch. So like you need like a server side framework to know what to fetch.
Right. Yeah, that was the first thing. So they're like, how do you identify this? Well, you need like GSS whatever, get server-side props or loaders or whatever. You need something. It's funny because Solid actually has these mechanisms, but actually doesn't need them. I think they're good for performance because they hoist the fetching to the top, which is a good thing.
To be clear, like you can do Solid SSR without SolidStart, and you won't have these.
Right. Right. The special export is actually just a data field on the router. To be fair, you could still produce the same data fetching patterns without SolidStart, like this, without having the file system routing. But yeah, so the thing is that they use this approach to identify the data, fetch it all up front, and then render a string. There's some other interesting approaches where they do like double rendering, where they like render the page, do all the data fetching, and then render the whole page again after all the data fetching. Yeah, like a pre-render, like a double pass. What was this thing? It was called like pre-pass or whatever. But like this is the state of the art of SSR, like up to like pretty recently. This is why. Like
this is up until like RSCs. Like this is how.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Works.
Like this was, and from a performance standpoint, it was like shooting fish in a barrel. Like this is just not like this is just not. You know what I mean? Like so like. The funny thing is you don't actually need RSCs or React Server Components to solve this. React 18 actually had all the tools to solve it. Remix has been solving this as well with their deferred, but this is all very recent, this past year, right? So it was very easy for my stupid client-side demos to outperform on load when they had no business to because of, just the nature of having like a small demo and having efficient code. Of course, Solid's SSR solution for the last few years has also taken these learnings, because the thing is, so this is kind of like, honestly, pre-Suspense, this is what you had to do, unless like, I mean, the alternative is this. The alternative is what are we going to call this? Sync SSR, which is render to string, fetch on the client, right?
Yeah, I mean,
this is people do this in Next all the time. They don't use get server side props.
Yeah.
Then they render the synchronous part of the page, like so the shell. And then when the page loads, the rest of the content loads in. So you get like an app shell, and then you see all the loading spinners, and then you fetch on the client.
Okay, and to be clear, Solid routers use route data is a version of a loader, basically. Like
no, because it doesn't fetch up front like this.
Oh, it doesn't? Like
no. It literally only works because we have Suspense.
Okay,
like
there's no suspense in the router.
Yeah, well, how should I put it? The router is really dumb. So the fact that like basically this needs to like run twice. I don't know how I can put this, but like this either needs to run twice or use a compiler. Like you need to be like bundler, compiler, right? Solid's loaders are there just to optimize when you do the data fetching in parallel. It's not actually a compile thing. It's a runtime thing. So you actually don't get to it until you're actually executing your component tree.
Okay, and when you say Solid's loaders, we're referring to use route data.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not actually this. It was just a choice to hoist it because that's just. Here's the thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Like we hoist it so it looks like a loader, but you're saying it's not really a loader. Like it's still, you still have to get there first.
Right. It's literally just a function that gets called when the route gets resolved. It's just like registering a bunch of like on route change things. So you actually have to render the page to get to it. It's not actually hoisted all the way up.
Right.
It doesn't we only see it when we rendered a string. We did not need to build a bundler or compiler to do this. This is why anyone who picks up Solid Router can go and just do that and run with SSR without having a meta framework and get the same benefits of parallelized data fetching.
Yeah, it's parallelized data fetching. It's not pre-fetching on the server.
Right. So the thing is, this is why I was really excited about the solution when we came up with it a few years ago in Solid, was because we literally could take the two pieces of the puzzle, put them together, get the same benefits without me having to write anything. I didn't want to make this thing. I didn't want to make GSFP. I didn't want to actually like go through the work of actually compiling it out and doing all that stuff. I was like, screw that. Let's
you
just
did it anyway, like 3 years later, but back then.
Well, I did it anyways as a convention. But the funniest thing is the file system router just like links a file to a file. We don't actually, still to this day, don't hoist out the data fetching, because it's important. Because if you hoist out the data fetching like this, well, I mean, you can solve it. Remix managed to solve it a different way, but like if you hoist out the data fetching and you await it, like if you put an await call here, like you don't get the render string until you finish your await, so to speak. So like this is the worlds we lived in. This until this past year, these are your choices. And honestly, I don't call this classic Sync SSR, because technically Solid's rendered a string still works this way, because this is what you just rendered a string and then this happens on the client. So
yeah,
this is
let's be clear, like even if you use Suspense, if you're using, I mean, we should throw it out here, like Solid has 3 SSR modes.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know this. Solid has 3 SSR modes, and they're all used in production. So even if you use Suspense, the way render to string works is it will run it'll render the fallback on the server, right?
Right, yeah, exactly, yeah. So it'll render the fallback on the server, ignore any resources exist. So like essentially it just it does actually acknowledge the resource read, but it doesn't actually like do the fetch. It's kind of it's clever that way. So it doesn't actually fetch on the server.
What do you mean? You're saying the when you say it acknowledges the read, you're saying it triggers the fallback.
Yeah, exactly. But But if you wrote your resource in such a way that they didn't fetch on the server, it can also not trigger the fallback. Like we still trigger the fallback based on whether it would actually suspend. And you'd be like, why would you do that? Well, if you didn't suspend a suspense boundary on the server, that means you can show the content right away on the client. Right. So there's no point actually having the client have to wait to find that out.
Yeah. So you're smart about it. Like you run the code.
Yeah.
If it wouldn't normally suspend, then you
can show it.
Fallback.
Yeah, you can show the actual code that gets written. Yeah. So again, this is that knowledge of that comes from reading the resources, of knowing what you need to, right? So where I was going to go to next is, the funny thing is today in Solid, the other two are almost actually identical, but I have them there for API convenience and stuff. But it's like, how do you actually do async SSR, right? And the answer to that is fetch as you render, which is you don't wait. You just start fetching the data as you hit it, and then basically render suspense boundaries as they complete. That's it. To be fair, it's like a smarter version of prepass, but
well, and when you say rerender, like this, we're still on the server.
Yeah.
Async SSR is like it waits. It does the fetching on the server. So theoretically, if you compare Sync SSR with Async SSR, you'll get your response quicker with Sync SSR.
Yes, because the fetching still happens here. This is very similar to this. Like if this is where then it's like send response. If this is where we stop the story, I just recreated this without having a compiler. Like we just recreated this experience without having any like GSSP loaders, whatever. Like you just like you don't need that to do async SSR in Solid. I get. It's funny. The main reason for actually hoisting this stuff out is because of the client. Because the client does code splitting, and the client wants to be able to fetch the data and the code at the same time. If you didn't have to worry about code splitting, then you could just fetch in all your components and deal with the waterfalls. If you're like just deal with it as you deal with it, right? It comes down to Suspense doesn't prevent you from making waterfalls, but it lets you kind of like put that data fetching wherever the hell you want, because you know that it can control, where it happens. Where that happens matters is that the third mode, which is secretly Async SSR, actually just uses under the hood.
Wait, before we get to the third mode, I want to be clear about what happens if you don't use Suspense, but you have Async SSR on. You'll get to a resource.
Yeah.
And then what'll happen?
It will do the data fetching, then it'll read the resource, see no suspense boundary, and go, okay, well, I guess we're not suspending. We don't care about that. And then it will just just treat it like whatever, and just go, like it'll just continue on its way and go get to the end of the rendering and go, I guess we're done. So it won't wait for the data fetching to come back.
So this is interesting. So the fetching starts when the resource is encountered, right?
Yeah.
So the resource is encountered, the fetching starts, and then it finishes rendering and sends the result to the client. So there's in other words, this is not equivalent. If you do this is equivalent on the client. If you're not using SSR and you do Suspense data Suspense, and then you do this. So these are equivalent on the client, right?
Not really, right? The one will show the fallback when data is not available, and the other one will just be undefined. Like they're equivalent because the fallback is undefined here, but
right.
And they're not actually equivalent if there's a parent suspense boundary, because this one will get picked up by the parent, and this one will be isolated to the specific.
Fine. My fun point wasn't it doesn't work so well, but
I was actually trying to say that this is like almost the exact same mentality. That's why we went with this like API, because it's kind of the same thing, like that. Essentially, it's based on where you read it to know which parts of the view aren't available or are stale. So if the thing is, one thing we could do is wrap the whole thing in Suspense automatically. And if you look at all the SolidStart examples, they all have Suspense in the root.
I'm annoyed by.
You're annoyed by?
I don't like how they wrap the entire thing in Suspense, because that teaches people to not use Suspense for its intended purpose, which is to do, granular fallbacks.
Right. The thing is, like, there is an ambiguous case of like what should like
the default behavior be.
Exactly, like where you're like, we should just like collect it and be like, I don't know, because there's also what triggers Suspense on the server, mostly just data fetching, but in general, Suspense triggers also on like lazy component boundaries, right? Like if the code isn't there yet, you suspend. If the data isn't there yet, you suspend. It's all kind of like the same sort of mechanism. So
yeah, so this is interesting. If you don't have any Suspense, the create resource will be effectively ignored. If we wanted to dive really deep, I would ask you, what's the mechanism that Suspense uses to tell the server to wait?
I mean, it's a context again. Essentially, it's a different context, but it's basically context. It registers it. It goes, oh, hey, there is a suspense boundary. Let's register. It registers the resource with. It works very similar. And then the only difference is the suspense element itself is a little special during SSR, where it basically tells the renderer, like the render call, that hey, there's still more work to be done. Don't close the connection, so to speak. It's easier to explain this from the fact that actually the async SSR is just a wrapper around the streaming SSR.
Okay, yeah, let's talk about streaming SSR.
Yeah, which is why I was trying to kind of get there, is that this would be, as I said, kind of end of the story if we were just if we stopped there. But the reason this is interesting is streaming SSR it's actually the same steps, but the difference is this is like a wait.
Yeah.
And this one is not. This one is the second you render everything, it sends a response, and then as the suspense boundary is complete,
Each one sends their own response.
Yeah. Stream the individual suspense boundaries.
I mean, we can do like a more parallel timeline here. Like you, we do an initial pass through the DOM, and at the end of that pass, we send a response send to the client. As we're going through this pass, we are encountering suspense boundaries with resources. Okay, I'm gonna think of the best way to like, this is a suspense, and like this is a suspense too, and each one of these triggers their own timeline. Right.
Yeah.
So.
Nice. Okay, I'm following. I'm taking what you're doing here.
And if you encounter a suspense inside a suspense, you have the same thing.
Yeah.
And the idea is, when we hit the send marks, we send whatever we have at that point. So
yeah. Exactly. So sometimes like the child might finish before the parent finishes, and then we send them both together. Sometimes they don't, and then they get sent one after each other. But it lets us like kind of like send it almost like an onion. Like each layer gets sent out as it's available.
Okay, that's interesting. Let's think about when they get resolved together. So the idea is, if I mean, that wouldn't happen at the top, right?
No, but like the thing is, like this second one you have here.
Yeah.
If this one finishes before this, I mean, this isn't actually showing it very well.
No.
Because do you know why this doesn't show it well? And I'll explain this. Because the whole idea is you show the fallback, but you're still actually running the code. So if you have a child suspense inside a suspense component,
it's still going.
You hit it like early enough. Like you can still hit it, even though like it's we sent out the response with the fallbacks here. So technically speaking, this one here could finish before this one finishes, and then when this chunk sends, it actually sends them both. Or if this one finishes first, it'll send it, and then when this one finishes, it'll send this.
Yeah, onions don't work like that. Okay, fair. Yeah, so yeah, the nested stuff is really hard to wrap your brain around. You kind of have to watch it, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I did visualize this at one point on a stream where I actually drew a Twitter app and showed like the different sections, or I drew like a website and I showed like different.
I remember that.
Like the way the stuff streamed into each section out of order.
Here, you want to see something cool? I took notes on that. I'm gonna send this to you, and you can pull it on your screen. This was like 2021. I even put a table at the bottom.
I like this because I see you had my diagram here about the proportions, and then we showed how as the pieces came in, you would like have we pretended that 1, 2, 3 came out synchronously, and then that 4 and 5 were under a nested suspense boundary. So when you first rendered the page, you got 1, 2, 3, and you got the placeholder, like the fallback for 4. So this is loading here. And then when 4 completed, it would stream onto the end of the document 4 plus the 5 placeholder, which would then get inserted to replace the 4 placeholder. So stream that in, replace, and then I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I don't. That's yeah.
Did we not show?
To explain hydration, but
okay, but the point is then 5 would finish, and then it would get added to the bottom, and then it get replaced into 5p. But that replacement of 4 going into 4p, or 5 going into 5p, which is the fallback or placeholder, can happen on the server as well. So like technically speaking, we can like if you run the UI through and you fetch the data for 4 and 5 at the same time, if 5 finishes first, the server can actually insert 5 into 5p before streaming the 4 to the client, and then 4 will get streamed to the client, and then it will be inserting the client into 4p. So that
I need to do some sort of animation or demo that really shows everything.
Okay.
But yeah, I like what Ian's saying here about the difference between render to string async and render to stream, is that render to string async is like you put a promise.all around everything.
Yeah.
And what's
it
nice about
literally is.
that is on the server you can put you don't have this problem of like sending it at the bottom of the stream. Like as soon as your data is done loading, you render it in the right spot, and that's not a particularly tricky process.
Right.
I'm trying to imagine like the renderer like at different points at the same time. I
mean, it is way simpler than that. You can picture that we're just making a giant string, and then the string has like a marker in it, and then we go and like string replace at that marker when the other pieces. Like that's like literally what we do. We like take one block of string and insert it in the other string. So like on the client it's strings, on the DOM it's DOM nodes.
Here's a question. No one's going to see the fallback, right?
No.
So you don't even have to render that to a string. If it's a very intensive fallback for some reason, you just ignore it.
Yeah, you literally just put like fallback here. Like yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
But but the thing is with the async approach is you have to wait for everything, and the streaming approach. Because this is what I meant by like the way they compress is because if you just wait to send till the end, it all gets compressed like we talked about. But if you send as you go, then there's potential of stuff. So you have to support both. But the key difference is in Solid, our resources have this concept of defer stream, which means that each resource can choose whether it causes the stream to wait or not. So if you tell every resource in your app to cause the stream to wait, you end up with async even when you're streaming.
Right. This is the problem with the SolidStart demos. Is if you go to one of those SolidStart demos and you change it to streaming, you get no benefits because the suspense is at the root.
Yes. Yeah. You'll just like I mean, it depends on what you do, but generally speaking, you put your nav like the Hacker News demo. The nav will be above the suspense boundary, and then like you see the nav, and then the whole page is streamed in.
Yeah, that's okay. At least the nav is above the suspense.
But yes, you're right. This is the thing: is you want more granular suspense to be able to do smarter things, because suspense has a characteristic that we didn't talk about too much in this demo. It's that we did show how it's lazy like this. So you can picture that, streaming in or whatever. But it also applies to it's fine. It transitions as well. New suspense always falls back. So you can use this mechanism also to like cause transitions to only like you can change where the transitions hold. This is why suspense and transitions are the same concepts.
I think I might want to go to transitions next, but I want to make sure that we
Let's not go
summarize this.
Right.
Here's the insight that I'm gonna start using when I'm teaching is the only difference between the SSR modes is suspense, right? Like if you're not using suspense in your app, all the SSR modes do the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the whole thing, and this is maybe where the confusion is. Like, not using suspense makes no sense. Like, you want to use suspense if there's async involved. Period. Even in the sync case, that gives you your fallbacks.
Right.
In the async case, that tells it when it's done rendering, and in the streaming case, that gives you that granularity. You use the exact same pattern with the exact same code, and you can basically do all three. And in the case of streaming to async, async is like just like the reason we default right now is just because like you have to send the headers, you have to like send the response, and there's like some difficulty with libraries working with streaming that we just made the default. But generally speaking, even async mode is just a specialization on streaming. So technically speaking, with streaming, you can do all the behaviors. Like it is possible to write the code to do all the behaviors. Streaming can do sync rendering and then tell the client to fetch everything. It can hold all the resources to do async rendering, or it can do everything as you want to. So in the sense, streaming SSR
and the way you control that is with Suspense.
The defer on the resources. Yes.
Defer. Oh gosh. We should talk about that.
No, I mean we did a minute ago. That's what I was saying. If you defer all the resources, like defer stream, then it becomes async. Like it becomes the same. So all defer does is tell that each individual resource, like, hey, like don't stream until these resources have completed.
It batches them together.
Yeah, well, it basically defers when you actually start sending the response. So if you deferred them all, you go back to async, because then you wait till the end. If you defer only couple them, like say you defer your auth but don't defer your data fetching, then you can at least have the power in your stream to go, okay, this person's unauthorized, like while you're on the server, don't show anything, like do a 404, and then if they are authorized, then you're like, okay, fine, I will send the response now and I will wait for the rest of the data to come in. Like it gives you that ability to kind of choose which stuff has to happen before we respond and which stuff can happen later. So, yeah, streaming is its own level of complexity, which is why there's this interesting thing why, we default this way. But, like, the thing is, the combination of suspense and streaming and this defer thing I mentioned before gives you the power to actually do every existing approach all as one approach. That's why this is so powerful, and why default to streaming with React 18, and Next 13 app directory and all this stuff. The hard part actually with streaming is that not every platform supports it. AWS serverless doesn't support it, which is tricky when like Vercel and Netlify also use that for their primary thing. But
they support it, right?
Well, I don't know if Vercel's done something recently, but generally speaking, only in their edge functions actually had streaming. Because under the hood, serverless functions, AWS, so don't support streaming. So this is there's like a lot of places where streaming, has these trade-offs right now, just because like until this past year, the only frameworks that use streaming were Marco and Solid. And where I got it from.
One other thing about async SSR, if you're trying to make like an SSG,
yeah,
you can use async SSR to do data fetching.
Yeah. That was the original reason why I even kept the async mode. Like these used to be different, and then I made them the same. Is because from an SSG standpoint, you don't care about streaming out the data. So like you're just going to render async because SSG is also handled. We didn't talk about it, but SSG is also handled by this pattern because it's just when you do the request, right? If you do the request at build time, that's what SSG is. It's just do the request at build time instead of on.
There's no reason to do sync SSR. Let's say you had async SSR turned on, but you wanted it to work like sync SSR. You could just not use Suspense.
Yeah, or not use resources and stuff. I because the tricky part is you still want the suspense in the client. You always want suspense.
Well, right, to show your fallbacks. Yeah.
So it's a little bit trickier than that, and this is why teaching this stuff can be tricky at times because I actually think the answer is you always want suspense.
Yeah, I think the spot and this is why I want to teach Suspense with SSR, because if you don't bring any of this into it, someone can just be like, look, I'm always just going to couple my resource to my fallback. It's simple enough because they're reusing the show thing that they learned earlier. I think
Yeah,
In other words, without SSR, suspense versus like dot loading is the same argument as context versus global state. It's like, do you want to couple it or not?
Right, and the problem is suspense, even in the client, does so much more. So it's like it's tricky because,
what else does it do in the client aside for decoupling?
Transitions.
Okay, that's why we need transitions.
Right. So the thing is, suspense is so powerful because it ties all these pieces together in a singular async model, so you can write your code in one way. The funny thing is, it's a kind of a low level API, at least the transitions are. So transitions get hidden in routers, and what we're seeing is suspense is getting hidden in like file system routers as well, but that doesn't really let you leverage it fully. Do you know what I mean? Like, one thing that I'm seeing a lot of right now is like Next new routing has like a placeholder file, like the folder, and that's like basically, again, like a good default kind of approach, but trying to convince, like, it's basically like, okay, now
I don't get the example. It's a default file. What is it?
Okay, maybe you haven't seen this.
I didn't watch last week's stream.
Next app directory. No, this is when I was. Let me see if I can find it. App router. Maybe the fundamentals. This isn't terribly important, but the thing is, like, their file system router has specific named files that include suspense and errors boundaries built into the file system routing.
Oh, and so it's at the root of the file, basically. There's a suspense.
Yeah. So we have page, we have layout, we have loading, error.
Okay.
Like, see, this is suspense.
Okay, this is interesting. Loading.js, create loading UI. Loading wraps a page in a suspense boundary. Wow, that is weird. That is really, really interesting.
Yes.
So this is first of all, this is similar to like the Svelte thing where like you have a folder for your route.
Yeah. So like there's a lot of attempts right now to try and simplify these mechanisms for people, because like you can still see this doesn't actually solve our problem, right? Like,
it'll suspend your entire page when
it's nested route section.
Route.
To be fair.
Okay.
So it's like a little bit better. But one of the things that I think is really interesting about this pattern is there's a reason for this in React, and I can show it really quickly here. It's because I think I showed on a previous stream, so I apologize for the people who've already seen this, but it's this async function, my component. So this is going to be my server component, right? It's because whether you're using await or use, but await makes this like really obvious, equals await fetch data, whatever. Whether you use it doesn't matter. This could be use. React subscribes at a component level, right? So picture what your entry to your route section looks like if you're presumably going to wrap it in error boundaries and suspense. You want this to be like my homepage, right? You want this to be homepage, but it can't be, because you can't put suspense here and expect it to suspend. Because even if you read it, you're reading it right here. You're not reading it under the suspense boundary.
No. Even if you read it under the suspense boundary, it's considered a per component.
Right. So like, even if this was use or something, it's this component. So you actually, your homepage has to actually be return suspense boundary, like this kind of wiring, suspense. My actual component.
So, and this is because the mechanism we talked about in Solid that triggers suspense is the read.
Right, and React is still the read, but they only have the capability of reading at a component level.
Wow.
So
this is cool, because this is like a really interesting benefit of like the fine-grained reactive approach that has big ergonomic consequences when it comes to these server-side patterns.
Right. Well, the consequence is they don't want you to have to write this every time. So they go, okay, don't worry, you can write this code and we'll expose this through a file system router.
Yeah, and you can't do granular. The only way to do granular suspense is by creating a new component.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. So this is why like they're kind of on board with this. Whereas, as I mentioned in Solid, you can literally just go create resource here, suspense, read it underneath the suspense boundary, all in one component.
This would make a really good conference talk, because everyone's talking about Suspense and Next.13. It'd be really cool to show how Solid does Suspense.
Right. But what I'm getting at is this sort of awkwardness is why we ended up with the file system routing like this, because there's like, you don't want every person who uses your app to have to wire that up. Like who creates a page. You want to just make a page file and not have to worry about this. But it makes you prescriptively fall into certain patterns, which is tricky. You know, it's so, yeah.
So how about error boundary on the server?
I mean, it's a similar problem though, right? Like you have to wrap the error boundary around where the error occurs. So yeah. Like it's fine from the perspective of like you can still error in like a JSX binding and get caught by the error boundary. I think it's fine, but yeah, this is why they have .error or error.js and placeholder loading.js or whatever. So.
And in Solid, error boundary, that doesn't change. That doesn't change per mode, does it?
No. The only part that gets tricky is if you've already flushed the error boundary into the client and the server is still like crunching on it. Right now we have this mechanism where we can actually throw the error across the stream. So like you can error on the server and tell the client that's mid-rendered on the stream that, hey, something errored. You guys need to handle the error boundary in the client.
So that would, like, just to do an example of what this looked like, if you... Oh, sorry, my mic doesn't pick up because it's one of these condenser mics. So when I leaned back, no one could hear me. Okay, fine. Sorry. So this would be if you have... like if this is error boundary with like some stuff here, and then you had suspense here. Suspense data.
Yeah, exactly. The tricky part here is server components change the math a bit. That I think you almost have to make suspense into error boundaries because there's no guarantee that you will have a client-side error boundary above the error. So I have to rethink this a little bit in the server components world. But right now, there's no guarantee.
Well, there's no guarantee. I mean, there's no guarantee regardless. Like, you don't have to put an error boundary here.
Right, I guess so. It's just one of those kind of interesting things. If the error boundary doesn't make it to the client.
I mean, this is interesting because we should talk about error boundary because a lot of people don't use it. So if you have suspense and your resource throws an error and there's no error boundary, what happens if you're like in async SSR mode?
Async SSR mode, I mean, everything's on the server. So, I actually think async, this might be the one place that I haven't actually completely patched async because it still treats it as a stream. So it still pretends like it's been flushed to a certain degree. But generally speaking, if you're outside of the suspense error boundary and suspense recognizes that the error boundary is gone, I can't remember if with async whether I patched this piece, but if it recognizes that the parent's gone, it will just throw the error across the network and expect the client to handle it. If it's the other scenario, we just handle it on the server. It just does like a re-render of the fallback and an insertion, just like the same way suspense does.
So we had a pattern in the Discord where someone basically said like const async like props equals like error boundary suspense
right
props.children. Wait, what is going on? Why is this not okay? Hang on, let me. Yeah, it was like this. So is this a pattern you like now?
I mean, if people want to do that, they can do that. I just
like. Do you always want? Are you saying that error boundary should be explicit, but still in the same place, or do you think it's like a good idea to move your error boundaries
I mean, it's an interesting one. I mean, it's hard to have hard set opinions on it. I can see cases where the error boundaries should be more granular than the suspense boundaries. I can also see why you'd want an error boundary to catch the whole thing. So
Yeah, I could see a situation where you wrap your entire app in an error boundary, but you use granular suspense.
yeah, and granular error boundaries. Like error boundaries sometimes should be more granular than suspense.
Right.
So,
Super
but
interesting.
yeah, I mean, this is like a nested thing, and I guess this is where a lot of like where we have the mechanism that's so powerful, and where meta frameworks are trying to like abstract it away so people don't have to worry or think about it, is maybe where this is kind of coming into right now. But like technically speaking, these are tools at our disposal that are very, very powerful.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the only thing left for me is the dreaded use transition, which I bet we can distill use transition into a sentence.
Yeah, I mean, we already showed it. Transition is like hold things in the past. Those things in the past can even still be interactive. It just the challenge is to, I told you it was hard to do it, to have like both show the data and like have stuff fetching in the background. And the thing is, the reason is, if you were going to do it manually, you'd have to like duplicate stuff, like have like actual tab and display tab. You know what I mean? Like so that you could like show the tab that's on the page. And then when you click here, sorry, let's switch to the transition mode. When you click here, now I'm switched to like, actual tab is already updated, but show tab hasn't updated. What Suspense lets you do is that forking, like that, like you like having different versions, or sort of transitions do, is like that different version, like the tab that's on in the display and the tab that's in the future. Just the framework does it for you. So it actually forks the reactive graph to a potential future reactive graph, and when it finishes, it merges them back together, kind of like Git. So that's a lot for people to think about, because
that's too much for my one sentence use transition.
But the result is you wrap a change. So you pick some kind of change, like setting the tab. It doesn't matter what it is. You wrap the whole change and its downstream repercussions in something that is considered a transition. It's lower priority. It's something that's like happens off the main UI. So your UI stays the same. And what happens is any async resources, any suspense that triggers anything that happens in the background, we just register and go, hey, you're not done until all the async stuff's done. So you have your active page in front of you. This is kind of going off doing its thing. And then when it's like, I'm done now, it comes back in. Any better?
I mean, like we've literally done a call where you've explained use transition to me, and I wrote down notes, and I just need to really do it. Maybe that would be a fun thing. We switch to my screen, and I start from scratch and do a transition.
I'm trying to think of like the problem with transition, like suspense, is you always need so much setup, because you need like the async thing, you need the suspense component, you need the
well, we can do one of the SolidStart demos, because those don't have transitions, right? Do they? Like
no, I mean technically the router has the transitions.
Oh.
So the thing with transitions is you don't see them usually, because the router will wrap every route change in a transition for you, and
it won't do anything if you're not using suspense anywhere.
Right. Exactly. and if you do use suspense in a naive way, it just does this kind of holding thing that I'm showing you here. What's interesting is, if we go back to my silly example that I showed a moment ago, where I was like, oh, what happens if we just wrap, this in the suspense boundary? This scenario. The cool thing about transitions is they only care about existing suspense boundaries. They care about suspense that's already happened. So like they're like, look, we know that we have something to show here. But this is again why suspense is so powerful. Is if you put the suspense boundary inside a nested suspense boundary. So the first suspense boundary, the one that wraps the whole app, wraps the whole router. This one exists. And it exists now. So when I switch, you know that it's going to like trigger the read. But what I've done now is when we switch to the new page, there's a new suspense boundary underneath the page. And a new suspense boundary doesn't actually trigger the transition. It always triggers the fallback. Like it treats it like it's new. It isolates the suspense from the transition. It isolates the read. So now when I switch page,
because we started the transition outside of it, right?
Right. So now when I switch the page, what you're seeing is it actually goes immediately, and it shows the fallback. So where is it? Suspense. I should put a fallback here so we can see it. Fallback. Unknown. MS. Just whatever. So, like, it's working similarly now to when we were fallbacking with the nested suspense boundary, and like we had a moment ago without any transitions. And
wait,
that's
can you show me this without a transition? Like if you just take it out of the
it's going to work identical because you're not reading the resource under how should I put it? Yeah. You're not reading the resource under a suspense boundary that feeds into the transition. See, it's still the same. So basically, this is really powerful because you can build APIs around transitions that have state, and then the end user, through the use of suspense, has the ability of controlling when they want to do fallbacks or not, because they can basically top-level, higher-level suspense situations will stay in the past until available. But you could picture that if you have a page and you have the primary data and then you have some secondary data that's like lower priority that can fetch later, what you can do is have the primary data hit the higher level suspense, meaning that you wait for it because you're like, this data is worth waiting for. We don't want to show in all cases, we don't actually want to show like a full loading state, but we'll wait for that data. So we'll kind of show a stale state on the current page. And then when we go to the new page, if the nested data isn't available, that's okay. We'll show a loading indicator for just that part. If it's available, it'll show up. But essentially, you can use nested suspense with transitions also as a way of choosing how long to wait in the past and what is worth like not waiting for. Basically, yeah.
We're gonna do this from scratch just to. We'll start with the boilerplate. We're gonna do the tutorial because I've done this so many times. We're gonna do this again.
Okay.
I'm gonna share my screen.
Okay, share your screen.
Screen one. All right. Okay. We're gonna. So first of all, the behavior that the tutorial shows, there's no use transition yet.
Yeah, it's just simply a fallback. So every time you go, it's loading. All
right. And what we can do is so the idea of a transition is to wrap some sort of setter, basically, some sort of change. So where do we want to do that?
Someone's mentioning we need really good examples. I will say the React experimental examples for transition, they wrote like an experimental docs thing that they ended up changing, but the original version of that from like 2-3 years ago has examples for like every single like different types of transition scenario. It's actually really good.
Someone did the dark mode thing, the passive aggressive dark mode request.
Yeah.
Should we go to the React docs, learn about transitions, and then come back?
I mean, I have some of those examples sitting around written in Solid, but it is actually the example for the. You know what though? They don't actually have this behavior. This is one behavior that they added later. So we probably should just do it here. It's fine. It's just easier when you have the setup for multiple resources.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take the thing that's triggering. We're triggering the new resource, right? Because the idea is that as soon as the match matches a new child, it renders the child, and the child reads the resource and triggers the suspense. So the idea,
there's some confusion in chat. Yeah, I'm sorry. Transition is a terrible name, and I probably shouldn't have copied React's naming here. It's actually create transaction. Like, it's not actually a transition; it's a transaction, like from the database concept of it.
That's much better naming.
I don't know why we ended up with transitions, probably because of the UI implications of it, but it has nothing to do with like changing the state of stuff. It's like it's basically a way of doing async transactions in your render library.
All right, so we're gonna see what happens when
the only thing worth copying from React is hooks. I think you got the other way around, unless that's like a joke about how.
All right, so the first thing we do is call useTransition. Wait, what about createTransition? Isn't that a thing?
Yeah, you can like, I did use because it shows the pending state, but you can also just like skip the use and just start transition, I think it's called, and then you don't have the full thing. The reason we do start is because it gives us the pending state.
All right, hang on. Let's all right, start. That's the one. Start transition.
Yeah.
Similar to useTransition, except there's no associated pending state.
Yes.
Okay. Should we start with that? It seems simpler.
I mean, sure. It's this. Yeah.
Let's do that. Let's just. So it's a wait. Are they both promises? Oh no, the start. Okay. Yeah. So all we need to do is.
The fact that it's a promise is useful for some things, but not really relevant to you. You just want to wrap the set tab call
in a start transition. All right, so we're taking our basic mutation and we're wrapping our basic mutation in start transition. And now what that does is, here's what I think it's gonna do. Right, when you say start transition, you're saying this change is a lower priority, right?
The thing is, you got to wrap it in. You need another thunk in there because you're passing the result. You actually have to wrap it in a function. Like, so
yes. Whoops. It's I can do this, right? God, this is confusing. Why is it?
Yeah. Why did I do this? Because it made it easy to. I'm making event handlers once for all the different ones. So.
How's this?
No, you still gotta wrap it in one more function.
Oh, seriously?
Because it needs to. You're passing back an event handler based on the index. So like basically, this is a way of so you can say on click update tab.
A nicer example, we would just literally like have 3 different functions.
Yeah, but then you'd have to go to 3 different places. Yeah.
Wait, I still don't get why we need this wrapper because. I don't know, because you have to return a function. I thought that this returns a promise, not a function.
Well, it's not. Yeah, it actually the return value is basically irrelevant. It's basically it performs the transaction. You have to wrap it in a function so that it can like start it and run it.
Yeah.
Like from your perspective, it returns void. Like it's just.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, what this says is, give me an index and I'll return an event handler. What does that event handler do? It starts a transition, and that transition is why can't I just do I don't know because right the transition needs a function to call.
Right. Otherwise, you need like a start transition end transition function.
Yeah. So start transition takes my function, and it does some fancy stuff with it, and then it calls the function. So what changed? It held. So basically, it ran the function immediately because that's how the suspense got triggered, right? But so it runs this immediately, but it holds off all effects, right?
Yeah, holds off all effects and. I mean, it does more than that because you could have an active counter counting up on the page at the same time. You could be interacting with the page in front of you, and it's still live. So, like,
it just goes off goes off screen
Yeah.
and starts a new render tree,
Yeah.
and it will show you that render tree when the suspense is done.
Yeah.
And here's the important thing. It runs that like in the nooks and crannies of JavaScript's event system. Like it's low, that off-screen thing is low priority because it's not showing.
In that part, I do it to kind of, it defers it so it's outside of the synchronous run.
Yeah.
But to be fair, we don't, by default, we don't do what the React calls time slicing, which is where they split the work across multiple frames. I'm not doing that here.
Right.
Because for stuff like this, for I/O, what's the bottleneck? It's not the CPU, it's the network. You're waiting for your data to load. So there's no real point of adding a scheduling system on top because like you're literally like the code that runs in set tab is like it depends. If it was a certain type of workload, I could see an argument for it maybe, but for the most part, like our default behavior doesn't do time slicing. It just goes and renders it because like why not?
So it goes, renders it off screen, and it's the same synchronous. Like maybe the time at which it runs this is smart. Right. No, it runs this immediately. This gets run because that's how the suspense gets triggered in the first place, right?
Well, almost. It runs it almost immediately. Close enough to immediately. I mean, this is a technicality.
Okay, but the point is that like it triggers the suspense. It's not this function call that's deferred potentially. It's dependencies that are deferred.
Well, I mean, yes. You just don't see its effects, including the initial set right away. Because if you look at it,
well, the initial set is what triggered the suspense. Then that happened immediately.
Right, but it happened in such a way that it was isolated from what's on the page.
It triggered these.
Right, but not the same these that you're seeing, because otherwise the page would update. And we can still update the page while this is happening. It literally forks the reactive graph. Like it literally makes a new version.
All right, so it forks the reactive graph immediately. So the suspense triggered is the suspense on the fork.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I didn't get. All right. So how does it communicate with suspense then? So it runs the forked tree. In the forked tree, it encounters suspense. It knows to wait till that suspense is done, and when it's done, the forked tree becomes the regular tree.
Yes. love explaining that one, eh?
All right. So the fun stuff that you were talking about with the merging is if while that suspense is going, you change a bunch of stuff in the shown tree, there needs to be some way to combine the two. Now, I think it would be a fine behavior if you just replaced everything on screen with the new screen, but that's not what happens.
No.
You got to do a merge. Yeah, we should do a demo with that for sure.
Okay, well, I mean, one thing you can do is like, how about you create a signal? No, I'm trying to think what the best way of doing this. Yeah, what if you create a signal? Yeah, create a signal in the top of the app, just where tab is. Just create another signal. Make a counter. And then let's give it a set interval. You know, I mean, you can make a button too. It's really up to you. Do you think a button's more effective or?
Yeah, let's do a button. And I can make the suspense really slow.
And then what you want to do is
put the
it's in the child lower down. You want the button to be in the suspense boundary to really prove our point. Like not in there. Keep them going.
Oh, sorry. This is the menu.
Yeah. You want let's put it inside the suspense boundary. So under suspense beside switch.
Okay. So we'll put it. We're gonna do one button.
Yeah. Because if we put it somewhere else, like you could be like, oh, that's outside the suspense boundary. I want to actually set count +1, and then you can maybe show the count as the button's text. I don't know.
A bunch of people are talking. Oh, we got a raid? Who raided us?
Oh yeah, let me check. I have to go over to Twitch to actually see what's going on.
Welcome, welcome. We are doing. You just got here as in the middle of our useTransition demo.
Yeah, doing rocket science over here. What do we got? A rating party from was it Madeline of Rivia? He's rating with a party of 79.
Wow,
awesome!
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Welcome. All right, so we got a working button, and I'm gonna go make the suspense longer. So let's change this to like half a second, so it's nice and slow. I click this, I wait. Click this, I wait. So what I can do now is it'll do a nice merge for me. So if I click this, increment the oh wait, I need to make it even slower.
Yeah, you got to
do at least a second. So click this, press the button, and then it just works.
Yeah.
So let's do some fancy stuff on here. So let's oh no, there's no way to do a merge conflict. Actually, there is a way to do a merge conflict. We put the button in the switch, right?
Well, if you put the button in the switch, when it switches, you're going to get a new version of the button, and the state's still hoisted, so it still just shares the same state.
Wait.
Okay, how do we do this?
Wait. Even just what you said is interesting. like if I do this and I go to the next tab is not going to have the button.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what you're saying. And then when I go back, it'll work.
Yeah, because you've preserved the state. I'm trying to think of a scenario.
But what if I make another button on the other page? I don't know.
I mean,
no,
sure,
it'll just swap. It'll just swap.
Yeah. I mean, the big benefit of this was you could see that the page was still interactive under the suspense boundary while it was holding in the past while rendering. Yeah. Proof concurrent rendering in SolidJS.
Well, there's nothing interesting happening on the other page besides just like a single thing.
See, this is the whole thing that I was trying to get at, though. With this, the thing is the mechanic is really, really cool, like from that side. But like for you, the user, it's kind of boring. Like,
I'll show you the proof of concurrent rendering. This will be the proof. Here we do a set interval. That's the proof. I'll do const count set count here, and then we'll do set interval. How do I do this? Set count.
Right. Okay. Because you're saying the signal is created under the suspense boundary. Sure. Okay. Yeah. I mean, let's create them everywhere. We can create signals anywhere. So let's do it.
All right. So here,
you got to show the count somewhere.
This will prove concurrent rendering because by the time we get here, this will be running on another thread, basically in another world. I definitely broke something. What did I
create signal? You got to import it.
Oh.
This file doesn't have a create signal in it.
All right. Let's. Okay, so here we are. So I'm gonna press this, play with the button. This is not convincing enough. I want to make it like 10.
No, not the. Is it? Well, you can't. You can't. Well, you can't keep it because you're making a new count every time. What you want to do is you want to have a slow counter so you can actually see it. It's too fast. You can't see it's jumping too fast. Pick a counter that's like slow enough that you can actually see that it's not 0 when you get to the next page. Like pick something. It's still got to be slower than the R2, but it's got to be like maybe 500. Like it's got, because you're making a new counter each time. You're not preserving it. So you need something so that we know that when you click on the next page, it's not starting from 1. So just click those or whatever, right?
Yeah, it starts at 2.
Right?
Okay.
So like that proves that both realities are actually executing at the same time.
And if I make it a little bit smaller, it'll start at like 4 or something. Yeah, 3 or 4. Okay, cool. All right, I'm convinced something cool is happening here. Okay, and then the only difference between doing start transition directly and using useTransition is that useTransition gives you a signal that tells you whether the suspense has started, right?
Right, exactly. That'll give you like an indicator, because if you just sit there for like 2 seconds and you're going like, did I click the button? Like,
yeah. So all we have to do to replace this is say const pending start transition equals.
I'm a little proud of this one. I mean, people give me some flack sometimes for copying React. We had pending as the first argument before React did. They had it switched. They had start and then pending as the second argument, and I was like, that's dumb. So I swapped it, and then they ended up swapping it. Just small aside.
Okay, that was the most petty thing I've ever heard.
No, it's not about it's petty. It was just like I wanted to point out that even when I look at React APIs, I don't copy them blindly.
Wait, hang on. Wait, tell me that again. It was reversed. What was it?
React, when they introduced the API, had it reversed. Like they had start as the first argument and pending as the second argument.
And you were like, I don't like that because there's no point of use transition.
It's the same. It's the same split. Read, write.
So I like that. I also like it because what's the point of a use transition that only returns start transition?
Yeah, I mean, you can do that. I mean, because start transition wasn't a separate API previously. I just wanted to kind of point out that, like when I was looking at this stuff, I actually made decisions. I didn't just go, oh, let's copy React. I was like, okay, how should this work? Right down to the API level. And it was kind of interesting that React actually ended up swapping their APIs so that they ended up matching up. But that would have been confusing to React developers. If they were using useTransition, they came to Solid and they're like, why are the arguments in the opposite order? I mean, I thought it was an interesting story from the perspective of like how I look at React when I'm looking at features. It's not just like, oh, let's just copy this because React's doing it. I put a lot of thought into figuring out what makes sense for Solid and what we would want to do. So,
wait, pending is a signal, right?
Yeah.
All right. So it says start me, and then now it's pending, and then okay, yeah, neat. All right, you have taught me use transition. The way to explain use transition, I think, is to the reason why use transition is difficult to explain is because it does multiple things. It does, like, we can literally like make a list of things it does. Let me go back to it was in a different tab. All right, we're gonna do our use transition box now.
You're not in dark mode. You just blew everyone's eye sockets.
I just blasted everyone. How do I switch this to dark mode?
There should be.
Here. Okay. I think that use transition is part of is clearly part of the suspense box. No question. You can't use it without suspense.
Yeah.
So use transition, first of all, is in the client side part of suspense. So all of this stuff here is irrelevant. So that gives us a few choices. We can teach suspense, teach transition, then teach SSR, or we can teach suspense and SSR and be like, hey, by the way, use transition. I don't know. I'm just going to leave it separate for now. Then we say it like watches the suspense, basically the first mechanic, right? Like so you need to use it.
The funny thing is, people, because it freezes the whole screen, it's not as obvious that suspense is important, but suspense is important because that's how you choose whether you're transitioning or not. It's based on the resource reads under existing suspense boundaries.
If you run use transition and there's no suspense in the tree, it will trigger the tree and immediately update your first tree.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's basically, God, it's like taking your fallback and replacing it with your current. Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean that's how some people tried to explain it on Twitter this week. I saw someone say exactly that. So transitions are like if your current page becomes the fallback for suspense.
Yeah, that we should start with that. Current page becomes the fallback. Because in our example, it was very clear the fallback was ignored. We just didn't see it. Current page becomes the fallback until suspense is done, right?
Yeah.
But you have to use it. So wrap code that triggers the suspense. Because if you wrap code that doesn't trigger the suspense, it doesn't interact with it. Current page becomes the fallback. Yeah. I feel like for me, one of the breakthroughs was realizing that it's not your suspense, it's like the new suspense that gets hit. In other words, like immediately
Well, I mean, it works based on context and reactivity. It works like any other state change. You trigger that state change, it reads it somewhere in the tree, and then like uses context to find the nearest suspense boundary. So we're not like re-rendering in the classic sense. It's reactive updates. So the reason that it works is that it happens. Tab is already in the tree. So when you update tab, that tab update happens. Starts
right.
doing.
So okay, this is important. In other words, if we do something here,
we didn't like re-render the whole page, but we re-render what we would have re-rendered. So when tab changes, what you're seeing is it's going to go to that switch match, essentially. Like there's other places, but it goes to the switch match. And that switch match goes, okay, I'm still in it. I now need to read it in this match. I'm going to fork at that point. So it like piecewise forks it and goes, okay, the switch has to change. So switch is now existing in a different zone.
Yeah,
and
I mean, everything is like it's forked immediately. In other words, like we run this,
yeah.
But no changes propagate in our tree.
Yeah.
So it forks it, and then in that fork, it triggers a suspense.
Right, because then switch changes. Switch goes to a different match term, starts rendering the new match, sees the resource,
yeah,
looks up the suspense boundary, which already exists.
Yeah.
So like we're not doing extra work. It's not like we're suddenly like re-rendering a whole chunks of the DOM. We get to reuse all the stuff that's already there, but like the tab would have switched anyways, so we would have re-rendered the child anyway. You know what I mean? Like
I don't really. I mean, it is. You're saying it doesn't fork the tree, it like reuses it?
Well, I mean, it forks the reactive graph. So
okay, right.
You're
saying there's no new DOM elements anywhere
until where there would be new DOM elements anyway. So like when you switch a match, you unmount the one match and you mount the new match.
What I was imagining was like an entire graph with like suspense in it and all the children, but that doesn't make any sense. It's you call this, there's a new reactive graph interacting with the okay, that's weird. So it's not like there's two suspenses, there's one suspense. Like there's no like Solid doesn't have like two suspenses in memory or anything. It has one suspense in memory and just like different versions of all the different reactive dependencies.
Signals. Yeah.
God, another rating from who? Holy crap.
What's going on now? Hey, rating party from Acorn 1010. Thank you so much.
Nice. Yeah. Fork graph is
fork the reactor graph, but only update the DOM nodes that would update anyways. Check. Yeah. This is super powerful too because we create the DOM nodes as we go. So like, and because Solid's ability to resume, like pause and only update what changes, we get this incredible thing where we can actually preemptively create the DOM nodes as we go, like as the data's doing. So we don't leave it all to the end. So like we can do a bunch of the work ahead of time in the case of a navigation. Like if you go to a new page and it has a bunch of stuff and then you have some data in the middle that you need to load to render, we can render the shell of the page off screen, and then when the data comes in, only finish rendering it and then show it on the screen. So we actually save work.
That's the thing I'm trying to figure out. Like in our example here, it's not just that, like, it's not just that the value of the set interval, the count is held off screen. It's the value of the count and anything that depends on it, including the DOM, right?
Yeah, because if you think about it, control flow in Solid, which we covered a bit earlier, is just a memo with that produces DOM elements. So what we can do is have that forked version of that memo, each holding different versions of those DOM elements.
So like there are DOM elements copied, right?
But will be created in the case where you actually switch something, like if you do that switch match, or if it's a show component, like if you're switching from A to B, then you're going to create new DOM elements. So
you're going to in this example, I'm updating text content.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm trying to think what you mean specifically in this example, but like this div, you're creating a new component, so that you have to create this new div. This text content is getting updated in. Well, I mean, let's look back actually. Where is this?
I update. I call set.
Okay, yeah. Well, you're creating a new div because you're going to a new tab. But if this button in here that's under the suspense, do we still have the button, the Start Me button?
Yeah, here.
Where is that in the view?
The button.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, now that it's down here, it's getting recreated. But when that button was up above, like, if you move that button back beside pending, like, put it up here, that button's not getting recreated.
Okay. Right. So, basically, when we switch, we're inside the interval and tab equals 1, a bunch of DOM nodes get created off screen.
Yeah, because you switch to the new child.
We fork the reactive graph, but we only create DOM nodes if those DOM nodes would be created. So there's no switch off screen. There's no match off screen.
Well, I mean, technically there is we had to fork, like, because there's one version that has the one match and one version that has the other match. We did have to fork the internal memos inside switch match. But
we had to the memo. Yeah, okay, but there's no button off screen.
No, because it. Yeah, the only thing that we had there might be. Let me think here. Is there? I'm trying to think if the count would be. If there is a version, and I don't think there has to be, but if there is a version of the count off screen, it's being kept. It's being kept in sync with the version on screen. I didn't explain this part. We don't actually merge. I made this a lot simpler in that things that apply to the transition only apply to the transition. Things that apply to the main screen that you're interacting with while the transition is going apply to both the main screen and to the transition. That way I don't actually even have to merge. I literally can
rebase.
Yeah, it's rebase.
It's rebase. Wow, that's great. Okay, it's rebase. So we don't just clone the reactive graph. In other words, there isn't a button off screen. There's a count off screen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, I like the effect that
there's definitely, but there's definitely not a button DOM element in memory.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Is there performance issues? I mean, this is an interesting one. This is obviously more complicated because you're running more things in check. But actually, in my opinion, it depends on your workflows. If you're doing like heavy computation stuff and you're getting into a point where you'd want to do time slicing, then maybe there's performance considerations here. But otherwise, for like IO type stuff, I actually think this is more performant than the approach that's like something that React is doing, because we're doing as much work up front as possible, and then like it will make things complete quicker because we do way less work as things finish. If that makes sense. Like, we do the work as soon as we can. And the side effects are all held. So like the really expensive side effects, like rendering the DOM and stuff, updating the DOM aren't going to happen. You can create DOM nodes through this process, but you're not going to be like updating existing DOM nodes until the end. So yeah, man, I wish I could explain this better. It seems like a tricky thing.
Yeah, I need to think about it. Like, this is basically what's happening here. You want a wrap code that triggers the suspense. The current page becomes a fallback. While the suspense is running, all the downstream changes happen off stream. Okay, this is interesting, right? Fork reactive graph. All changes happen on stream. Changes to the it's forked and shared. Like, it's like any changes on screen also happen off screen.
See, yeah. When you at a certain point when you look at this, you're kind of going like, should I be spending my time like explaining the mechanical parts of this, or just tell a really nice story about how
we need to tell the nice story? But I'm just writing down everything I know so far.
Yeah, like this is the challenge on this, and this is people wondering like a lot of the work the React team like Dan's doing right now is heroic work, because he's dealing with trying to explain the same sort of concepts, and yeah, I mean, this is really powerful stuff.
Except the difference between our version and their version is their version has time slicing, which is even more annoying to explain.
Yeah, I mean, that's a whole other dimension. We have the ability to enable time slicing, but that's not our default.
Because we're fast enough.
Generally, you have to have a very specific type of workflow for it to make sense. You have to have a lot of expensive computations distributed across the graph in a relatively equal way. Like, if you have one expensive thing, time slicing doesn't help you, and it can't be the side effects. It can't be the rendering that does it. It has to be like the pure computation, like the things you would put in a create memo or something. And those are the things that have to be expensive.
Because if when you use transition, effects are delayed.
Exactly. You want to the reason you do all this is consistency. You want to say, I'm not going to show the page until everything is up to date, until I know that everything is consistent. So the problem is all the actual rendering work happens at the end. So like,
right.
if even with time slicing, if you're like jamming the CPU like crazy to try and do something, like, time slicing only helps on something that like the page is already able to render efficiently, which is always weird with those 3D demos they always show, because it helps maybe with like building models up or something, but you have to kind of like manufacture the situation, because if something was too expensive to render in the browser, then like time slicing doesn't help you.
Yeah. So in terms of, I want to talk about like delaying effects. So, first of all, we don't delay computations, so any memos are run immediately off screen, right?
Yeah. There's actually a good question that just came in. I'm new to the concept of suspense. See that it's more to it than I thought. Is the point of learning this and transitions to be able to perform UI work concurrently so the user's not blocked or interacting? That is why the React does the time slicing thing. But in our case, that actually isn't the reason we want to do this specifically. This is mostly because there's a belief that there's a UX benefit, especially on navigation, of being able to like not fall back to like skeleton states, like so that you're able to like have something on the current page and start fetching for the next page and have it smooth. This is something that I always remember noticing when I worked on React Native, was like, when you're on a web app, you're used to like a lot of loading spinner type scenarios where you like lose the page and like show the loading spinners. Whereas like on mobile, I was noticed the transitions always seem smoother, because like they sometimes like there'll be some loading indicators, but they'll kind of like hold the page or like animate it in or use some kind of like affordance around that, where like the data is like kind of wait a bit for the data to be available, so you don't have like less jitter. And that's really what the benefit of using stuff like transitions and suspense are, is so you can orchestrate the app in a consistent way to remove that kind of jitter.
So yeah, so that's the main story you tell here, is that normally Suspense. So first of all, if you use Suspense with no fallback, it shows a blank screen while the data is loading. If you use Suspense with fallback, you can show whatever you want while the data is loading. And if you use Suspense with fallback and use transition, you show the current screen as the fallback while the new stuff is loading. The annoying thing about this is that sometimes the fallback is triggered. If you read in a child and it's not triggered by start transition, the fallback will be shown. The only
Right.
The only reason the fallback is not shown is if you trigger the suspense inside a start transition.
Right.
I'm wondering if you could create a version of Suspense that used the current screen as a fallback, triggered all downstream changes off screen, and didn't have to use transition to trigger it.
Yeah, and this is something we explored a bit with Marco. The challenge then is you lose the explicitness of knowing that you're doing this. So the challenge is that like suddenly stuff that's sync becomes async. Like it's detached from it. Like every single signal set could potentially trigger suspense. So you take the overhead there, and like as soon as someone might tie stuff together, like you could have something that updates immediately, and then somebody somewhere else in the code does a code change, and now your thing that updates immediately now is triggering a transition. So like now it's like doesn't update immediately. Like we went through this a lot. I'm pretty strong in my belief that you have to be explicit about transitions. People expect synchronous behavior by default in these frameworks, and if you just tried to opt everyone into transitions, the developer experience of trying to figure out what's going on is a lot more complicated, because you start get these entanglements that are hard to trace. The only other option, the one that I did think about, is like, what if tearing was the default instead of going back to fallback? Like, what if that Angular example I showed earlier was the default? Because if you understand this, you start understanding why latest exists on resources.
But you're saying if you don't provide a fallback, what if you just went to the next screen and did it as if you didn't use suspense at all?
Right. No. I'm not saying if you don't provide a fallback. I'm saying after it's loaded once, don't suspend. Like suspense is only for the initial load by default. Like I was playing around in my head, like what would happen if we only show, because you need the fallback when you first load the page, right? There's only two choices here, or three choices here: show tearing, bail out, so show the fallback, keep things in the past. Only three choices. You need to bail out on the initial page load. You have no choice because you don't have the data. After you have the data, you have the choice of either showing in the past, or you have the choice of tearing. There's
and to be clear, tearing is you keep everything the same and just update. Want to see tearing?
Go back into child, and where it reads the resource time, go time.latest instead of calling it as a function.
Oh, this doesn't trigger suspense.
No, not count, the other one.
Oops. Right. This is the thing that doesn't trigger suspense.
It does trigger it initially. See? You still got the loading indicator?
But now... why
see,
is it...
tearing. That was tearing.
What?
The resource... you still have a transition. So the transition's happening... Let me see here.
Okay, I need to get rid of this transition because I'm getting confused. I'm just going to do regular...
Well, actually, we need the transition, sorry, for this. It's just there's too much stuff going on. I think, are we reading time? You need the transition because otherwise my point doesn't go... How are you determining pending again?
It's just what... pending is from the transition. Right.
So the transition is based on the resource loading time, but the UI is not being held by it. That's interesting. I don't know if that's a bug. That's something we should consider.
God,
but
I have no idea what's going on anymore.
No, but what I'm getting at is you see the tearing, right?
What's the tearing?
Actually,
what's the tearing?
You just click on Uno. See how it switched immediately? Or did it switch immediately? Click on DOS.
It only switched pending. The page didn't switch.
Yeah, okay, so the latest is not working. We must be reading time somewhere that I'm not. You're right, this isn't the tearing. We've made this example so complicated we've lost.
Can't you prove the point of .latest without transition?
No, that's the whole point. The reason it exists. It's so that you can opt out of transitions. And oh, you're right. You can opt out of suspense. Right. Just remove the transition. My bad. I confused myself for a minute. My bad. You're right. You can do this with suspense.
So what this will do is. Greg Johnston says, I went and got dinner and watched a Tinkerbell movie. Are you two still going? Yeah, I need to learn about transition.
Okay, try this one now. Okay,
it's triggering the fallback.
So somewhere in here we must be reading it, and it's not, unfortunately for us, not doing this. I mean, this is the same reason. Are we reading time anywhere else?
It's declared in here. It can't be read.
Okay.
Old Water says, this sounds egregiously over-engineered. It's not. There's some moving parts. I wouldn't say it's egregiously over-engineered.
The problem is, to actually solve this problem is actually more complicated than this if you had to do it in user code. Like, significantly, like, you could default it to a world where you, like, hoisted it into the routing. But yes, this is complicated. The transitions is like the final piece that is...
Honestly, I had it all held down until you were like, oh, .latest. Like, I don't want to know about .latest.
I have a .latest example in Code Sandbox. There's something happening here that is causing suspense still to trigger on that read. Oh, do you know what it is?
Courtney's here.
Do you know what it is? It's so obvious what this is, and I didn't think of it. It's because time is never... we're creating this for the first time. The resource is underneath the suspense boundary, and whenever you go to a new page, it can't... the first time you run latest...
Okay, I know what you mean. It's recreating the entire resource, which is weird.
But this might be difficult to actually...
But now we have to pass it in.
Yeah.
God. Okay. I don't know. It's. Yeah.
The thing is, we're playing with like really, like, the problem is we've created such a contrived case that like we're like it's difficult to actually like track through this mentally, because the thing is, the first time a resource runs, well. Okay. I would give the resource initial value.
Like
just humor me. Yeah, initial value in the object. Yeah, initial value. Let's just give it 2. Let's see if this works. Now switch pages.
Wait, but okay.
Is the transition gone?
Transition is gone. Yeah.
Yeah. See, now that's tearing.
What?
It's instead of going to fallback, it's showing 2. It's going to the page immediately, showing 2, and then as it loads in, then
okay, you call this tearing, but this is the exact behavior we would get if we just used createResource with no suspense.
Yes. Yeah. This is tearing is what happens if you don't use suspense.
I see why .latest is here. It lets us opt out of suspense, but I don't like the idea of a version of things where we're recommending suspense and we're recommending error boundary, and you still have to sometimes call a property on the signal.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the way you solve this in React is you make a create deferred value and then do an equality check between the 2 different deferred values. So they introduced a whole nother primitive to do this. So
how common is this that I want to opt out of suspense?
That's the funny thing. I thought that this was not very common, right? I thought that most people would use transitions. Like, that's the pattern. I was talking to Dan Abramoff in London, and he's like, no, actually, we kind of recommend we think that transitions are for library authors, mostly people like building the router and stuff. And we think that most users actually either want the fallback or they want the tearing for like micro stuff that they're going to do on the page.
If they want the tearing, they just shouldn't use Suspense. That's
well,
my take.
do you know what the benefit of this is? Refresh the page. Reload, not the whole page, just the example.
Yeah.
Reload it. Oh, it happens too quickly.
Well, you still see the tearing.
It's because you got the initial value. Yeah, this example we can't get it both ways. But generally, you wouldn't have the initial value when you load the page. You'll get the fallback, and then when you navigate, you will get the tearing.
Yeah. Okay. Can we just show the .latest sandbox? I think that's what people are asking for.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me see if I can find this code sandbox.
Yeah, you guys were talking about dinner for Ryan. In my time, it's 7:30. I'm thoroughly enjoying this. We got to go through the whole.
We haven't even done this week in JavaScript, so we gotta. This is our last example, I think.
Yeah.
Let me see here. What did I call it? Stale resource read? Let me get it. Solid stale resource. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen. I'm gonna swap back around.
Yeah, I'll stop sharing.
All right, so let's do this. Okay, bam. Okay, so this is the scenario for this. Pretend we have this API, and like you can go through the different beetles. Okay, and this really shows off the tearing, but it actually slightly grays off. I don't know if you can see this.
So you're using transition and you're using pending to do the gray.
Exactly. I'm using pending. No, I'm using pending to show the loading up here. So it's not, this loading is not a fallback. This loading.
Well, yeah, you're also using pending to gray out the list.
No, I can't, because the list graying out has to do with the data being. Yeah, you're gonna hate this. Let me see if I can get a longer data timeout. Set timeout. It's 1 second. Let's make it 2 seconds, maybe. You're not gonna like what's going on here. This is the only reason why I think we need loading on resources. Because
you mean late? Oh, loading or latest?
Loading. This example is like the case, because we can work through it piece by piece, and I can show you what I'm going at. Okay, because there's 3 distinct stages. There's this one when it's transitioning, and this one when we're tearing. Because the thing is, if we don't use latest here and just call a resource, what's going to happen is you can see the loading happening. When we do the page, Ringo loads faster than his data. And if we just read the resource here, what's going to happen... You might have to
explain the setup of the example, because there's like 2 suspenses.
Yeah, so what we have is we have a suspense boundary that wraps the details, which is just the name. And then we have a second suspense boundary showing some like cool facts about the beetle of your choice, okay?
So is there... But it's not...
There's 2... And there's actually 2 different resources. There's a user resource and then the list of...
Okay, they're not dependent on each other.
No, they're based on the fact that we have this ID. So we have like George's ID 1 or Ringo's 1 and George's 2.
So the user loads nice and quick, and then fetch post takes longer.
Yeah, so I'm going to make this one a little bit longer so we can see it, okay? So what I like about this example is I can literally show all the behaviors all in a single example. So the default one without let's start without a transition. So let's do how do I do this best without the transition?
Just in the on click.
I just removed this. Yeah. So we're just doing this, okay? So first stage, no transition. We see the cascading loading because that's how it works. Right, 1, 2. When we click next,
it's not cascading though because it's not dependent.
Right, but you can pretend this is a page where you can get the initial data quickly and you get the details a bit slower.
Okay.
So that's why we split it. If we did, the real base case is we don't split it. We get rid of this fallback, like
And then it just waits for both. It waits for the longer one.
Okay, yeah, okay. So I'm going all the way back. Okay, basic case. This is where you start with. This is your SolidStart app or whatever. The whole page is basically wrapped in a suspense boundary. So you have to wait. So you're waiting.
And to be clear, the resource.post.loading has no effect right now because all that did was show gray. While it's loading, it's like you're not going to see it anyways. You're seeing this fallback loading profile. When I click next, back to the fallback. We're waiting for all that data. Yeah. Back to the fallback, waiting for all that data. So now
and then we're like a little smarter. We're like, well, we actually care about these pieces of information differently. Let's give it its own loading thing. So now our page can load a little faster, and then we're okay with this loading a bit later. And when we go to the next one, same thing. We're waiting for it to load, John, and then it loads. So as we go through, you can see the double load because we need to reload the page and then reload the posts. Okay? So far so good?
So far so good.
Right. And then we're like, well, this is really jarring UX, like having this come to us. So let's wrap this in a transition. So let's do that. Let's start transition here. And now the initial loading is the same, but when we go to the next one, we show the current state, we show like a pending indicator, and then we wait to show it. And while this is like better than like...
I gotta wrap my head around this. So the idea here is when we hit start transition, it goes and finds the outer suspense boundary, and that's what it's going to wait for.
Yeah, because it needs... Yeah, exactly. Like the whole thing, like both of them are actually getting like... both of them actually just read. So like because this one actually goes
the one that gets hit. Yeah.
Yeah, like because like... But I mean, there's a read here and there's a read here. There's two reads. So like, it's still waiting for the whole transition to finish. Look, you're bang. Like.
Okay, it hits both suspenses and the longer one. Okay.
Right, but the awkward part about this one is like, you're kind of in this zone where you're like, oh well, maybe I didn't want to like. We did the second granular suspense to break out of this,
and now we're waiting for the entire thing. Like, because we turned on transition, it goes and waits for all the suspenses again, and so we lost our whole point of...
Right. And to be fair, if we broke this up in such a way where this was like dependent on this in such a way that this was a new suspense boundary. See, this is not a new suspense boundary. We're actually just fine-grained updating here, fine-grained updating here. This is the same suspense boundary.
You're saying if we actually created a suspense boundary after the transition is triggered, it won't wait for the new one?
Yeah, and it'll show the fallback. Yeah.
That's kind of neat. Okay.
Yeah, so you get that control. That's what I was trying to show. Like, if you go to a new page and you want to like do that lazy loading, that's what the other example was good at showing. Because that's what I was trying to show in that other example is like you can say like wait for this, don't wait for this. But in this case, these are all just like positioned here. So the thing that they were proposing, and this example is navigation, so it's not the best use cases. You might want this for like a type ahead kind of scenario. Is instead the idea is, what if you could say, no, actually, I don't want to wait on this one if there is already data there. And if I do that, what can happen?
We broke the initial one.
Yeah, just a second. Let's go back to what was there originally. Okay, sorry. Something was weird there. Okay. What you're seeing is the initial one is doing the cascade like it always does. But now when we go to the next, what's going to happen is it's going to transition on this one, but this one's not going to trigger the inner suspense to transition. So it's going to loading, transition, switch, tearing, go.
Okay, so you're opting out of the set. Okay, you're using .latest to opt out of the inner suspense.
Yeah.
You could have just put the suspense inside profile timeline and not use .latest.
Right, and then you would have got a different loading indicator. So like there's like a couple ways to solve the problem, right? You can nest the suspense in a way that it gets created, so then you show a fallback. Or what you can do in this case is you can, if you don't want to show a fallback, and you want to tear, like opt out of the whole experience, you can use latest. And then what I'm doing here is I'm using the loading now to actually indicate that it's loading by graying this out. So when you see, while it's consistent at first, while it's transitioning, as soon as this transition ends, it realizes that this is stale, and it grays it out. So like it's like we're waiting for it, grays it out, completes. I mean, this is an interesting.
I don't love this API. I would honestly rather call a freaking hook, like a function called latest and wrap resource output. Like I would rather do that than keep this like signal property system.
Right. I understand that. The biggest challenge is the identity, right? So like latest would have to like be specifically made for resources, and specifically like it has no meaning outside of this, and it would have to specifically know how to read the resource in a specific way.
What if you got it from the createResource call?
Right.
Instead of doing post.latest, just return latest as part of the object, the return object.
I mean that is what it is, sort of. I know it's like, if you think about it, it's post.latest, like it's
just you know what I mean. Mutate, refetch, and latest.
Right, but latest is a read, not a write.
Oh god damn it, you're right.
And it's reactive, so like
I just can't with the whole point of suspense, and that's not the whole point, but one of the benefits of suspense and error boundaries, we don't need .loading anymore. We don't need .latest.
Yeah, this is why I've been in a loop here, right? Because if I go experimental
React says, Dan, he did warn you that you would hate this. I don't hate it. It's not the most elegant thing in the world.
Right. It's just like, if this example actually exists in here, and where is it? Not there. It's, where is it? Concurrent UI patterns. It's they have this exact
in the old. You're in the old docs.
Yeah, the old docs. Yeah. Where is it? Yeah, they actually this is, where is it? Create. Yeah, I'd have to find the example again, but this is the one that I actually modeled on, where they actually showed they created use deferred value basically as a way of determining stuff, but it works because of the way React re-renders. I'm not going to find it right now.
It would take me another 10 minutes for me to figure out what use deferred value actually does anyway. So
yeah,
it's not worth it.
Yes.
This is a question. Most framework routers use useTransition on URL changes automatically. In other words, when you're using your average SPA router,
yes,
in any framework, you're not going to see a loading indicator. You're going to see the current page.
Yeah, this is why there's like is routing and stuff. Sorry, someone asked if they're the only person that likes spinners. It's just funny. Like
Remix loves. Oh no, Remix hates it. Yeah, yeah, it's great. All right. Num says, so what I just saw was that we can either show a loading spinner while waiting on data. That's the fallback, or we can wait for the data and not show a spinner.
Right, and then you use the pending state as a way of indicating that it's non-responsive. It
is responsive using transition.
Right, but I'm saying that's the key, is that you have a way of it's augmenting the stale state versus falling back to skeleton.
Yeah. The third option of tearing is, it's first of all, it's the default option if you don't use suspense.
And these examples might not be the best. I think tearing comes up when you have like stuff like type ahead. Like it's for cases where you're like on a page.
It's type ahead.
Like you autocomplete and you're like typing in and it's filling in search results for you.
Yeah.
Like where you like don't care if you're seeing the old results while like if you're typing a word, you don't want it to go to fallback every time you're searching, like typing a letter. You don't necessarily want to transition. You don't want to hold the text while you're typing it, so that you
Right.
like you actually want tearing in this. But the unfortunate part is, because this whole thing's under a suspense boundary, then you'd be falling, if you didn't individually wrap the suspense, you'd be falling back to the parent suspense, and then
Yes.
Anyway.
Someone in chat says, let's just use PHP and wait for stuff. Yeah, if you use Astro, solid suspenses are all client side.
the funny thing is that we get back to the problem at statement at the beginning, right? Like, waiting for everything is slow, right? So it's like, this example here with the stale slicing is, I feel like it exists to prove that it's possible to do this, not because like anyone actually wants to do this.
Yeah, I can see why people want to use transition. So you've bought, like, I'm bought in on use transition. I'm not quite bought in on .latest yet. Like, the idea of opting out of suspense once you're in a suspense boundary seems a little weird.
Yeah. I was happy that it was an API that we could literally just tag on, rather than like have to create a whole, like, to use, I don't have the React example, but to do this in React requires a secondary primitive and wiring it a certain way.
Also, one thing that I don't want to forget, in 1.7, can we export use transaction in addition to use transition, just so you can use that?
Yeah, I mean, we could talk about API designs. We haven't made a call on that one yet, but this, depending on the concurrency model of 2.0, we'll get there. But yes, transition is probably a terrible name.
This is kind of a cool question. Can you opt into async rendering on a per route basis in SolidStart? That's kind of an interesting question.
Technically, yes, but not as like just a switch. Like, it was what I'm saying is, you have to go to the most permissive model and work backwards.
So you start with
async, and then don't
use suspense on one of the routes.
Yeah, or maybe it's a little trickier than that. Maybe we need something to create resource that kind of helps us with that. Like, maybe another one of those initial value from type things. Like, I know
you're saying you can't just not have suspense on one of the routes because it'll still wait for the entire thing.
Or no, it's more that you will want it in the client.
Yeah, so you need to stream. You want to stream that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You'll want it in the client. So the answer is no, but if you asked me to do it, I could do it like within user land without changing solid code. It just wouldn't be easy. So there's a question whether we should make that easier. I would argue that it like doesn't matter. Like, with streaming, you have the ability to control that in a fine-grained way. So.
All right, should we?
Yeah, I think we got to end, and I got to like try and do this week in JavaScript in like 20 minutes. So. Right. I appreciate you coming on today, Dan, because
this was a blast. We covered a lot of ground, and this is really going to help me because I'm working on this whole curriculum. So
yeah, I mean, there is a lot of complicated stuff here when you get into the weeds, and it's funny, like, maybe this is why the React guys don't talk about this that much, or like it's just Dan doing like a long ramble. It's really hard to figure out how to teach this in a way that, I haven't looked actually at the new docs for this specific section.
I would go check it out, but I know I'm going to get myself confused because their transitions work differently.
Well, the funny thing, their suspense works differently, but the behavior of the transitions from like an outside perspective mostly works. Yeah, I mean, they got lots of top level stuff describing the UI, keeping modes pure, adding interactivity. This guide isn't okay. So interesting. So Learn React doesn't really have this stuff, right? I think they're not going to recommend suspense unless you're like on the server. I think that's their approach. Yeah, so it's going to be like API references where I'm going to find out about this stuff. Like, use transition is there, yeah. Transition. There's my use imperative handle. What a beauty. Use transition is pending. See examples below. Pending flag. The other one I want to see is use deferred value. This is a good one. Like, because returns the initial render, the return deferred value will be the same as the value provided. During updates, React will first attempt to re-render with the old value, so it returns the old value, and then try another re-render in the background with the new values. You know what? We're not. but this is the
This is their version of .latest.
Yeah, essentially. So you gotta go use state, deferred, search results, deferred query inside the suspense, and then that's basically it. Like you wrap it in the use deferred value, and then you are able to equality check the deferred value against the undeferred value to determine if you're stale. Anyway.
Yeah, you're really good at context switching from React to Solid. In order for me to do that, I have to like take a deep breath, go into React mindset, open my React StackBlitz, and
Yeah, I mean, anyways.
I'm hoping to avoid ever writing a React app again. In each of the, I think as soon as you figure out how to actually talk about this, there's a lot of power in this. Unfortunately, this is something I struggle with, so I appreciate you taking the time to talk with me through it. I think one of the keys, first of all, it's explaining it, but then also just showing the router and explaining how the router uses it for useTransition. I think will be interesting. One thing, as we transition into SolidStart, I want to be extremely good with teaching people Suspense and the 3 modes, because like you lose a lot of power if you're just doing one suspense at the top every time.
Yeah, I agree. It's just like we had to do something sane as a default.
Yeah, it actually makes sense as a sane default, because you can obviously go more granular than that, right? You can catch. It's like a catch. Suspense will. You can catch below it and it will never hit the top one.
Exactly. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for joining us today, Dan. I'm going to let you go, and we're going to do a speedy This Week in JavaScript.
All right.
But have a good one.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining me today.
See you soon.
Yeah. All right. Let's figure out what we can do here, because I'm just setting up This Week in JavaScript. The stream is not over. We get to talk about all the fun stuff that happened this week. When did this week start even? All right, when do we go? March 10th-ish is when the stream started. All right. I actually got yeah, there we go, March 10th. So I covered that. Yeah, so actually, okay, there we go. All right. There isn't actually maybe as much this week in JavaScript. We already talked about a few of the points that I wanted to talk on, but while we're here, let me see here. Just checking if there's any solid stuff I want to look at. Yeah, that's worth mentioning. And then Okay, cool. How's everyone doing? You guys still alive? I know that was a lot, like a real lot, but this is why we do. CR8 has died. How can it be so cold? Yeah, CR8 never meant that much to me. All right. Those two. Okay, perfect. Okay, I think I'm good to go. And gonna clean up a few other things here. And okay. Have a little drink of water, maybe. All right, let's do it. All right, banner. All right, it's time to talk about This Week in JavaScript. And as usual, with every week, this week for me started where last week ended. There was a lot of talk last week about server components. It was like, I don't know. It's funny, the week before is all signals. It's like these like big hype waves that go for a week and then just kind of disappear off the map. I'd actually made the joke that I'd forgotten about signals, and I believe I'd actually shown that on last week's stream. But yeah, there's some great video content that kind of came in the aftermath. People kind of looking at some of the content that came out last week on these topics, and then actually making digestible videos on it. And a great example of this is we had him on stream before. Christopher, maintainer of Create T3 app, was like, hey, I think before someone can even watch that server come out stream, they have to understand what Next is and what it isn't. And Chris did this great video which explains how Next.js is a single page app framework, which is really good and to the point. And I think, if a lot of people don't understand this, I take that knowledge sometimes for granted, but I think Chris did a great job of laying it out. And I anticipate that he'll have more videos this week following up on some of those other subjects from the RSC stream and kind of put them in better context. I just did a spew of consciousness off the top of my head. I think that content could easily be made into like 4 or 5 really focused videos that are really useful for people. So awesome to see that. I've been working on Solid a bunch this week, so I'm going to talk about a couple Solid things before we move on. One of them is that I've been trying to wrangle in TypeScript for Solid, and I asked this question to people, which was like, if we had a control flow where we could narrow the user down to a function call, that could be used. And this is something that we are intending to release in 1.7. If someone tried to then use it again in like an undefined context, like a set timeout, what should be logged? And most people on the reactive side kind of go, well, it should be null. Like if this has been hidden, user is now null, so this is null. But the problem is TypeScript does not know how to, basically once you cast it to being non-null, it doesn't know how to make it nullable again, essentially, is the whole problem. I went through so many variations where I was like, hey, let's make the JavaScript reflect what TypeScript says. I went through examples where I was like, let's see if we can try and force this in a weird way. Ultimately, this is not solvable, and either you have to sacrifice the expectation of the runtime, like null, which is really what it should be, versus the expectation of TypeScript, which is what people want it, here is. The commonality is most people don't want it to throw errors. But in any case, doing stuff like this is kind of has the same vibe as like trying to use state after components been unmounted, So I think ultimately, we're going to do kind of a hybrid where it's null plus warn instead of error. I'll talk about this more in the 1.7 stream, but this is really useful conversation. Had a lot of good people kind of chip in, give their perception on like the trade-offs and what they would expect, which is more valuable to me than the results. What people expectations are gives me a different point of view, a different context than like what I'm generally doing here, in terms of like I can think of many different designs, but the first gut feeling you get says a lot. Just catching up a little bit on chat. Yeah, exactly. That's the reality of it. But the funny thing is, inside the scope, on a synchronous execution standpoint, it's as accurate as any other. Like, the funny thing is, I'm going to go into this much more depth on the 1.7 stream, which is probably going to be next week. But like, there is no good solution here, and TypeScript in itself can be inconsistent. So, anyways, it was an interesting one. On Solid side, while we're talking about it, we added a whole bunch of new Solid Start examples in StackBlitz, so you can just get started by clicking on one of these: Bear to do MVC, Tailwind, Auth, Prisma, Solid Style, VTest. So this is really cool. You literally just click on the example, and you have a new Solid Start project at your disposal, and you can just do it in StackBlitz just from the URL. We had one already for normal solid stuff, but now we have SolidStart ones. Really good for just jamming away and giving it a try. So definitely do check that out. That's actually the main solid news this week. I've been so busy working on 1.7. What else is up? I'm speaking at Reactathon. This should be fun. Tanner, Fred, and myself are speaking at Reactathon about React server components of all things. What myself, Tanner Lindsley, and Fred have to do with React server components probably might be a mystery to some, and those some include people speaking on that panel, but I think it will be interesting regardless. So I think we'll have a chance to kind of hash out a lot of the differences in understanding between server components and islands, because there's a bit of a friction going on there right now, and it's going to leak into some of the other discussions we're doing. The thing after, are you talking about the hackathon on the day after? Yeah, I'm excited for that as well. Yeah, I know. It's like it's this secretly where we launch Bling and Astro and stuff. Oh, it's not? Well, I didn't give a link, so no one's gonna find it anyways. Yeah, okay, what else do we got here? We're seeing a revival of VDom libraries on JS Framework Benchmark. Yeah, I want to talk about this for a minute. There's been this whole like VDom slow, reactivity slow, and I did this tweet because I wanted to show some of the recent entries into the JS Framework Benchmark. Mostly Eevee, which is like the fastest virtual DOM library. I know Inferno is popular, so it gets more attention, but generally speaking, until the recent change of the warm-ups, Eevee is actually probably, or I don't know how to pronounce it, Ivy or whatever, it's probably the fastest VDOM library. Like if you look at the history of this benchmark, Ivy's been the fastest virtual DOM library, like the longest compared to any, like over the whole period of time. And the author behind it, Boris, is an absolute genius when it comes to this stuff. And he just released a 2.0, which popped it up ahead. It's been kind of sitting back over in like the Leptos kind of territory. And that's because him, like millions, have adopted a new approach to VDOM that was originated by actually a library called BlockDOM, which I talked about a year ago, but it's interesting, which is it's a virtual DOM library that uses the same kind of template cloning that that SolidJS does to get the initial creation updates, which is quite impressive because it kind of moves a lot of the weaker benchmarks over, except for obviously select rows, which is always slower on the virtual DOM libraries. The interesting thing you might notice is you're like, wait a second, Millions is fast on where the virtual DOM libraries are fast. How did this jump up in front? This must be like the fastest framework out there. I posted this just, to get sensation on the results and kind of see it. Technically speaking, from the framework perspective, Millions is like, and it's been marked properly now, is considered as kind of, I'll show you. It's now marked with 772, which means it's considered a vanilla implementation. Basically, it escapes out of declarative to doing direct manipulations to get it. And I'll show you what I mean. Generally speaking, this approach, and actually I want to show BlockDOM here so people can see it. Where are we? BlockDOM here, another one, right? BlockDOM is, it's funny because you see this like long list of names and you're like this list order shuffles every single release because all these frameworks basically all have the exact same score at this point. Like they're all like 1.08 or 1.9. Like basically everyone up from Solid here, which I guess this was a slow run for us this week, all the way up to, I'm going to say Eevee, all basically are the same speed, right? 772 means you do manual DOM manipulation. And And what this means is, from my perspective, generally I discount the results. I don't use it in comparisons. I consider it like, it's fine to do, but like every library could do 772. Like it's basically either you're doing it because you're a vanilla library because you're manipulating the DOM directly, or you're kind of cheating what the benchmark doing. I'm not saying there's bad intent there. I'm just saying it just skips, it avoids testing what the benchmark's actually testing. So manual event delegation I don't care about, but generally when I go here, manual DOM manipulation, view state on the model, cross animation range, I leave these two. This is what I look at when I look at the actual list. And from that, you can see that list gets a lot smaller. Most of the stuff, a lot of the stuff at the front is basically just not participating in the benchmark, so to speak. These ones are interesting because I think they should be flagged in their own way, especially this one. But it's for a different reason. Like they sort of circumvent declarative data. They're basically like just a proxy over a write. But whatever. I'm not gonna. I just don't worry about it too much. The list basically starts here. And if you look at this list, they all basically have the same performance. Like I think the last run before this one, Solid was the one on the front, and then the one before Inferno was, and we just keep on. Basically, the fastest libraries are indistinguishable from each other at this point. And you might be going, okay, well, why am I being so harsh on million here, right? What's up? Well, I didn't realize this right away when I posted it, but this is how select row works in the million benchmark. So picture like this is the code you're writing. And one thing you're gonna notice about blocks, I love that actually that their version uses JSX to generate the blocks, which is really nice. But you will see stuff like row block. So block is a way of signaling like that this is a clonable fragment, essentially. So the API does explicitly make you go like, hey, this is something you want to clone. In some ways, it's not that different than what Vue is doing with its vmemo. Like basically has a directive to say like, we're going to make these VDom nodes like cacheable. But in case of this block, it actually lets them clone DOM nodes on creation. That part is fine. And you look here, you know, you can go, oh, on click. But the problem is this kind of stuff. Like most of the tests, like you could see it in the length of the implementation itself. Most of the time in here, you'll see something like create row, and then you build some data and you call. They have a manual update instead of just a set state, but that's not that important. So you build the data, update. This is like set state. Build the data, update, append, update. That's fine. Every 10th, go through the list, update it, then call update. Swap rows. But when you go to select rows, what is it doing here? It basically looks into the block, grabs the VDom, calls patch on it manually to remove the existing class name, this is grabbing the existing cached one. Then it goes, finds out of the children the block with that ID, and then it calls a patch render call on that to update the name. Like, this is not really, I mean, maybe this is the API, but like, this is kind of like why this was kind of called the thing. And actually here, when you on click to do event delegation, this part matters less. It actually like does the manual event delegation then to figure out. This is actually fine. I don't actually care if people do this, but this is kind of like this is very explicit way of doing this versus like, you know, if you pick like the way this usually looks is like if you can I find React hooks as an example for people. Usually when you go in and you do select, it's something like, okay, here's a reducer. You set the select ID. Okay? Like this is the whole implementation. Like it's just a reducer. It's just like, okay, selected equals selected ID. And then in here, inside your row, you're going to have something like is selected equals ID. Like that's declarative. It's not like calling VDom patch calls, right? Which is why it gets marked as 772 comparatively, because like let's see what's the I'll do the solid store implementation here. It's solid store select is set state selected to that ID, and then is selected show the danger or not. Like you see, it's just declarative, right? This is that you can drastically see the difference in terms of implementation. So that's kind of where things are at. What's happened is, in general, VDom approaches are now picking up some of the like initial DOM cloning approaches that we've been using in the reactive libraries, which has now brought them to basically parity, because you can see the trade-off. Actually, I actually like looking at the trade-off because it makes it really clear what we're trading at this point. But everybody's so efficient that this benchmark is becoming less useful. But what's happening, and what you can see is, again, which implementations, let's remove the ones that don't. Okay, what you're generally seeing here is VDom implementations having higher select rows numbers, and then what you're seeing is that reactive libraries having higher clear row memory, because like it's more expensive to remove stuff in reactive libraries, and it's more expensive to do fine-grained updates in VDom libraries. That trade-off is basically where we're at now. Both of them are equally fast to create. For a while, reactive libraries were faster on creation, but now it's updates versus removal time. That's what it kind of comes down to. Yeah, so I mean, which is good. So it lets them optimize the VDOM for a very narrow case, in the same way that reactivity was able to let us optimize in a kind of narrow case. So yeah, I mean, that's the kind of state of things. I like talking about this and showing this kind of stuff off, because like I love this, that we have a modern VDOM take with Dioxys and a modern signals take in Rust WASM, both just neck and neck. Again, you see the same sort of trade-off. Actually, the memory trade-off isn't what's apparent here. It looks like it's creation versus update in this scenario, but the patterns actually are fairly consistent, and you get good results on a basic benchmark like this regardless. So yeah, this is why I like talking about it, because it's not like VDOM is slow narrative. If anything, I'm just more annoyed when people say reactivity can't be fast. That's you know, that's not quite on, you know, on the level. All right, let's keep on going. In any case, we are seeing innovation in the VDOM, thanks to BlockDOM and now EV and Million taking that on. But a little bit more than meets the eye. Truthfully, we aren't seeing any approach specifically faster in this benchmark. I mean, I have to see, unless you're writing like what, yeah. Right, okay. So, yeah. Time for a new benchmark? Probably. What's really good about this one is it's really accessible to people, because it's like they let you, a lot of stuff like really restricts the data and like does stuff. This one, because it treats everything like a client interaction, makes it really easy for everyone to participate in a way that they feel is fair. Most benchmarks are not very good to reactive libraries, but they also like basically create a case that's really odd. Like it's like you pick the scenario, like if you tried to like this one, you could picture, it's a little bit extreme, but if you wanted to make this a real life scenario, you can just picture any table managing software, and you're drag and dropping and clicking rows and doing all that. Like you can feel that, like that this is an extension of that. Most of the other benchmarks that I've seen are more like the scenario of like, pretend you get data from a server and you're spamming that at 60 frames per second. There's just like no one wants to do that, like re-rendering the whole page over and over again. So like it makes those tests like less interesting, so to speak. Yeah, I mean, we need to work with there. I think the biggest problem there was mitosis, while it makes it easier to do the benchmark, doesn't let each framework actually, it's like you're only as good as what mitosis outputs, so to speak. And I think with meta frameworks, it's a lot harder to compare, because there's a lot of like layers, like where you support different things. Like if you don't convert stuff into request response, you're gonna be faster, or slower than a library that just uses Node straight when you're in Node, like Marco, for example, in there. Marco released Marco Run, which is like the request response thing. So maybe that could be compared. But like what I'm getting at is like essentially too many feature pieces get in the way on even the core plumbing. I think for that, for me, if I was going to do this, I would kind of adapt the current Marco server rendering benchmark and do something really library specific rather than meta framework specific. Like look at the core of React, Vue, Svelte, Solid, quick, rather than like Svelte Kit or Next or whatever. So, yeah. All right, what else do we got? I told you this is going to be a short one. See? React launched React.Dev, the new home for React, and its documentation. This is awesome. We've been seeing the beta docs go forever. This is probably going to be some of the best documentation on the web for modern front end. While you don't need to learn React to use Solid, people who do learn React, if you know they're be able to get past their assumptions due to React, this is like a great resource. Like, you know, in a sense, like there's a certain portion of future Solid users that are going to benefit hugely from these docs existing. So I'm very stoked for that. Yeah, like even the movies app, the movies app's a good data fetching thing, but it's like still like limited. That might be example might be okay. A few scenarios like that. As I said, like even images become like a discrepancy on the meta framework kind of feature level. I want something simpler than that, but with enough markup. Yeah, we're getting there. Because this started the kind of spicy thing. But before we do that, just quick shout out to Greg. You saw him in chat already. He made a video that clarifies a lot of the confusion around Rust and WASM front-end performance. People should watch that if they're into it, they want to know about it. Basically, I've been saying this for a while, a lot of the things people assume about Rust and WASM isn't actually the truth. Like, even if the result is kind of the same, like, okay, maybe not ready for prime time for this or whatever, the reasoning is not what people think, which significantly changes the utility of Rust and WASM today if you understand where it's actually good, and it changes the perspective of where it sits for the future. So definitely recommend looking at that. Okay, cool. Now let's get to the spice of the week, which is Theo was obviously super stoked that they removed Create React App, and we've talked about this before. There's so many reasons why this is good, because you know, starting React on a new foot, getting out there, Create React App has had its time, and this is a challenge with frameworks in general. And I'm using the term really loosely with Create React App, but opinions and tooling change faster than like the paradigm. The closer you are to the core of the library, the less of this kind of churn there tends to be. So like when you build opinionated layers, they're going to have a shorter life than the thing that they're built on top of generally, and unless there's a big paradigm shift. So like React outlives CRA, React outlives Next potentially, unless Next changes something more fundamental, like the use of React itself. But like generally speaking, this is a truth. So like, I think CRA has had its time, and I'm glad that that it's gone, because time to move on. The problem is, what do you choose next? Well, Next is the thing, and I think we talked about this cover on discussion in a stream before. I have to admit, I went a little bit far with this. We're like this fully with React thing, because people are like, "What are you getting at, Ryan?" Because if you want to build a new app or website fully with React, we recommend picking up one of React-powered frameworks popular in the community. Frameworks provide these features most app sites eventually need, including this. So there's like, look, the new starter is you need to use a framework to use React, and we knew this because Andrew Clark tweeted this before. Like, this is the mindset. I was focusing on this because. So some of the responses were like, I don't. What do you mean? I've been using fully React for years, and they're right. Like like Sophie Alford, of course, like people have been building full apps with React since 2016. Yeah, like I'm not debating that. I think the thing is, if you read the PR that Theo originally did and Dan's response, you understand that the docs have a certain layer of careful word choosing that is perceptible to someone who's following along, and yeah, see, because this chat pretty much covers it. Because I mean that fully with React means something like there's an opinion on what classifies as fully using React, a certain threshold of features. Don't get me wrong, CRA has had its time, but we're also entering a new era. Oh, you read using React to its fullest extent. I don't believe that was with the intention. I'm glad Dan came in and clarified. He's like, in my mind, he's like, I intended both things. So I wasn't reading too deeply into it. He's like, Sophie's meaning for the more practical minded readers, but closer to Ryan's meaning for those integrated in by the second section. And the reason for this is if you do go into the docs and if you look at the original PR, there's a lot of question of like what should be recommended. And part of that was like, oh, we should, people like Theo's like, just recommend Vite. Vite is like the perfect swap for that. But if you actually go into the React.Dev docs and, go to learn React and you go to the installation and you're like, okay, start a new React project. Okay, good. So, I mean, this is a clear breakup. It's like new project, existing project. We only care about new project for our point. You see what we were talking about, protecting grade React. They mentioned Next, Remix, and Gatsby. This is funny. Some people were like, I wonder how much Shopify, Netlify, and Vercel had to pay React for this. I can tell you nothing. Like, React wants you to use the framework, so they're going to advertise it. This is not like these frameworks getting preference. I think they were just trying to include everyone to be fair options, right? I work at Netlify. To my knowledge, no money passed hands. Like, this is not this. Like, this is simply the fact that these are the bigger React meta frameworks and Expo for native. Then they have this deep dive. Oh, React without a framework. Really long description, all to get to the end where we can say, grab React and React DOM for NPM, set up your custom build process with bundlers like Vite or Parcel, add in other tools as you need them for routing, blah, 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 and more. Basically, how do they phrase it? You'll be on a roll in your old custom setup. We can't stop you, so go for it. That's what I say when people use create mutable in Solid. We can't stop you, right? Well, the thing was, and maybe this is a little my fault, I called shot that Astro would not make a list like this. And it's not because it's like being spicy. It's just, they in Dan's response, he had like 2 paragraphs going at length why, Astro wouldn't fit into their fully React thing. Because this fully with React does mean something. It's not just like a full React, like it actually means something. It means like the server component future. It means like the direction that they're going to use all these features, the routing, all the stuff that they're trying to build towards. So it even mentions Vue and Svelte. But so I can see what, like, I mean, we called this, like, how is this going to go any other way? And like, that's, I mean, the if you understand what's going on, that's what makes sense. I think I said as much, right? To differentiate solutions that may not be using all the features they intend, like Astro or simple templates made with Vite or Parcel. I think it is to explain the reasoning behind this, the recommendation. Because, Pierre's like, why don't you just say, like, these are what I recommend? Why can I go through this, like, fully with React thing? It's because of what I was saying. There's a definite intent there. And, I mean, it's fine. React team is allowed to have that kind of perspective, and recommend what they want to recommend. But there is a whole bunch of, if I find Theo's original tweet and you can go through the quote tweets, there's a lot of them. Vite is about to get busy. You can tell people like not like if you actually like read the quote tweets, a bunch of people are like, where's Vite? Vite is the way. Vite. Like, so there's like a bit. I can understand why they went so strong on the language, because there's like a bit of a disconnect here, because use Vite, like. Yeah. So like this is kind of the thing. They're it's time for Vite now. Like they're not going to recommend Vite either. Why not Vite? It's so funny. I don't have to make this stuff up. It's like literally Vite is the most obvious choice, but we knew this was going to happen. Vite it is. This is a strong stance they're taking, and it's a stance that makes sense if you understand where React is in its life cycle and stuff. Like they're the incumbent. Their unique value is that they can provide full solutions. They have all the pieces. They're getting into later and later markets, like not trendsetters, not people building their own frameworks, not that. They're getting to a point where like people trust and build with React. We had that joke that React was the new Angular. Like it's more than that. React is actually trying to probably be the new jQuery, like actually like be that big of a player of force. Like this is how React grows to the next stage. So I think it's fine to kind of like see this where it is. I do wonder for those meta frameworks like Gatsby and Next and Remix, how much they end up resembling each other, or like if they don't, how much of a friction that is with React. I am very stoked to see the past week Dan Abramoff go in and like to those frameworks. He's asking stuff with the Gatsby team. I forwarded some stuff over to Kyle and like asked some stuff of Remix, and he's like actively using them to get a feel for them and figuring out how React can work with them. And that is exactly what they should be doing right now. But anyways, enough digging into that piece. I could keep on going until I find Parasocial's quote tweet. But like this is big. Even if some people haven't been using CRA for a while, this feels like the final push or nod, right? As I said, a lot of Vite mentions in here, but there's just too many to go through. What I want to get at is that there is this friction going on right now, which is why I find it very interesting to have Fred and myself and Tanner talking at the conference on RSCs, is that you can find these kind of threads going on. Because in the same kind of way that we were talking about signals, as with the React folk, and they're like, well, what are you talking about? We fixed this. You shouldn't use signals. This is like using goto statements. There's that same kind of error around the conversation around multi-page apps. And Matthew Phillips Astro said, there's an expression I like: never use a chainsaw when a scalpel will do. Solving use cases directly is not a hack. It's what you should usually do. Re-architecting your front end and back end to solve small issues is pulling out a chainsaw. Make sure to wear safety glasses. Because if you watch this back and forth here, and there's a whole thing. They're talking about Vite because some people are very upset that Vite isn't mentioned, right? And it's clear why they don't. It's a full solution, right? Blah blah blah. But what I'm getting at is, what about Astro? And it's still a regression, though, that Astro has page loads. I find it difficult to ever recommend using this UX. Okay. This started a whole thing, and Matthew brings up a bunch of points about, sites that use page reloads. The most obvious one, he brought up Amazon and like eBay and all those, but the most obvious one is actually Google search. Google search is an MPA. One of the most performant things in the thing. This is an MPA app, Google search. You right? Like, even when I go to the next page, I'm pretty sure MPA. And the truth of the matter is, there are use cases where MPAs are better than single page apps. I think personally that the gap that server components bring make it that there's a lot less use cases. So this is a fair discussion or argument to have. But even with server components, there will still be cases where MPAs are the preferred choice to go with. And when I say MPAs, I mean sites optimized for that page load experience, not just like using an anchor tag in Next. Someone was a Parasocial was like, oh, just use a lowercase a. No, I don't mean that. I mean pages that are authored in a way that can optimize. The truth of the matter is, client-side routing is only getting better, but like it's this attitude. It's still a regression. This is the mentality, is why the friction's happening, right? It's like a problem to be solved. And yeah, I don't know. We'll see how that goes over time, right? Vite makes it too easy to switch to other. I mean, Astro does that too. That's an interesting one. But yeah, I mean, this is the hot debate. Dan brings up the examples of the scroll bars, and the math's like, look, it's not like client routers are particularly good here. Actually, Rich Harris's talk, again, it's funny, I didn't like the transitional app thing that much, but his transitional app talk is just gold for understanding real, like this talk. I'm just post this like multiple streams in a row. This talk is, can I get the share link? This talk is just gold for understanding that there's trade-offs with client-side routing. Don't worry, we're working on it. Things will get better. I am very much in the server component, client-side routing side of things, but I would never state that like multi-page apps couldn't be optimized more than that. Like, there's a difference when you go there. They can definitely, there are places where the performance is better for multi-page apps. It's just, and where it serves the UX better than client-side routing. This is, to me, it's not even debatable, but this is why there's this friction, which is fine. If we like, alienating ideas, then like it's all good. Just reading some chat. It's a shame that Svelte didn't deliver on transitional apps. I mean, it's a hard problem. I think server components is actually delivering on transitional apps. That is as close as we can get, or quick, or like something along those lines. I think we're working on those things. But even in a transitional world, like the one extreme still has benefits in some places. That's it. Have I add red to existing project? Briefly. Is there something special here? Build a framework using React, specify some names. I assume this meant like my Django thing. And okay, so they recommend using Vite as a way of using React in existing projects as a bundler. That's cool. I think a lot of people did miss this. I think it's like makes sense. Although I do actually think starting React with Vite, it makes a ton of sense as well. So, I mean, I'm not worried about like, not every framework needs to be mentioned in here. Like it's okay. Like they don't need to mention, you know what I mean? Like they don't, there's no need to mention, Astro in here or whatnot, if that's not what they recommend. It's just, there is this error, and that's the place that's interesting for me, because I think there's going to be some interesting developments over the next year, on both sides, and we'll see how that all plays out. But yeah. One last one I want to do. This isn't a big one. We mentioned this with Dan earlier on the stream. I see this code and it makes perfect sense to me. I'm just like, okay, yeah, so you set up some state, use an effect, fetch, set the state with the then. If it's an error, log it. I mean, this is not good error handling, but I follow. Fetch it, set it, initially return null, otherwise return thing. Seems straightforward. But what I really enjoyed about this one was like he went through, he used React before hooks, and he actually went through his learning process and tried to understand it. And this really highlighted a lot of concepts that we take for granted when looking at a framework, kind of like the same breakdown that Dan was doing earlier with Solid, he was doing with React. And I realized when I was trying to explain it, not using technical jargon, I still needed a few things. I needed to talk about pure functions and side effects. I need to define hooks and use and state preservation and rerun. And there's a bunch of actual concepts that I had to explain. And it's funny that, where is it? Is it this one? One of the responses I thought was really clever here. It's amazing how combining Ryan with GPT lets you have a personal tutor walk you through his knowledge. Because apparently my explanation that I tried to be very brief and to the point on without using too much technical jargon was, still had a lot of baked in concepts. So I love this. They're just like, okay, what do I mean by runs? What do I mean by purity? And the answers here are actually dead on. Like in the context of React components, pure or purish usually means the component function doesn't have any side effects, i.e. modifying global variables or making API calls, and that its output is fully determined by its props and state. Like this is pretty good stuff. It's just interesting to me because it actually highlighted like there's so much, preset knowledge here. Like you have to understand that this runs multiple times and that effect runs on the first run but not the second run, and like there's a lot of actual interesting stuff that we learn to parse and use because of familiarity versus like what might make sense for someone just coming into it. I enjoyed this thread. To be fair, I probably only ended up responding because I was like that npm outage that happened. Like I talked about this earlier, like published a package and then I'm like trying to publish Solid and it won't install. And it turns out other people posted on Twitter, I went to sleep eventually, but like it was out for a good like 5 hours. But it's good. I think these conversations are really illustrative to people on teaching matters. And the timing for this was good because it sounds like but they're looking at the legacy docs. That was the only problem. If they had used the new docs, I think this would have been okay. So then they went to the beta docs. Okay, fair enough. So anyway, I think this is a good kind of look at understanding of like the assumptions we make as frameworks and framework authors. So yeah. Okay, so I mean I think that's it. I got some sushi to eat here if there's any left for me. But this week in React, or this week in JavaScript, was a lot of React news with and stuff around the docs, and I think that's exciting. I think it's going to raise the floor in terms of like getting started on the web with React, and this just makes it better for everyone. I'm really looking forward to seeing how other docs efforts continue to improve. I think this is an area that like everyone's been working on a whole ton. I know we have a new doc site that will be coming out in the next couple months, I think. And it just makes such a huge difference in terms of being able to like use these tools. We're in a different world. The maturity of frameworks and the tooling is in a very different place than like 10 years ago. 10 years ago it was like, oh, view the source, figure it out yourself, And now we're like, like, let's give people the tools to be able to succeed. How much wasabi? Yeah, I don't know. A certain amount, not like a ton, not like nose burning level, but I definitely like my wasabi. All right. Well, good stream, you all. have a great weekend. I hope that I can cover 1.7 next week, sees how things go. But yeah, if not, till next time. All right.